Chapter 461. Attention all combat units, prepare to dispose of the debris. The once towering, menacing, and imposing number 5 was now shattered into pieces. At the most exciting moment, the real-time battle report arrived. Target: Korea number 5 Queen Mothership. Target confirmed to have split into 7 main wreckages. Mass details: K1, 2.8 x 10 tons. K2, 1.7 x 10 tons. Supplementary instructions. In accordance with Article 17, Paragraph 3 of the Interstellar War Convention, 70% of the Queen Mothership materials and biological samples captured in this battle will be collected by this unit as strategic material reserves. The remaining 30% can be distributed by the Jotun combat units themselves. Ling Xiao and the Jotun High Command almost shouted themselves hoarse. Take it all. Take it all. We don't want any. There was a second part. Jotun would officially cover the war expenditure. A monument must be erected for the hero. The largest invasion in the history of Jotun's capital, Korea, has been averted. The Zerg population is now below 500,000, and the threat level has dropped to A level. In other words, victory is in sight. This is the power of the Xianxing sect. Just one person, the eldest disciple of true person Yi Ning. The peak master of weapon peak. He became famous in one battle. Why didn't Shuren want to venture into the lion's den like Sun Qianyu? Shuren, what's the difference between that and crawling into the Zerg's bed? The entire Jotun was plunged into jubilation. They cheered and screamed, celebrating the hero's return and their survival. The morale of the ground troops soared. The artillery fire against the Zerg became even fiercer, and the ground belonged to the Ice Queen. She faced the void with her right palm, her left hand forming a hand seal. Frost condensed at her fingertips traced 3 icy blue trails in the air, lingering for a long time. Her spiritual power surged, and 9 layers of ice rings exploded beneath her feet, each blue ring bearing inscriptions of icy curses. Extreme cold forbidden domain. 10,000 miles of frozen land. Spiritual energy surged wildly into her palms. Even her exhaled white mist froze into tiny ice crystals hovering beside her. Her palms slammed together. The ultimate attack was unleashed. Crack, crack. A spherical curtain of azure light rapidly expanded from her feet. The ground instantly froze wherever it passed, the ice layer extending outwards, freezing all the insectids within 1,000 meters into ice sculptures in their charging posture. Whoosh! She gently blew a breath. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. Crack after crack, the ice sculpture shattered into bloody foam in an instant. Once she reaches foundation establishment, this move will evolve into the true 10,000 miles of frozen land. But now, a kilometer is enough to turn the charging engineers into candied hawthorns. If the area is larger, she can restrict the Zerg's movement, creating opportunities for her teammates. She can attack and support. Wow! The Ice Queen is so cool! Suddenly, something seemed to loosen, boil, as if about to burst from the ground. That attack just now, she heard not only the Zerg's screams before death, but also the sound of a shackle shattering within her body. Master! 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 Help me! Help me! In front of millions of viewers, Ms. Liang abandoned all pretense of being an idol, because she couldn't hold back anymore. The sky changed color. Thunderclouds began to gather rapidly. No way! Impossible! No way! Sun Qianyu, Ivan, and Tong's expressions changed, and they exclaimed in unison. Before the competition, Ms. Liang had already noticed a significant increase in the speed at which her spiritual energy was circulating through her meridians during cultivation. Chi refining level 9, just one step away, she estimated she had at least another month to last until the competition ended. The competition was over, but war followed immediately. The Queen Insect Mothership, carrying billowing demonic energy, descended from the sky. The clash between spiritual and demonic energy was intense, creating a chaotic and intertwined aura. Plus, after so many days of fighting, she was prematurely matured. Spiritual energy surged from all directions, forming a vortex that gathered above her head, rushing into her body like a tornado. The longsword in her hand, Qi knew, let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain. The scabbard shattered, and the blade was covered in icy cracks. The spiritual energy began to rage wildly, and the pain intensified rapidly. She could no longer fight, and Qingnu knelt on one knee, supported by her strength. Rumble. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to crush it. My God! They really know how to pick their timing. The commander helplessly announced over the communication channel. You never guessed that, even in this chaos, someone would still try to establish their foundation. After a brief silence, someone on the other end of the channel chimed in. And not just one. Yuan San, 8th senior brother, is acting strange. Yang Chung is also going to establish his foundation? On the other side, in Omega Sky City, Yang Chung, supported by Shi, was swaying precariously. The veins on the back of his hands bulged, as if something was crawling under his skin, ready to burst out at any moment. Commander, is Master Liang all right? Ling Xiao, seeing her condition, asked worriedly. She's fine, it's a good thing, just the timing and place aren't right. Can we help? Can't help, have to stay far away. Compared to the heavenly tribulation, everything else is just an appetizer. On the battlefield, Foundation establishment is underway, demonic energy is rising, and the danger is intensifying. I protect this side. Who's coming to Sky City? The situation in Korea is basically under control. Sun Chi and you won't cause any major trouble. But in Sky City, there are 2 Chi refining cultivators, one of whom is a Foundation establishment cultivator himself. I arrived. Xue Lingling's voice came through the communication channel. In Omega Sky City, a gigantic white shadow appeared in the sky. It was about the size of a small spaceship, its scales shimmering with 7-colored light, its winding body hovering in the air, slowly moving. It lowered its head to look down at the earth, its golden vertical pupils reflecting the people on the ground. A white giant serpent. A level 1 star beast. Its pristine aura, bathed in rosy light, was both sacred and dreamlike. This was a celestial beast pet, on the serpent's back. Federal team, Xue Lingling. Her robes fluttered, like a goddess, and she held a gleaming iron sword. Cece, come here first. Hearing her call, Cece glanced at Yang Chung reluctantly before leaving the danger zone. Above, dark clouds churned, lightning flashing. Muffled thunder rumbled like war drums, the oppressive force of the tribulation covering the entire land. The Queen Insect mothership, affected by the chaotic air currents, trembled violently, its speed noticeably decreasing. All units immediately evacuate G7 area. Now! Immediately. Chapter 462. The live stream suddenly cut off. 5 minutes later, the system finally managed to restore the signal with great difficulty. A glaring blood-red alarm flashed on the screen. Spatial stability collapse, spatial curvature, error, overflow, energy density, unable to calculate, gravity distortion, critical value breached, reality structure collapsing. Abnormal weather parameter alert, wind speed, 1,780 meters per second. Lightning frequency, 1,200 times/second km superscript 2. Weapon grade weather storm warning, countdown, T+329. The Queen Worm mothership was avoiding its attack. Those numbers had already exceeded theoretical limits, even surpassing the display range of the monitoring equipment. The data when the wormhole opened was less than a fraction of this. The scientific system had completely collapsed under the power of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao. What components dare to compare with me? This is not a weather storm, but the apocalypse. Attention all ground units. Immediate full retreat. Repeat, do not linger. Evacuation routes are marked with blue light bands. Follow the guidance to the nearest cover. You only have 2 minutes. Run as far as you can. Evacuate the Crimson Zone at all costs. You can't withstand this. A piercing alarm sounded. The fleet and troops began a hasty retreat. Ling Xiao stared at the apocalyptic scene, utterly terrified. What is this? The heavenly trial, 9 thunders test the heart. They're about to advance. The tense, serious tone was filled with excitement and anticipation. Ling Xiao, the marshal of the 3rd largest nation on Lingxing. For so many years, he had explored countless stars, understanding the myriad aspects of life. He had witnessed starships explode into fireballs before his eyes, seen swarms of insects engulf entire legions, and even personally severed the head of a queen. But at this moment, the iron-blooded marshal's pupils contracted violently. It was a shock beyond comprehension. Before this scene, human conflicts, insected civil wars, and queen motherships were all insignificant. This was an energy storm caused by an ordinary human. In an instant, it could shake the universe and shatter its laws. This was a true ascension of civilization. Before the roar subsided, the city, previously shrouded in darkness by the Queen Mothership, was now enveloped in blinding beams of light. Immediately afterwards, boom! It's here! All units, take emergency evacuation. A bolt of silver lightning struck from the clouds, as thick as an ancient tree, carrying the power to shatter mountains and split rocks, piercing straight to the heavens. Where the lightning passed, even light was bent. The ground instantly vaporized, creating a crater a kilometer in diameter, with molten lava boiling at the edges. The Zerg within the halo didn't even leave ashes, their carapaces disintegrated directly in the lightning, and the last reflection in their compound eyes was the merciless judgment of heaven. The majestic might of heaven. All beings bowed down. The heavenly trial, the cleansing of marrow and tendons, has officially begun. Liang Yuang held her breath, her eyes tightly closed, using all her strength to resist the first lightning tribulation. The moment the pillar of light struck, the pain far exceeded her expectations. A mouthful of blood gushed from her chest. In front of the live broadcast camera, far away on the central star, Liang's father's tightly clenched palms bled crimson blood. The girl who was always mocked for being love-struck was now a bloody mess. Father Liang trembled, his pride replaced by heartache. I just want you to live. Yet, that tiny figure straightened its spine inch by inch. On the other side, in Omega Sky City, the first beam of light crashed down, and Yang Chung resisted with all his might. His clothes instantly burst into flames, fragments clinging to his charred skin, countless wounds bursting open all over his body, blood gushing out. Fortunately, he withstood it. Not long after, a second roar came from the heavens, a third followed closely. Each one heavier than the last, as if determined to obliterate this strange existence. Xue Lingling hovered in the air. All she could do was prevent the insectids from interfering with Yang Cheng's foundation establishment, but the tribulation lightning could only be overcome by himself. She was incredibly agitated, its claws digging fiercely into the ground. Its beastly eyes shrank to pinpoints, fixed on the blood-soaked figure within the lightning. It could feel the pain emanating from Yang Cheng's entire body, the trembling of his soul, the tearing sensation of his meridian shattering. But Yang Chung didn't possess the robust physique of a star beast. It had to protect him. Cece, come back. Xue Lingling couldn't stop it in time. The helmeted hornbill suppressed its instinctive fear, its massive black wings suddenly unfurling, completely shielding the person in the lightning strike. Boom! The fourth lightning tribulation struck. Lightning pierced its body, instantly charring its beautiful feathers, yet it stubbornly clung to its wings. The fifth came. Screech! It suddenly soared into the air, flapping its tattered wings, rising to meet the world-destroying divine lightning. Cece! The small black shadow was swallowed by the lightning, falling helplessly like a kite with a broken string. Yang Cheng's mind trembled violently. The contract imprint in his sea of consciousness suddenly became scorching hot. Shuran's voice came from the void. The contract hasn't been broken, it's still alive. Now, look up at the sky. The most taboo thing when facing tribulation is an unstable Tao heart. Especially in this environment, there's not only spiritual energy, but also demonic energy. The sixth lightning tribulation was brewing in the clouds. Where the rhinoceros fell, a wisp of smoke-like life force was stubbornly reviving. At this moment, the two battlefields, Jotun and Omega, had completely ceased hostilities. The fleets and troops had all retreated outside the minefield. Several waves of Zerg attacks had been blasted to smithereens. Such annihilation speed shocked the entire universe. Besides those who had personally experienced and fought alongside them on the battlefield, hundreds of millions of people finally confirmed. So, cultivating immortality is real. The power of immortals is enough to defeat 10,000. They can move mountains and fill seas. They can fly and burrow underground. With a flick of their wrist, mountains crumble. With a turn of their hand, oceans become fields. They can cleave ships in two with a single sword strike, their sword energy traversing thousands of miles. When they step into the void, even starlight yields to them. And above immortals, there is the heavenly Tao. The might of immortals can shake mountains and rivers, but the power of the heavenly Tao controls the universe. At this moment, the mortals gazing at the heavens finally understood. The world is truly vast. Chapter 463. The tribulation lightning continued to brew. Everyone seemed to wake from a dream. The answer is cultivation. Purifying elixir, hemostatic pill, controlling star beasts, radiation-free vegetables, bizarre combat power surpassing levels. Is it all immortal magic? 3 occupied territories were quietly liberated. I couldn't understand how they did it, but now, the entire interstellar space has seen it clearly. Alas! Finally, I can say it. Do you know the feeling of salvation when you hear music in occupied territories? They appeared so vividly, saving countless people from suffering. Perfectly matches my definition of immortals. Yes. Only the descent of immortals can explain this. Everything that was born. You haven't even mentioned Shuren Ba. The sect master destroyed a queen insect mothership in less than 5 minutes. Single-handedly, she resolved the greatest crisis in the history of Cheongwu Pass. The price was a slightly dirty hymn? No, she's not dirty. Look closely. Does she look like someone who's been on the battlefield? Got it. Immortals have a cleanliness obsession. At this moment, millions of people express their shock in different ways. The gate to a new era has been slowly opened. A glimpse into its beginnings has already shaken the universe. Look at the battles of the Xianqing sect on all the battlefields. They're handling it with ease. The 8th bolt of heavenly lightning struck, and the two gradually broke free from passive resistance. Their breathing became increasingly stable, their wounds gradually healed, and their meridians were washed and widened countless times. The heavenly lightning tempered their bodies, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The charred little bird that fell to the side flickered with golden light. The 9th lightning tribulation. The heavenly Tao questions the heart. Its power is the sum of the previous 8. A purple Thor's hammer descended from the sky, striking the two figures. They straightened their spines, actively absorbing and refining their power. Golden light rose from their dantian, resisting and dissolving the excess energy. That warm power was the power of countless prayers, the golden light of morality. As the last wisp of lightning dissipated in her meridians, Ms. Liang slowly opened her eyes, feeling the immense power within her body. The thunderclouds receded abruptly like a tide, and the sky finally cleared. Whoa! I reached the foundation establishment stage. On the other side, before Yang Chung could reach Shishi, the charred body suddenly began to tremble. The carbonized layer covering the body cracked, revealing fiery red light through the fissures. With a crisp explosion, the charred shell crumbled away. Screech! The newly sprouted scales gleamed with a dazzling crimson gold light, their edges flashing with red flames. Its wingspan increased to 3 times their original size, 3 long, fiery feathers extended from its tail, and a vermilion bird crest appeared and disappeared atop its head. The ancient bloodline within its body began to surge. Shedding its mortal beast form, its overwhelming power pressed down, causing countless beasts 100 miles away to bow in reverence. Shuren paused for a moment, then a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Yang Cheng's destiny with immortality was the best of everyone. Others sought out beasts, but he was chosen by Shishi. Rebirth from the ashes, awakening of the vermilion bird blood, what incredible luck! Finding divine beast blood in interstellar space. The white dumpling immediately offered a welcoming ceremony. The lightning tribulation is like fireworks for you. The heavenly Tao is issuing you a certificate. From today onwards, you are a heavenly Tao certified immortal cultivator. From now on, even being struck by lightning will be a higher level than others. On this joyous day for the entire sect, a song, A Good Day, is dedicated to the 2 newly foundation establishment disciples. May you continue your efforts in the future, bravely scaling new heights and contributing new strength to the sect's development. Ding 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 ding. Ding ding ding. Hee hee. 1,000-person formation of dumplings surrounded the two, dancing and gesturing to the music. Today is a good day. May all your wishes come true. Tomorrow is a good day. Let's open the door and welcome the spring breeze. After the thunderclouds dispersed, the sky brightened, and a gentle rain fell, a rainbow arching across the sun. The battlefield seemed to have been washed clean. Cultivator Foundation Establishment. Tribulation Tempering Body. What am I seeing? I do holographic effects. This scene has surpassed my imagination. The Queen Insect Mothership is hiding far away. I think it doesn't want to fight anymore. You're not mistaken. This is the first time I've seen the word cowardice on a dominant species. After the tribulation began, Sky City 6 accelerated away from the lightning zone, observing the situation. It is a high-level intelligent being. If it didn't have a commander, it would immediately obtain information from all war zones and formulate corresponding combat strategies upon invasion. But this time, not only was it completely blind, it also crashed into a massive iron gate. The ground insects, after losing some of their forces, retreated to the outer perimeter, also waiting for the Queen's next instructions. Congratulations. But this art style. In my mind, immortals are all ethereal and otherworldly. Nonsense. Isn't Ms. Liang an immortal? Immortal. The prerequisite is that she doesn't open her mouth. Don't hang out with that office slicker, Tong. And Yang Chung, how did he manage to maintain his good looks even after reaching foundation establishment? Couldn't heaven give him more hair? What did Shishi see in him? A beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. You call my Xianqing sect's 8th brother cow dung. How do you know he's the 8th brother? Yuan Sen said so. 8th senior brother. Think about it again. Sun Qianyu, who repairs mechs, is the peak master of the weapon peak, and Alice is the sword. Feng Sanfeng, Yang Chung can command all beasts. He should be an official, right? Absolutely. We can't say anything bad about him anymore. The vermilion bird, it looks like the legendary divine bird. Ha ha ha. Screenshot it. You're all dead. Get ready to be hunted down by the Immortal Sect. The Immortal Sect doesn't have time for you. They only want to focus on their business. They don't forget to promote their business even on the battlefield. It was supposed to be a great joyous occasion. I bet even the Xianqing sect didn't expect it to turn into this online. You guys are haters. The Xianqing sect doesn't have any haters. Haters are traitors to the entire interstellar space. Yes, yes, yes. In Korea, where the fighting had ceased for a whole day, only the music and Ms. Liang's excited shouts could be heard. Since it's so festive, let's set off some fireworks to celebrate. Qing knew. A cyan sword shadow pierced the sky, hovering at Ms. Liang's feet like a dragon returning to its nest. She took her first step without hesitation, the first step of a foundation establishment cultivator. The sword vibrated and hummed, rippling outwards with spiritual energy. Rise! A man and his sword soared into the air, shooting straight up to the heavens. The sword light beneath his feet surged, instantly carving a 100-mile-long star trail through the sea of clouds. Hooray! I'm flying! I can fly! Chapter 464. Where's the fairy we were promised? She calls herself the Ice Queen. She has an idol image to maintain, but not much. Ha ha! As long as she's happy. Ms. Liang rode the Azure Maiden, soaring through the clouds of Korea. Then, mysterious soul as bones, frosty soul as wings. 9 heavens as scales, 10 earths as claws. Condensed. Where the sword pointed, a colossal frost dragon, condensed from extreme cold spiritual power, roared forth. Its body coiled and twisted, radiating a chilling aura. Wherever it went, the air froze into fine frost mist. It headed towards a massive insect nest in the city center. Boom! The dragon slammed into the insect nest, the building's exterior wall shattering into countless ice shards upon contact. The dragon's head pierced through the nest with unstoppable force, precisely biting the insect queen's neck. Hiss! A painful scream ripped through the silence, black blood gushing out. Ice spread rapidly from the wound, covering the entire body in an instant. With boundless terror in its compound eyes, it struggled, frozen into a snow-white ice sculpture. After a second of stillness, bang! The ice sculpture shattered, along with half of the insect hive, into countless ice crystals. Ms. Liang excitedly raised an eyebrow at Sun Qianyu. If heaven hadn't given birth to Liang Yueying, the path of the sword would have remained shrouded in eternal darkness. Slay through Korea! Meanwhile, in Omega Sky City, the reborn rhino spread its fiery wings, leaving a trail of brilliant light across the sky. Yang Chung stood on its back, his tattered combat suit fluttering in the gale, yet unable to conceal the overwhelming aura of a newly advanced foundation establishment cultivator. Handsomeness have. Ha ha ha. Can't you change into something nicer before trying to look cool? In terms of looks, Yang Chung has no chance. A man and a bird soared through the sky. Behind them, countless birds surged in from every corner of the planet. Star falcons, iron-beaked crows, albatrosses, mystic birds, and the storm flamingo army led by Trish. A vast, overwhelming horde, the sounds of birdsong and flapping wings filled the entire sky. That's a dragon kun. Sky City actually harbors a super-level star beast, the enormous bird, entirely black, its vertical pupils gleaming with a sharp light, its wingspan blotted out the sun. Such a domineering creature, yet it grovels before the bloodline of a divine beast. The divine beast awakens. All beasts pay homage. Star beasts swarm real-time scan data. Total quantity, 32847, continuously increasing, flying units, 18790. Unknown level X2, energy overload warning. Super level X1. Level X 1367. Level X 3460. Ground units, 14057. On the ground, the iron hooves of the beast tide surged in from all directions. This is a full-scale mobilization of star beasts. Yang Chung and Xue Lingling were preparing to lead the charge and take Sky City number 6 in one fell swoop. 13, the ground is yours. However, there was no response from the other side. 13? The air began to stir again, that familiar feeling. The two exchanged a glance. Yuan San is about to achieve foundation establishment. Again? Once Ms. Liang started, she couldn't stop. The battlefield was turbulent. The Xianqing sect was constantly accumulating experience, and the clash between demonic energy and spiritual energy was endless. This was an excellent catalyst. Yuan San witnessed Yang Cheng's foundation establishment, and with the awakening of Shishi's bloodline, she had an epiphany. Her spiritual energy surged, and a visible vortex of spiritual energy began to gather again. This was about to break the Xianqing sect's record for the fastest Foundation establishment. Far away on the Central Star, in the Federation Command Center, Yuan Jing looked at the people in the eye of the storm. He silently prayed, "Child, you must be safe." After a long silence on the communication channel, Shuren spoke. "Ah Ting. No way. They're not even on the same battlefield, and Foundation establishment is contagious?" Labu and Xiao Xuanzi. Tony hesitated. "Did you guys even consider the timing? Half of the Xianqing sect is Foundation establishing on the battlefield? You really know how to pick your timing." Back in Qinghe Plain, the self-taught Labu had already reached almost the 5th level of qi refining. And the Qiongwu Pass battlefield was teeming with Zerg, their ferocious aura soaring to the sky. It wasn't just catalysis, he was practically composting. Xiao Xuanzi, constantly caught in the internal struggle, constantly being bombed. She had been suppressing it for a long time, originally planning to go home and establish her foundation. Everyone, without prior arrangement, in the most inappropriate place and at the most inappropriate time, gave the entire interstellar space the biggest surprise, more like a shock. A summary was made. Great. Xianqing sect has gained 6 Foundation establishment cultivators. Heavenly Dao is so busy. Heavenly Dao, working overtime. Can you hold on? Not a big problem. Several war zones said in unison. Jordan Korea, Sun Qianyu and Liang Yueying, 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. Number 5 disintegrated. The lightning tribulation wiped out a portion of the forces, leaving less than 400,000 troops, greatly reducing the difficulty of clearing them out. Omega Sky City, Xue Lingling, Yang Cheng, and Yuan San, 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, and 1 near Foundation establishment cultivator. 1 person needs to be assigned to protect them. However, having just experienced a lightning tribulation, number 6 is hesitant and has already considered retreating. Not a big problem. Qiongwu Pass, number 0 was crippled. The ground is in a clearing phase. Xiao Xuanzi and Lab are with Tony, Song Ruitang, and Zhang San. Not far away, Alice and the 3 peaks are engaged in a fierce battle. Guishu has stronger troops than the other 4 war zones combined, but sometimes, safety is uncertain. Focus on foundation building. There's still the second half. Roger that. Chapter 465. Rewind to 1 day ago, Federation, Central Star. From the start of the war, Central Star was one of the 3 battlefields most severely affected by the invasion and artillery fire. The Federation's first wave of attacks targeted 12 planets. By the time the Zerg arrived, over 129 planets were engulfed in the war. However, the 18 planets most heavily attacked, thanks to the pre-deployed array formations, possessed a defense that could be described as 360 degrees without blind spots. The base's busiest task now was replacing spirit stones after energy depletion. Federation, didn't expect that, did you? Surprised? Unexpected, right? And at this moment, amidst the flames of war, the spiritual leader returned. He was not alone, he represented the indomitable spirit of the Federation people. He was the symbol of the Federation's undying existence. The Gu family members, former comrades in arms, soldiers who admired him, and the people were deployed to various key positions. The front lines of battle, the command center, emergency support, logistics units. Morale soared. Fighting spirit boiled. But this wasn't the end. Sun Rang, the hero of Selene, led the War Marshal Hall to begin evacuating the civilians. The disciples of the Second Peak infiltrated every legion, leading the charge to kill the enemy. The sirens darted between units and outposts, purging traitors one by one. The Federation's warriors charged to the front lines, reassuring the entire Federation. Just when the people believed victory was assured, the situation suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. The Queen Mothership arrived. The Fire Seed projects of various nations were activated. The Empire reached its end, and the Qiongwu Final Impact Agreement was triggered. Is there no hope? Everyone asked the same question. However, stories always take unexpected turns, and the savior always appears at the last moment. Heavenly Gang heart-suppressing hand. Mountain severing. Star slaying. A god has descended, but this god looks familiar. That face. The entire Federation's 140 billion people have seen it many times this past year. Only last time, she didn't fly into the sky. The Xianqing sect has officially stepped onto the historical stage, revealing its true form before the eyes of 30,000 planets and 1.2 trillion people across the entire interstellar space, in the Fire Seed Hall. Sun Rang, leading the War Marshal Hall, had just repelled a wave of insect swarms. While covering the evacuation of the masses, countless mother sacks fell from the Central Star's number 4 King Insect Mothership. 12. You need to change your disguise. Fujin Lao Wu Mars, Ariel. The War Marshal Hall, in front of countless masses and warriors, retracted their mechs. What are you doing? Gu Ruoding, led by 275, was among those rescuing them. Before she could finish asking, the other party had no time to explain. The next second, she uttered words she couldn't understand or comprehend. Limitless sword formation. Activate. 6 people positioned themselves in 6 different directions, their mech switching swords. A chilling aura instantly enveloped the entire area. Breaking army stance. Locking enemy stance. Splitting sky stance. Suppressing mountain stance. Phantom stance. Burning heaven stance. Sword light soared into the sky, forming a prison that firmly protected the team and civilians within the formation. What is that? At this moment, Gu Ruoding and 275 had no time to pay attention to the situation on other battlefields. They only knew that what they were seeing was utterly unbelievable, but even more terrifying was 6 swords united. 6 sword rainbows converged into a 100-foot-long pillar of light, piercing through the surging swarm of insects. Wherever they passed, the Zerg were annihilated, the earth was torn open with 1,000-meter-long ravines, and the shells of the mother sacks were blasted to smithereens. The area around the Fire Seed Hall was completely cleared, with scattered Zerg corpses, and the air thick with the stench of blood and burnt flesh. This at least proved that the devastating Zerg swarm had indeed been there. After an eerie silence, Gu Ruoding blurted out, "Are you doing magic tricks? Sun Rang, his mental power seems to be SS, right?" "Right. Right?" The other person held a sword in his right hand, drawing a silver arc in the air, his combat uniform spotless. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "Let me reintroduce myself, Xianxin Sect, Zhanwu Hall Master Sun Rang." On the other side, after clearing out all the rebels, the Sirens joined the Federation Special Forces, the Skyfire Special Forces. Captain Katarina watched the suddenly appearing boy, his cyan mech carrying 2 strange plants, one white and one cyan, charging through the Zerg swarm. "Captain, he's so strong." The Skyfire Special Forces are the strongest individual combatants in the Federation, the sharpest war machines. They rarely admire anyone, especially not an undergraduate. But the Siren's appearance not only turned the tide of battle, but also gave them complete control. "Xiang, the swarm at 4 o'clock is breaking through the defenses. Hold them off. Kill them." Captain Katarina, 670 meters at 8 o'clock, a live brain worm. Little Radish, 900 meters to the west. Don't let the swarm get close to the team. Plant-based coordinated combat. Not enslavement, not control, but true symbiotic cooperation, voluntary teamwork. And the plants aren't even afraid of the insect fluid's corrosive properties. The vines pierce through insect after insect, black blood seeping through the ground and splattering everywhere. But Xiang and Little Radish were completely unharmed. Siren casually praised them, and the 2 vines began to dance joyfully. Was this so human-like? She had lived half her life, fought countless battles, and had never seen anything so bizarre. Before Siren arrived, Tianhua was besieged by over 30,000 insects, and was on the verge of collapse. After his arrival, the counterattack began so swiftly. "Captain Katarina, the queen is about to hatch on the 3rd basement level of the mall, 2 kilometers away." "How did you know? So far away? Did she have clairvoyance?" Siren didn't explain, and quickly began to act. "Captain? Listen to him." Katarina assigned a group to evacuate the trapped people. The others followed Siren to the towering building. It was completely undetectable from the outside. There were very few insects nearby. But, S-Rank Alert broadcast. Coordinates, Wuxiang Tianqing Mall. Zerg monitoring, Queen X1, OVA position chamber activated, hatching countdown T reduced by 72, Sapper X12, 000. Estimated 100 plus new units per minute. Insect rain is falling from the sky, and they keep multiplying on the ground. The enemy's breeding buff is maxed out. How are we supposed to fight this battle? It's too late. Katarina heard the sirens murmur silently. Looking up, she heard Sun Qianyu shout that signified unlocking the game. Wielding swords to slay demons and monsters, eliminating evil from heaven and earth. The young man before her smiled a relieved smile. Fushi! His spiritual energy suddenly surged, sweeping across the area like a storm. The black iron armor covering his body vibrated at a high frequency, then crumbled layer by layer. Finally, it condensed in his right palm, transforming into a 3-foot-long cyan green sword. What are you going to do? Chapter 466. Katarina was utterly shocked and bewildered. Mech replaced with melee weapons? Fighting the Zerg with bare hands? Had she gone mad? Before she could finish her questioning, Xiang, little radish, Tianhua is yours. A green and a white figure rapidly grew larger, extending, their vines growing wildly. They pierced through every warrior, assisting in defense and attack, strangling the Zerg. For the first time, Tianhua felt a sense of security from the terrifying existence of advanced alien plants. The next second, the siren stepped onto a 3-foot-high green peak, the air moving without wind, slowly lifting them into the clouds. Oh my god! Captain, I saw a god? Is that sword some kind of new flying machine? Katarina's expression was serious. She had a premonition that what she was about to see would far exceed her understanding. Boss! No wonder they're so strong. Command Center said the sirens are from the Xianqing sect. They cultivate immortality. The communication soldier's booming voice rang out, the answer exploding like thunder in their ears. The sirens, like gods, looked down at the massive structure before them, their spiritual power surging. Ancient rebirth. The tree realm descends. The young man standing in midair spoke softly. His voice seemed to come from an ancient temple, as if thousands of ancient trees were resonating. After a brief pause, a muffled rumble seemed to come from the Earth's core, as if some slumbering behemoth was awakening. Captain, there's something underground. Countless mounds of earth bulged up, from within emanating the sounds of exploding carapaces and the roars of insects. The earth surged like ocean waves, countless gigantic vines bursting forth. Smoke and dust rose, blotting out the sky. In the obscured vision, the insects' painful howls never ceased. Until the smoke cleared. The warriors of the Skyfire Special Forces pupils constricted, their breath caught in their throats. The scene before them shattered their worldview. The earth cracked and groaned. Countless vines, like golden serpents, burst forth from the ground. They tore apart the Zerg's carapaces, pierced their flesh and blood, and finally coalesced into a towering ancient tree. Almost every branch was hung with Zerg remains. Acidic blood flowed from the grooves of the bark, emitting a foul stench. The once bustling commercial district had vanished completely. In its place stood a Zerg graveyard constructed of plants. At the very top of the ancient tree, the Zerg queen, her shoulders and neck pierced by thorns, stood tall and proud. She's really cultivating immortality. The queen, exceeding SSS rank and nearly humanoid, was now staring intently at the person opposite her with her 12 compound eyes. Anger mingled with fear. A desperate roar and struggle. The siren gave it little time, sword in hand. A single strike pierced its neck, ending the battle. At this moment, Central Star's morale was high, its troops stable, and its defenses strong. Without any worries about its rear, Gu Jianxin could finally act freely. He drew the purple cloud sword, standing shoulder to shoulder with his humanoid battle armor, as if entrusting it to a comrade on his back. Thousands of lightning snakes coiled around the mech, flashes of electricity, and a giant sword wrapped in abyssal lightning slowly took shape. Under the gaze of billions of interstellar beings, it soared against the gravitational current, transforming into a beam of light, heading towards the overwhelming Central Star No. 4 Queen Insect Mothership. Central Star Command Center. Marshal, can the General handle this alone? He certainly can. He's a Federation General, the junior uncle of the Xianqing sect, and the second peak master. Junior uncle? Is there such a seniority? Weren't all those people disciples before? And disciples too. No wonder he's a Federation General. He even managed to snag a high-ranking position in the Immortal Sect. That Shuren? No, the sect master is. After witnessing that solitary figure soaring through the air, wielding a sword barehanded to slay the king worm, everyone's attitude toward Shuren changed. The general's senior sister. And you? Nothing at all. Are you satisfied now? He finished speaking and continued to focus on the battle, huffing. Not 2 seconds later, he turned and added, I snagged a villa in the Xianqing sect, ha ha ha. Named after me, Kanglan residence. I'm so envious. Like Shinping, Songwen decided that after the battle, he would also stay in the Xianqing sect. Forget the outer gate, he even do the gatekeeping. There are guard posts at the mountain gate, aren't there? He take over the guard duty for Shuren. Central Star No. 4 is the largest Queen Insect mothership besides Cheongwu Pass No. 0 and Guishu No. 1. It's powerful, and has the best recovery after attacks. After fighting for so long, No. 4 has suffered almost no fatal damage. If it weren't for the layers of formations left by Xiao Xuanzi, it would have already attacked in its complete form. instead of only being able to send its troops in bit by bit through the gaps. Junior uncle, I have good news for you, you counter it. Isn't that ridiculous? You counter it. Ha ha ha. Thunder magic counters evil, the law of heaven is clear. Heavenly Thunder's spiritual root not only counters the insect race, but also demonic energy. Surprised? Unexpected? 4. I had the worst luck imaginable. This is my tactical suggestion for you. I call it the Heavenly Tribulation Star-Shattering Tactic. The core idea is area annihilation plus extreme penetrating power. Good tactic. Oh wow. Thank you for the praise, Junior Uncle. Commander, I'm still as comprehensive as ever. I even managed to flatter Junior Uncle. Step 1. Area annihilation. Countless thunder runes flew from his hand, flashing with golden light, rushing towards 5. Instantly appearing at various locations on the ship, almost one every kilometer, especially at the bow, where it appeared to be the core of the main brain. Specially crafted by little Schwanzi. 5 thunderbolts to the top talisman. The name is that simple and brutal. Then, spiritual energy surged around him, and faint blue thunder patterns appeared in his pupils. His arms suddenly spread out, his 10 fingers forming claws pointing to the sky. The sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds gathered, and thunder dragons churned within the clouds, the muffled thunder sounding like the low roar of an ancient beast. Number 4 clearly sensed something was wrong, but the 5 thunderbolts talisman was just a few sheets of paper, thousands of them. You couldn't avoid it, it was stuck on, and you couldn't tear it off. Thundercloud calamity. Almost the instant Gu Jianshan spoke, thunder began to roar. Boom! With the first bolt of lightning striking, all the talismans on number 4's body were detonated one by one. Boom boom boom. In half an hour, number 4 experienced firsthand what it meant to be struck by 5 thunderbolts. Junior Uncle, essentially a miniature version of the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao. SOSO. Chapter 467. Xiao Xuanzi. 5,000. All the production capacity of the Array Peak 2 people spent a whole month drawing them. This is true firepower shortage phobia. The over 300-kilometer-long Central Star 4 was almost entirely shimmering with dazzling lightning. The golden lightning of the 5 thunderbolts talisman and the purple lightning flames of the thundercloud Tribulation Sea intertwined and collided, generating terrifying shockwaves. The crackling of lightning and deafening explosions echoed wildly throughout the heavens and earth. Star 4 frantically twisted its massive body, countless tentacles extending from the gaps in its carapace, struggling to thrash the lightning talismans plastered on its body. But those things were like something stuck to the depths of its soul. Each rune tore and shattered deep within its flesh. Roar! Fear suddenly surged and spread through its nervous system. It was finally afraid, but it couldn't escape. That wasn't a natural phenomenon, but a top-tier heavenly punishment tailor-made for it. They're here to strike it from all angles, to strike it relentlessly, 360 degrees without any blind spots, nowhere to escape. The damage caused by the spiritual energy attack is magical damage. It's continuous. Even after all the talismans have exploded, the lightning and fire are still crackling. Visibly, the exposed, torn flesh and blood have completely lost its healing function. At this moment, number 4's condition is starting to deteriorate. Central Star number 4 Queen Insect Mothership. Outer shell penetration, 58%. Healing status, 9%. Repair speed, 8 meters/second. Healing speed continues to decrease. Nervous system damage, 37%. Number 4. I should have gone to the ruins of return. Junior Uncle, you're practically smoking from its wrath. Others toil away for 3 days, but it's not as damaging as a single electric shot from Gu Jianshan's little finger. In the central command center, everyone's eyes were glued to the numbers on the screen. Ah! General, destroy it. The general's exercise level is probably less than my daily walk, and he's already made this thing like this. Lightning Spirit Root? Then the general will be the god of thunder from now on? General, you're awesome. Cheers, screams, and praise filled the air. The first step of the area attack ended. The second step. Shield break. 9 heavens thunder strike. Purple-black lightning patterns were released from both hands, intertwining and transforming into a 1,000-meter-long lightning whip. The right hand swung, striking heavily against the ship's hull. Crack! A deafening explosion followed by the ear-piercing roar of ultra-high-frequency lightning. This strike was precise and extremely powerful, instantly sending the bow flying thousands of meters away. Well done, Junior Uncle. Give it a good beating. What seemed like a light lash actually inflicted severe internal injuries, because the chain reaction was too great. Hit! Overload. A bioantimatter engine near the bow exploded violently due to energy overload. The outer shell, stretching for tens of kilometers, was completely shattered and peeled off, exposing the main brain core. Usually, when attacking an enemy ship, the goal is to cut off its energy supply, rendering it incapable of combat. But with Gu Jianshan, lightning was inexhaustible. Take it, let's see how much you can swallow. Biological matter, especially the slime of the Zerg, is the best conductive medium. With such a massive amount of energy, it would be strange if it didn't explode. Go for it, Junior Uncle, crack its skull. With Junior Uncle's move, the Zerg tremble. Junior Uncle makes a hand seal, and the Zerg are wiped out. Quiet down. It's too noisy. Then I play some music for you. Even Super Idol's smile isn't as sweet as yours. The midday sun in August isn't as dazzling as yours. A cloyingly sweet song echoed across the central star. There's a war going on. Why play such a sweet song? Small heads peeked out from the corners and cracks of many buildings. War, my life is more important. I stay far away. Playing music? I have to go check what's going on. And then, I witnessed that astonishing scene. Federation General Gu Jianshan. For taking on the Queen Insect Mothership alone. Seventh brother, can you turn it off? Liang Wang, Uncle Master, I beat it up later. It can be turned off, but not now. It's still contributing on other battlefields. Crack. 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 A giant whip of lightning spread for several kilometers, continuously lashing the Queen Insect Mothership. Energy short circuit, engine overload, insect sac explosion, critical parts severely damaged. Thunder Dragon descends. Gu Jianshan channeled all his spiritual power, clasped his hands together, and then forcefully tore them open to the sides. Boom! A blinding purple lightning bolt erupted from his palms, like the first ray of lightning to split the heavens and earth. That's a dragon! The purple-black arc of electricity expanded wildly, twisted, solidified, and finally transformed into a 10,000-foot-long thunder dragon, spewing deadly dragon breath, winding and circling, flying towards number 4. Dragons? How many dragons are there in this war? Numb? I'm numb. Roar! The dragon's roar exploded. Number 4's fear was visible to the naked eye. His entire body's bioengines immediately activated, turning his guns backward and extending all his tentacles to block. However, lightning travels at speeds comparable to light. Boom! The lightning dragon lunged forward, crashing, tearing, pulling, and strangling. Finally, it transformed into countless lightning snakes that burrowed into the wounded flesh. Boom boom boom! Powdered to dust. Target status update. Central Star 4 confirmed to have disintegrated into 15 large fragments. Mass distribution as follows. Alpha 1 piece, 9.2x10 tons. Real-time thread data. Living embryo units, 324,817. Regeneration rate, 0. All tissues have ceased proliferation. Threat level reassessment. Level A, residual cleanup phase. Repeat notification. Central Star 4 has lost its strategic threat capability and is now a regional cleanup target. All units. Now it's time for manual labor. Chapter 468. At the same time, disciples on other battlefields began to advance to Foundation establishment. The scene? Good heavens. It was countless times more terrifying than what General Gu had just created. Songwen stared at Liang Weiying and Yang Chung in the live broadcast rooms of Jotun Korea and Omega Sky City. System, are they about to advance? Songwen had witnessed the Tribulation lightning before. That time, Shuren advanced to Nascent Soul, Siren advanced to Foundation establishment, and 9,572 stars were struck by lightning for a full 5 days. Yes. Can't we find another time? We're fighting a war. Sigh, if only we could choose. Foundation establishment is like unrequited love, you can't hide it. The moment your spiritual energy stirs, your Dao heart leaps. Artificial intelligence understands this? Are you having a love-struck episode? No. My professional hazard kicked in. Songwen, I understand. A love-struck system. Immediately afterward, the Tribulation lightning began to fall. Good heavens. The scene was like a supersized, extended, and enhanced version of a thundercloud Tribulation sea. Under the Tribulation of lightning, all beings are equal. Songwen worried that the Foundation establishment on the battlefield would affect the battle situation. It seems the only thing affected was the Zerg. They definitely didn't choose their day carefully. A little calculation would tell you. Heavenly Fiend clashes with the palace, signifying great misfortune. Several waves of vanguard soldiers were deliberately sacrificed, while the Queen Zerg mothership, seeing the situation was unfavorable, hid far, far away. Indeed, What is man-made and what is created by heaven are not on the same level. Liang Weiying and Yang Cheng, having established their foundation establishment, single-handedly destroyed over 30,000 blind Zerg vanguard soldiers. Yuan San seamlessly took over, changing positions and continuing the attack. Then, Xiongwu Pass cleared out the number 0 fragment, and over 400,000 Zerg escaped. Just then, it was Xiao Xuanzi's turn. She's got the best taste in the whole world when it comes to choosing locations. Right under her bottom is, coincidentally, the lair of an SSS Plus queen who just gave birth. With a deafening boom, the queen doesn't need to rest after childbirth. Labu is an exception. Logically speaking, evil and heretical beings are the primary targets of heaven's extermination. The Tribulation lightning would be exceptionally fierce, its goal not being testing or cleansing, but simply to kill. The problem is, he's bathed in golden light of merit. Heaven, I'm so conflicted. His lightning is all custom-made. Crimson divine lightning descended from the sky, brimming with chaotic energy. Cells were purified, and the physical body began to regenerate. At this moment, the battle report for the 5th day arrived. 320 million Zerg annihilated. Of these, 53 Xianqing sect disciples from the 5 major battlefields contributed over 3/4 of the kills. The problem is, the Xianqing sect doesn't seem to have even exerted their full strength yet. For the Xianqing sect, the biggest difficulty in this war of national annihilation, racial extinction, and civilization destruction is, it's too exhausting. Who wouldn't gasp in shock? Cultivation sects are simply terrifying. Marshall, how long have you known? After the liberation of Selene. So, the liberation of the occupied territories was really their doing? Yes. Why? Li Yuan was said that repairing the mech required some Zerg materials. Yes, those used in the competition were finished products, and the Big Dipper series sold to the Empire. The raw materials were almost all from the occupied territories. Liberating the occupied territories just to tinker with a few mechs? They made dumplings for a mere taste of vinegar? Calling the Zerg and the Queen materials? Absolutely insane. And then? The Xianqing sect has started developing with the support of the Federation. Songwen's eyes shone like torches in the darkness, like the rising sun. He enthusiastically described his blueprint for the future to everyone. I call this massive plan the Interstellar Cultivation Complex. Based on the spiritual energy technology revolution, it will break dimensional boundaries, integrate technology and Taoist practices, and lead the entire civilization to evolve towards a higher level of life form. What do you think? The old man was incredibly excited, but those hearing it for the first time felt their hair stand on end. You already thought this far? It didn't sound like a casual thought. You wouldn't. That's right, the theoretical verification is passed, and the decision was unanimously approved by the Federation's Supreme Council of State. The preliminary plans are already underway, benefiting hundreds of millions of civilians and soldiers. You're among them too. The military mess hall provides radiation-free vegetables and dishes weekly, the 1st Legion's batch of Xianqing sect new energy mechs, the purifying and restorative fluids for every soldier, and the formation protecting the central star. All of these are part of the blueprint's achievements. In this war, so many children, if they hadn't joined the sect beforehand, would you really expect them to go and die? Compare this to the Imperial team's normal performance. Even Fu Jiwei and Nangong Ling, no matter how powerful, have their limits. They can barely contend with the Zerg. Without the Xianqing sect, this war might not even have reached the point where the Queen Zerg mothership appears. Or the entire interstellar space would be wiped out. Unable to refute. Actually, I didn't want to refute it. This bombshell just came out of nowhere. I thought today was the end of the world. I already updated my will 3 times. And it turns out you're secretly building a cultivation society within the Interstellar Federation. Can't you give us some warning in the future? This is a classified period. I have no right to say anything. Besides, would you believe me if I just told you outright that someone in the Federation is cultivating immortality? Chapter 469. Indeed. Everyone stared intently at the live stream again. Flying through the air, moving mountains and filling seas, summoning wind and rain, words becoming law, magic reaching the heavens. The Xianqing sect, with less than 100 men, swiftly turned the tide of the battle, transforming a desperate defense into a devastating counterattack. This wasn't war, it was a dimensional crushing of interstellar technology by a cultivation civilization. The greatest threats on the 4 battlefields had been eliminated. Only, the void retreat remained. A day earlier, on the ancient battlefield, instructors and students stared intently at the colossal object in the sky, even their breathing becoming cautious. Traitorous forces, A million-strong insect swarm. Defenses were being breached layer by layer. The Queen Insect Mothership, like a dark, deadly star hanging overhead, cast a shadow that devoured every inch of hope. Kimura Yoshi burst into unrestrained, maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. So what if it's the Federation? We don't just have hundreds of millions of Zerg. We also have Queen Insect Motherships. Queen Insect Motherships. 3 of them, Guishu No. 1, over 1,000 kilometers long. It's the largest of all the motherships. Like a floating continent of death, it slowly pressed down on Guishu. Morale was collapsing, faith was wavering. No matter how you looked at it, Guishu had no chance of victory at this moment. Kimura Yoshi grew increasingly arrogant, but his laughter soon faded. Samir began setting up his formation. With a single teleportation, he sent the Xianqing sect disciples to various battlefields. Kimura Yoshi's eyes widened in fury. He finally realized a shocking truth. He was fighting a group of cultivators. Gu Zhanting didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. Master said, as long as you spare their lives, that's enough. In a flash, the remaining undead legion's mechs and limbs were completely dismantled. Meanwhile, someone casually gave an instruction and then disappeared. Ah Ting, I'll be right back. Yes, Master. At the same time, within Guishu City, the battle was on the verge of collapse. The Zerg population exceeded 2.5 million. The local garrison numbered 300,000, and after communications were restored, Fu Yuan temporarily mobilized 200,000 troops from 2 nearby planets. The total force was less than 500,000. Not even a fraction of the Zerg's numbers. Moreover, they needed to protect over 14 million civilians. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. The Queen Zerg mothership had arrived. Fear and despair began to spread across the ground. The garrison leader, Li Hongxiao, looking at the hellish battlefield, ripped off her blood-stained epaulet and shoved it into the hand of her comrade beside her. Alan, lead the people to safety first. Captain! Go quickly! She choked back tears as she gave her final order. Vanguard Battalion, listen to my command. Initiate the mech self-destruct sequence in 5 minutes. These final fireworks were solely to buy time for the civilians to evacuate. The roar of battle was deafening, her command echoing in everyone's ears. However, as the strongest force in the Xianqing sect, she wasn't given the chance to shed her blood on the battlefield. Wait! A voice came from afar, piercing the clamor of the battlefield. A beam of icy blue light streaked across the sky, and Su Xiang, riding the wind-slaying sword, rushed to the forefront of the insect swarm. A man and a sword stopped in midair, their spiritual energy surging like a raging tide. Clang! The sword's resonance reverberated, and the world fell silent. The icy blue sword light drew an arc, accompanied by a piercing buzz. Wind! It was wind. The howling wind, like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts, abruptly halted the charging Zerg army. Crack after crack. Along the path of the sword's flash, the Zerg swarm was cleaved in two. After a brief pause, blood gushed out. Who is it? Su Xiang had no time to explain, quickly wielding his wind blade. Face the gale. This dance unleashed an entire Zerg hell. Captain, the livestream says someone in the Federation team is cultivating immortality. It's him, Su Xiang, the peak master of the Xianqing sect. Li Hongxiao didn't understand a single word. She knew nothing of cultivating immortality, the Xianqing sect, or a peak master. She only knew that this was the savior of Guishu. On the Federation's central star, the Su family hadn't entered the bunker. The Su family was part of the Federation's wartime supply system, primarily responsible for underground bunkers and civilian supplies. Everyone, including Su's mother and the butler, was on the front lines. The Su family fought alongside Su Xiang on the front lines. Central Star No. 1 Underground City was a gathering place for many upper-class families. The Su family has raised a true god. Looking at the figure wielding a sword and fighting in the sky, even feelings of jealousy vanished with the gust of wind. This was no ordinary opportunity. Su Xiang unleashed his full power, wiping out the tens of thousands of Zerg vanguard before him. Looking up at the colossal figure in the sky and the snow-white figure that had silently appeared. Athlon, I'm going to help Master. You take over the battlefield. Understood. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards the Queen Insect mothership in the sky. Xianqing Sect Sword Peak, 13 members, 11 present. The Peak Master has flown into the sky alone to kill the Queen Insect mothership. What's that? Nandong Ling had been monitoring the entire battle, constantly capturing and analyzing the Queen Insect mothership's data, deducing plans, formulating strategies, and predicting the outcome. Until the monitoring equipment detected A figure silently appeared above the ruined city, lightly touching her flying sword with her toes, her robes fluttering as she hovered alone. It looks like a person. Riding on a sword? A bit like Zeus from Cheongwoo Pass. Is it Shuren? It really is Shuren. She's flying in the sky? No, wasn't she just here? She can only go up there? What is she going to do? Questions came one after another. Just as everyone was wondering, Nandong Ling's intelligence exploded throughout the ancient battlefield. The live broadcast says that Cheongwoo Pass number 0 has disintegrated. Shuren did it. The news was confirmed. 5 minutes ago, Shuren was on the ancient battlefield, but now she is light years away at Cheongwoo Pass, having destroyed number 0 with a single palm strike and 2 sword strikes, only to return. Now, she hangs alone high in the sky. An eerie silence pervades the air. After a moment of silence, everyone simultaneously blurts out the same question: who exactly is she? Gu Zhanting's lips curl into a faint smile. His mecha armor crumbles inch by inch, transforming into a golden iron sword in his right hand. The young man raises his proud face, announcing to everyone: Shuren, Daoist name Yining Shinren, the 68th sect master of the Xianxing sect. A nascent soul stage sword cultivator. And also our master. At this moment, not only him, but all the Xianxing sect disciples also switch from mecha armor to swords. With her in Guishu, it's the safest place. The safest, safe. Chapter 470. What kind of security? Tens of millions of Zerg, and the security of 3 Queen motherships? Are you sure? Amidst the doubts and shock of the crowd. Xiaojio. A call, like celestial music, drifted down, clear and melodious like the gentle chime of a jade chime, carrying the whispers of an ancient deity. The Taoist aura rippled outwards. Xiaojio, who is she? Someone murmured unconsciously, their gaze never leaving her for even a second. As soon as the words fell, the air behind Shuren suddenly distorted. A burst of golden red light exploded out of nowhere, sending scorching waves of heat surging forth. A crimson phantom, tens of meters tall, loomed in and out of sight. I'm not the only one who saw something, am I? Me too. Everyone says it's a divine sword. The only thing that could cleave the Queen Insect mothership in two is a divine sword. Then what is this thing now? The fox's body gradually solidified, its fiery red form standing proudly in the center of the battlefield. Runes flowed beneath its molten lava-like fur, 9 gigantic tails surging like long rivers, their golden tips tearing through the sky. Its molten gold vertical pupils seemed to hold the entire universe. In that instant of eye contact, everyone's heart stopped, their souls felt pierced, their thoughts instantly frozen. Blood boiled, skin burned from the crimson flames, knees trembled uncontrollably. It was absolute suppression from the top of the food chain, an instinctive urge to kneel and kowtow. Xiaojio concealed all her aura, and with a thought, her mountain-like body instantly shrank to a height of just over 1 person. She leaped behind Shuren, gently nuzzling against her clothes. Anan! Everyone held their breath, afraid of disturbing the unknown creature. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? That Anan was? How should I address this one? The fox spoke human language. Kid, you have guts. That's your fox grandma. If that's a divine sword, then this one definitely is. A divine beast has descended. A fiery red fox with 9 tails. On the Star Network, finally someone uttered that name. An ancient divine beast. A 9-tailed fox. The Xianxing sect has raised a divine beast? What other thunderbolts are there? What other tricks are they hiding? Bring them all on. My little heart can take it. The Xianxing sect's full lineup is finally complete across the 5 battlefields. The human and the fox engaged in a relaxed conversation. Oh wow, today's going to be physically demanding. This ugly thing is huge. Thank you for your hard work. It's been a long time since I had any exercise. Wait a moment. Shuren descended from the clouds atop Chang'ing, releasing the star beast horde from the space. A sparse, scattered group, including the litter of star tigers that Yang Chung had taken. Above the star tigers were Labu's cubs. 18, keep an eye on them. Yes, master, be careful. Before she finished speaking, she leaped, landing steadily on the burning back of the 9-tailed fox. The Chang'ing sword hummed as it was drawn from its sheath. Wherever its blade pointed, the clouds were dyed golden red. The 9-tailed fox roared to the sky, its 4 paws treading on fire as it soared into the air, instantly transforming into a rainbow piercing the sun, leaving only a long trail of blazing flames. All of this happened too quickly and too suddenly. It caught the more than 40,000 people on the ancient battlefield completely off guard. Before the competition, Fu Jiwei had predicted that the Federation team's strength had increased dramatically, and that it might be a tough battle. After the faction battles, the Federation's combat strength was repeatedly refreshed, and her understanding was overturned time and time again. But she truly never imagined that the Empire would one day lose. After the defeat, she began to reflect and introspect. But at this moment, all the tactical simulations and debriefings seemed pale and laughable. Was there any meaning left in the competition? Because the truth transcended common sense. So the Xianqing sect is? The Xianqing sect is the #1 cultivation sect in the interstellar space. Cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. This was the Federation's greatest trump card. A cultivation sect that rose to prominence in the interstellar space. A person and a fox stood tall in the sky. Master! Su. It was Su Xiang who came riding a sword from the city. Now it was 2 people and a fox. Number 3 is yours. Xiaojiu, number 2 is yours. Number 1 belongs to me and Chang'ing. Xiaojiu's eyes flashed with 3 parts mockery, 3 parts coldness, and 4 parts indifference. What ugly thing dares to provoke my master? A powerful fox voice echoed, and the oppressive aura emanating from the 3 figures enveloped the entire airspace. In the live broadcast, everyone witnessed for the first time the terrifying version of the Queen Worm mothership. Thousands of tentacles suddenly stiffened as if electrocuted, bizarre nerve patterns appeared on the surface of the ship, and the hull began to tremble violently. Energy monitoring detected that the intensity of the mental fluctuations exceeded the critical value. In other words, terrified. There are hierarchies among living beings. Moreover, there is a god among them. In the temporary command center of Guishu, Feynman weakly asked, "Commander, how about air support?" "No support needed." The commander paused briefly. "Before us lies the pinnacle of interstellar power. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. The future will exceed your imagination." Its tone shifted from anticipation to excitement. "Attention all units of Guishu. Forcefully clear the white tint airspace and ground area. All flying units must immediately evade. Ground units, including Xianqing sect disciples, must avoid this area. Repeat, the boss is about to fight. Little Nine is about to make her move. To avoid friendly fire. To avoid friendly fire. What's so special about the Zerg's petty squabbles? Little Nine is terrifying when she really gets going. Everyone, ? Petty squabbles? Are you sure that Little Nine, no Grandma Nine, is that terrifying? Xianqing sect, absolutely terrifying. Shuren, occasionally Little Nine is very well behaved. Others need data and tactics to fight the Queen Zerg mothership. But for these 3, there's only one requirement. Keep it down, don't scare them. I try it first. At this moment, numbers 1, 2, and 3 were in a state of extreme terror. They hadn't mentioned these things before they came. What a trashy partner. Shouldn't the most important thing before launching an invasion be to thoroughly investigate the opponent's strength? This is a serious strategic blunder. They wanted to stop the plan, but it was too late. Those 3 terrifying little things were already flying in front of them. Su rode her flying sword to number 3. Wind erosion seamless infiltration. Chapter 471. His hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals. The gale transformed into countless nanometer-sized wind blades, like a surging wave, vanishing the moment they touched the hull. Countless wind blades drilled into the mothership's interior through hatches, hull gaps, and energy pipes, spinning wildly, slicing, releasing energy, and wantonly cutting and destroying everything in their path. The mothership's outer shell appeared intact, but its interior was riddled with holes. If this move was like slowly boiling a frog, then the next move would be a powerful, sweeping attack. He spread his arms wide, and airflow began to gather in his palms. Condense. There was no wind in space, but with so many people arriving, wind appeared. This describes the scene. The invisible airflow was forcibly compressed again and again, forming a blue-white sphere of wind. It spun violently in his palms, emitting a shrill sound like a pressure cooker releasing gas. Shuren looked at it. I never seen this before. What kind of move is this? The boy flashed a bright smile. Su's own creation, handmade typhoon ball. Tornado. He assumed a standard baseball pitching stance. A deep back end, legs spread wide, a horse stance formed, left leg slashing down, right hand using body rotation, and he threw. Great, cultivation and competitive sports have crossed over. The fist-sized whirlwind ball slowly flew towards number 3, spinning along its trajectory. The monitoring equipment was frantically alarming. Energy peaks and speed of motion were both exceeding limits. It looked like a ball to the naked eye, but it was more than just a ball. At this moment, Number 3 was being slowly and relentlessly tortured. At first, it was just a slight stinging pain, but it slowly evolved into excruciating pain as if his meridians were being severed, and the nerve stimulation reaction became increasingly intense. Suddenly, the compound eye detected a sphere? Only the size of a fist, yet emanating a chilling rhythm. The frequency of its rotation was definitely abnormal. Number 3 activated all its thrusters, trying to dodge, but the planet-destroying cannons were like mosquitoes. The ship was too large a target. It tried to escape, it chased, it couldn't get away. With a whoosh, the small sphere suddenly accelerated, gently impacting the ship's hull. At the moment of contact, the sphere rapidly expanded, then exploded, transforming into a destructive vortex with a diameter of a kilometer. The mothership's hull shattered layer by layer like an onion being peeled, its struggling tentacles instantly turning into minced flesh. Finally, upon contact with the bioengine, it exploded. Boom! A second, a third, a fourth. Su Xiong wanted not just slaughter, but disintegration. 3 queen insect motherships. The land area was so small, dealing with them would be a huge challenge. Boom! 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 He didn't need to know number 3's weakness. Wherever there is flesh and blood, it becomes a target. After a round of bombardment, the bloodied and mangled number 3, dragging its wrecked body, extended a tentacle tens of thousands of meters long from its stern, attempting a final act of resistance. Su Xiong gripped the wind blade in his hand, his initial stance a perfect arc of death. Wind sweeps across the clouds. Swift wind and thunder. Raging wind. All things return to dust. Listen, the howling wind is the death knell of the Queenworm mothership. Alas! Second senior brother, pulverized. Ground, come on, get ready to clean up. On the surface of Guishu, the soldiers in the command center and weapon launch base, the ordinary spectators hiding in bunkers and in front of their personal computers, froze in place, finally uttering a single word after a long while. Damn it! 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, the deadlock was turned around. Number 3. It's disintegrated. There aren't many large pieces left. It's been chopped into pieces. Ah! 2 more. 2 more. The survivors saw the glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. Number 3 is finished. It's number 2's turn. 9 fiery tails danced slowly in the sky like a pendulum. Little Nine's body grew larger and larger, gradually reaching a point where it blotted out the sun. As far as the eye could see, it was crimson, like the flames of a karmic lotus. No fancy spells, no mysterious incantations. Only the most primal predator's instinct. It leaped, its claws tearing through the air, creating dark vacuum cracks. Number 2 retreated frantically, but was held fast. Sharp claws pierced the bioarmor, digging deep into flesh. You dare call yourself a superior being before me, huh? A playful, cute child's voice, yet it sent chills down one's spine. To deal with this so-called creature, tearing and biting were enough. The moment the claws pierced the carapace, viscous fluid gushed from the cracks. But the fox's vertical pupils were filled with terrifying excitement. Number 2 began a frenzied counterattack, all the weapon hatches on its body opening, firing wildly at Little Nine. Unfortunately, divine beasts transcend the laws of nature. Apart from the heavenly Tao, no attack on this land could affect it. Fight, one blow after another, no sound. The battle in the sky was over, and there were no more moves on the ground. Little Nine, clothes slightly dirty, but hairstyle not messed up. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox's fur ignited with red flames, incinerating all the attacks. Then it threw itself back into the endless tearing and biting. Crunch, crunch. The sound of flesh being torn and chewed sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. This wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided dismemberment. This was the most bizarre part. The entire battlefield was either a technological war or a battle of immortals. This is an animal documentary. So this is what battles between mythical beasts look like. Simple yet deadly, every frame should be pixelated. Even though the opponent was a queen insect mothership, it was still incredibly tragic. Number 2. I should have gone to Cheongwu Pass. Why did I have to lead the charge in Guishu? I had the worst luck imaginable. Kid, close your eyes. Everyone finally understood why the leader had called the Zergs fighting small scale. Tear relentlessly, tear to shreds. Bite hard, bite until mangled. Target, ruins of the second queen mothership. Confirmed to have split into 27 major wreckage sections. Threat update, live hatchery units, 861,560. Target, ruins of the third queen mothership. Target confirmed to have split into 11 major wreckage sections. Chapter 472. At this moment, dawn broke completely, and the warriors and civilians of Guishi were brimming with confidence. They were even a little overconfident. Ah! They're awesome. No, they really are in the sky. Saviors. Xianqing sect is the savior. Xianqing sect. I take on 10. Tearing apart the queen insect mothership. So that's exactly what it means. The contrast of this divine beast is amazing. Its voice is so cute, but so scary. I can tell, the one you absolutely can't mess with in Xianqing sect is this one. Where does Su Xiang rank in Xianqing sect? They say the three of them are the strongest fighting force in the interstellar space? After seeing this scene, I believe it. Alice. ? I'm going to cause trouble. Numbers 2 and 3 completely disintegrated, and the remaining million insectids inside the capsules descended from the sky. On the horizon, the insect swarm surged like a tide. The entire ancient battlefield prepared for battle, and Gu Zhanting began to give orders. Every 100-person squad must have one of our beasts. A woof. Meow. A woof. Woof woof. Squeak. Big Yellow, squeak. Watch the little one. 3 large beasts gave Gu Zhanting a proper military salute, making the others scratch their heads. The Xianqing sect has opened a zoo? Siren, shocking. That's possible. It's normal for Federation teams to have star beasts, and it's also normal for high-level star beasts to assist in combat. What's abnormal is that an ordinary, unremarkable big yellow dog, a pinkish glowing, bloated level 3 star pig, and an adorable level 3 swamp rat can actually crush the Zerg. This scene is so surreal. My mom always said I was worse than a dog, even a pig was better than me, and now I accept it. It turns out, the 3 of them can fight independently. A single, effortless strike can sever the head of a low-level engineer insect. Their speed and strength are astonishing. They can also fight in coordination. That's a 3-on-3 system. The star pig was actually the one giving orders, completely shattering the stereotype of the stupid pig. Tactically speaking, they're even smarter than the queen. Smarter than me. Fine, the star beasts are starting to encroach on my living space. I can't let my mom see this. These are spirit beasts raised by the Xianqing sect, not star beasts. Bro, have mercy on yourself. Just to confirm, we're awake now, not dreaming, right? Bang. Why did you hit me? Just checking for you. Are you awake? We must have all transmigrated into a cultivation story. Looking up again, the force engaged in a sniper duel with the flying dragon-type Zerg army was none other than the Empire's 10th Deep Space Special Forces Legion. Okay. It wasn't me who transmigrated. Shurin, it was me. 40,000 elite warriors dispersed like a torrent, transforming into 40,000-man squads, deploying an ironclad defense line on the scorched earth. The Xianqing sect disciples tore through the Zerg swarm's tight defenses like a sharp knife. Water condenses into blade. Quicksand hell. 1,000 transformations. Myriad phenomena. Southern bright fire. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, a massive explosion of magic. Wherever the sword light pointed, engineers fell in droves, like harvested wheat, limbs turning to dust in the sword energy, their hardened armor as brittle as paper under the true fire. This isn't just a zoo, it's a circus. Give me another punch, let me check if I'm awake. Nangongling said to Fu Jiwei beside him. Never thought that one day, his comrade in arms would be a true cultivator. That's really exciting. So this is what it's like for gods to fight. Flowing light and shadow. Little 11 transformed into a ray of light, instantly traversing the battlefield. Leaving afterimages wherever it passed, the insectids had no way to defend against it, let alone attack it. In terms of speed, the light spirit root is absolutely number 1 in the world. 10,000 swords returned to 1. Xia trembled in his palm, instantly splitting into countless swords. In an instant, the entire battlefield was enveloped in the sound of sword cries. Golden sword light poured down, like a torrential rain. Each flying sword trailed a blazing white flame, precisely piercing the insectid's head, compound eyes, heart, or weak joints. Where the swords passed, carapaces shattered, blood splattered, bodies fell, and roars and screams echoed. It was a veritable slaughterhouse of light. Fu Jiwei and Nangongling exchanged a glance. Just a few days ago, they had actually thought about taking down Gu Zhanting 1-on-1 or even 2-on-1. How foolish and naive. They were overthinking it. Chapter 473. The death knell of Guishu, the future graveyard of the Zerg, has officially tolled. Of the 6 queen insect motherships, Only the solitary Guishu #1 remains. This thing is practically a demonic beast. Its demonic energy is so thick it's almost blinding. Its nerve fluctuations are terrifyingly strong. It must know something. Looks like it'd have to do something bad. 10,000 blades, heavenly punishment. Tree world descends. Crimson flame burns the sky. Water tornado. Thundercloud calamity sea. The same moves, in Shuren's hands, are amplified countless times. At the Cheongwu Pass command center, Fu Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Fujiwara Sawa decided to betray, did he ever imagine things would turn out like this? Shuren wields Chang'ing, swinging it wildly. Like being slowly sliced to death, #1 skin, flesh, and body peel away piece by piece under a dazzling barrage of attacks. Of course, it's not to be underestimated either. Its form undergoes a drastic change. The shape transformed from a warship into a colossal Zerg queen floating in space. This was the most powerful weapon of war, surpassing even the interstellar age. Millions of weapon ports were fully activated. Bioplasma cannons, acid bubble corrosion arrays, predatory tentacles, Zerg missile pods. #1, enraged and terrified, unleashed its full firepower. Billions witnessed this magnificent, dazzling, yet death-filled spectacle of flames. At the very center of its chest, its carapace began to contract, revealing a jet-like weapon. What is that? It's definitely not a good thing. The pitch-black opening resembled a gaping maw of an abyss, and eerie light began to gather, like some ancient behemoth awakening. Warning! Current energy reading, 9.8 times 10 to the power of 21 joules, continuing to climb. Warning! Warning! Energy detection exceeded limit. Expected to reach planetary strike threshold in 15 seconds. Boss, this thing can destroy Proxima Centauri. Be careful. Everything before seemed to be a prelude to this attack. That was the ultimate weapon of the Queen Mothership, the Star Devourer, an Omega-level civilization extinction weapon. A single shot would consume over 90% of the Mothership's reserve energy, capable of penetrating directly into the core of the target planet. The massive explosion would trigger a spatial collapse, engulfing the entire Proxima Centauri system. Never before in the history of the Zerg had it been launched. The Queen Mothership was utterly cornered. This was the Zerg's last stand, but the girl remained calm and composed. Not a big deal. Her pupils suddenly transformed into swirling chaotic vortexes, countless black runes appearing around her, each seemingly illustrating the truth of the universe's birth and death. Devouring heaven and earth, all laws returned to nothingness. Nothingness, nothingness, in the darkness, everything seemed to have its own cause and effect. She formed an ancient hand seal, and a deep, chaotic vortex suddenly split open in her chest. Initially only the size of a fist, it instantly expanded into a colossal abyss spanning the heavens. The vortex spun wildly, like the primordial darkness at the dawn of the universe, mercilessly devouring everything around it. The Queen Insect Mothership's all-out final barrage, that crimson energy torrent powerful enough to pierce through galaxies, sucked in inch by inch like ants falling into a bottomless abyss, forever trapped within. The energy was completely absorbed. This interdimensional battle was forever etched into interstellar history. It also foreshadowed the magnificent transition between the interstellar and cultivation eras. This was the beginning of the Great Tao, and also the end of truth. When everything returned to calm, the devoured energy transformed into chaotic power within the body, sweeping through every meridian with overwhelming force. Barriers that would have required long periods of cultivation to overcome were now pierced through like thin paper. The sound of shackles breaking echoed within her body. Nascent Soul Level 6. Level 7. Level 8. Caught off guard, Xue Lingling broke through. She advanced 3 levels in quick succession. Nascent Soul Great Perfection. No! She frantically formed hand seals to suppress it. Freeze! Thankfully, she managed to suppress it at the last moment, but she couldn't hold it in for long. Having unleashed its final attack, #1 floated listlessly in the starry sky, as it drained of its life force. Large sections of its bioarmor peeled away, revealing rotting flesh inside, its body convulsing and contracting erratically. Occasionally, a few mournful cries rang out, their frequency decreasing. #1 never expected to perish here, at the hands of such a lowly race. Chang'ing continued to wield his weapon, the colossal creature disintegrating layer by layer at a visible speed. 10,000 miles of frozen land. Countless Zerg escaped from the mothership, only to be frozen into ice sculptures the instant they broke free. Finally, Shuren sealed off the remaining fighting force of the enemy. All that remained was the giant biological brain suspended in the void. 3 souls guide the way, 7 spirits return to their true form. Search! Heavenly Tao, Merit reduced by 0.5. Soul search reduces merit. She placed her right hand on the main brain with a hint of disdain, her divine sense rapidly invading, searching through countless memories within brain number 1. The Zerg's survival requires devouring all usable resources of a planet, organic matter, minerals, energy. To maintain the race's unlimited expansion, invasion and war have become inevitable. For the past tens of thousands of years, the Zerg have been conquering and expanding everywhere. The invading Zerg are one of countless races in the boundless universe. They call themselves the Tammet, brutal and warlike, residing in a star cluster 10.2 light-years from Proxima Centauri. There are thousands of civilizations in the vicinity that could become targets. Until one day 100 years ago, the Zerg king encountered a humanoid life form during his conquests. Strictly speaking, it was more like a surviving consciousness, guiding the Tammet to notice this distant star system. The nascent level 4 civilization, with its fertile land and abundant resources, attracted the attention of Tammet. This abruptly accelerated the war of aggression by centuries, forcibly turning back the clock of destruction. Chapter 474. In the year 320 of the star calendar, a wormhole appeared in the Cheongwu Pass space domain. Humanity realized for the first time the cruel truth of the universe. We are not alone. The term Zerg, representing death and despair, appeared for the first time in interstellar history. For the next 30 years, small-scale military invasions continued. Later, this was considered an initial test of human civilization. From this moment on, humanity began to be vigilant. In the vast universe, there existed intelligent beings surpassing human civilization, capable of waging war across time and space. Thus, the research and development of military technology and weapons by various countries accelerated across the board, and the scale of recruitment was expanded. In the year 367 of the star calendar, the Tammet launched its first full-scale invasion. Its military force exceeded 50 million, including 28 Zerg queens. The war affected 37 countries and 107 planets. Ultimately, 5 countries perished, and humanity paid a heavy price to repel the Zerg. But this was not a victory. The Zerg had voluntarily withdrawn. Star Calendar 396, the Second Zerg War. Star Calendar 417, the Third Zerg War. The flames of war spread to 185 nations and 1389 planets. 189 queens were mobilized, with an army exceeding 100 million. This war resulted in 128 Zerg-occupied territories. To this day, 124 planets remain under blockade. Humanity, caught in the middle, anxiously enjoys a brief period of peace and hope. From another perspective, if human civilization had been given a few hundred more years, the disparity in strength between the two sides might not have been so great. This was the most severe invasion in history. The guide also provided assistance, controlling the rebels to open the nation's gates from within. Potions and demonic energy became fuel for enemy artillery fire, and the target of the war. The Zerg need territory and resources to thrive, but this guide needs people. Boom! Shuren clenched his fist lightly, and the mainframe of number 1 exploded. The system loudly proclaimed in the public channel, Global Alert. Global Alert. The main battlefield has fully entered the counteroffensive phase, expected to be completely wiped out within 72 hours. We will win. At this moment, the most serious Zerg war in human history has ushered in a historic turning point. Well done, Proxima Centauri. Everyone. At this moment, in the frontline trenches, a soldier with a blood-stained face released the trigger, his trembling fingers wiping his eyes inside his helmet. In the command center, a white-haired general smashed the holographic sand table with a punch, the screen reflecting his bloodshot eyes. In the underground shelter, a mother holding her child suddenly froze, the water droplets on her face indistinguishable between tears and sweat. At the rear supply line, the robotic arm suddenly stopped. Workers, staring at the real-time battle report, glistened on their oil-stained faces. Humanity, gambling with the survival of civilization, endured the deepest despair. At the front, the artillery fire intensified. They knew they could win. Victory was within reach. Suddenly, Fu Yuan's low, slightly worried voice came through the communication channel. Sect leader Sure, you said there's a fourth wave of enemies? Yes. Then the war isn't over yet. Unfortunately, yes. The soul search results were almost identical to Shuran's guess. Boss, ground energy data is abnormal. Return immediately. On the ancient battlefield, chaotic air currents began to gather in a certain direction. Thick black mist seeped from the cracks in the ground, instantly withering low-level alien plants upon contact. The mech showed signs of corrosion, their defense value plummeting by 70%. A repulsive aura permeated the air, and a chilling wind sent shivers down one's spine. Everyone, have you applied defensive talismans? Apply more. Non-Xuanqing sect disciples, withdraw from the ancient battlefield. Gu Zhangding's tone became extremely serious. If he wasn't mistaken, the fourth wave was coming. No, we all go together. The Xianqing sect fought for all humanity. They couldn't abandon their heroes. Go! Isn't this your battlefield? Hurry! However, it was too late. Let alone the fact that evacuating would require crossing an endless swarm of insects. If they tried to leave, they would find themselves trapped in a maze, unable to escape. All exits would ultimately lead back to the end of the ancient battlefield, the eternal graveyard. Ha ha ha. Sacrifices. None of you will escape. From the darkness, unfamiliar figures appeared, a sinister laugh echoing from the depths of hell. Commander, what about the other planets? No matter the form of energy, any anomaly would never appear in isolation. There would always be clues that could be detected. Shuren first needed to determine how many battlefields this final battle would involve. Commander, I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. Xianqing sect disciples, listen to my command. The fourth wave of attacks is coming. Coordinates. Guishu ancient battlefield. Alright, we can concentrate our forces now. Different battlefields. I have to go. Are you all okay? Korea is in your hands. I'll be right back. Guard the central star well, and we celebrate together when you return. The figures of the Xianqing sect disciples gradually faded away amidst farewells. You must live well. On the ancient battlefield, black mist spread, visibility gradually decreasing, as if it would devour everything. A series of golden lights flashed, and Xianqing sect disciples appeared in the sky and on the ground. In the blurry footage, familiar and resolute faces appeared, robes and hair fluttering as the Zerg were swiftly slaughtered. The long howl of the sword in hand continued, adding 300 more souls to the fallen. Suddenly, the world changed color. A chilling wind howled, and the sky was shrouded in blood. The surging demonic energy twisted and rose, condensing on the ground into a black barrier that blotted out the sky. The once desolate battlefield ruins seemed to have been dragged into another world. Within the mist, phantoms appeared and disappeared, like the low growls and howls of unknown creatures, the sticky gurgling sounds from their throats, and the cracking sounds from their joints sending chills down one's spine. The disciples tried to break through the swarm of insects, but were quickly blocked by an invisible barrier. Be careful, there's a formation. Little Xuanzi. Here it comes. Little Xuanzi, who had just reached the Foundation establishment stage, flew over, overlooking the entire ancient battlefield from midair. The 9 Nether 10 Absolutes God-sealing formation. Fu Yuan looked at this illusory and eerie scene, and asked in a deep voice, what is this? What is the fourth wave of attacks? Defying the heavens, seizing creation to strengthen oneself, devouring all spirits to forge a demonic soul. Not following the way of heaven, not fearing cause and effect, proving the Tao through killing, tempering the heart with blood. This is a demonic cultivator. Chapter 475. Since ancient times, there has been yin and yang, righteousness and evil, immortals and demons. Cultivating demons and cultivating immortality are of the same origin but different paths, their combat power being roughly equal, far superior to ordinary insectids. Victory seemed imminent, but the arrival of the demonic army caught all the national leaders completely off guard. This was clearly not an opponent mortals could contend with. The joy of victory was swept away, replaced by a suffocating sense of oppression, like dark clouds pressing down on a city, once again shrouding the entire star field. The Xianqing sect's attention had shifted to the battlefield. This formation has 2 problems. 1. 9 netherworlds. 10 absolutes. God sealing. Just from the names, you know it's incredibly powerful. The cultivator's spiritual power will be suppressed, the effectiveness of their spells will be reduced exponentially, and ordinary trapped individuals will gradually lose their life force, turning into walking corpses, ultimately becoming nourishment for the formation, trapped until death. Under the influence of tribulation, a forced breakthrough is impossible. However, 2. Since Xiao Xuanzi has heard of the name and knows the formation information, it means that the Xianqing sect has a way to break it. Found the 10 soul-devouring pillars. She was overjoyed. Victory always favors the prepared. She read aloud and memorized the entire encyclopedia of formations in the cultivation world, the question of longevity. The section on demonic cultivator trapping formations included this 9 Nether 10 absolute God-sealing formation. The name is intimidating, and the effect is terrifying, but it's a basic formation. If she had chosen a more unconventional one, she estimated it would have taken her quite a while. Any location clues? Wait a moment. If she were to set up the formation, combining the terrain of the ancient battlefield with the characteristics of the formation itself, can 1-300 John due north, at the source of the Blood River, take the red copper talisman and attach it to the pillar. Li 2, due south Highlands, black fire burning point, Xia Bing sand splashed on the pillar base. Jun 3, due east lightning strike crater center, insert peach wood nails into the pillar. DUI 4. Gen 5. Tion 9D10. The Foundation establishment disciples scattered, each searching for the array's core within their designated area. Found it. There are demonic cultivators guarding it. Commander, enemy data. Outer perimeter of the array, Undead Legion X30678, low-level demonic beasts X3021, blood slaves X109, demonic guards X10. Good news, they're all low-level pawns, the advantage is on our side. The Undead Legion consists of warriors purely controlled by demonic forbidden drugs or simple spells. The blood slaves are equivalent to ordinary chi refining stage cultivators. The demonic guards are roughly equivalent to Foundation establishment stage cultivators. As for the low-level demonic beasts, their combat strength needs to be tested. A magical beast? Release the spirit beasts. CC Xiao Xiao Xiaoyu, you go first, test the waters, try not to hurt the beasts. The Xianqing sect currently has just surpassed 100 spirit beasts, and over 2,000 star beasts, but the difference in combat strength is enormous. There's CC, who has just awakened her divine beast bloodline, and there are also tiger cubs who are just pets who only know how to act cute. 1 to 30. The pressure is immense. Bata stared at the giant shadow faintly visible in the mist, its front hooves involuntarily pausing. But quickly, it swung its trunk and resolutely charged into the mist with Xiao Xiao. Roar. With the elephant's earth-shattering battle roar, the beast horde surged out like a flood. The Xianqing sect has no need for cowards. Disciples and beasts quickly took their positions at the 10 battle stations. So ugly. Uglier than the insectoids. Uglier than the star beasts. Roar. The beasts were furious. You could say they were cowardly, you could say they were weak, but you couldn't say they were ugly. It was too humiliating. Not ugly, not ugly, you're the most beautiful. Only the magical beasts and insectoids are ugly. Tony quickly tried to salvage the situation. Before them stood a bizarrely shaped low-level magical beast, enormous in size, with a ferocious face, eyes gleaming with malice, and an aura of malevolence emanating from its body. Its fur was festering, revealing dark red muscles, and its claws dripped corrosive slime. It resembled neither a wolf nor a tiger, neither alive nor dead, like a rotting corpse returned from hell. According to the 10,000 Demons compendium compiled by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion of the Cultivation World, this should be a blood-claw wolf, a netherworld tiger, a bone-eating giant lizard, a demonic flood dragon. Let's give it a try. Yang Chung shouted, beginning to give commands to the beast horde. On the other side, the demonic cultivators hidden among the magical beasts, and the mist also revealed their true forms. Their faces were deathly pale, tinged with ashen blue, their skin crawling with crimson runes, their eyes glowing with an eerie scarlet light. Their limbs underwent bizarre distortions. Some sprouted bone spurs, others extra arms, their bodies appearing and disappearing in the black mist. Their looks have reached rock bottom. Kill! Hurry, the longer this formation lasts, the more dangerous it becomes. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, even breathing was painful. Flying swords were drawn simultaneously, and in an instant, sword light poured down like a cascading river, tearing cracks through the mist. The ground trembled, the mountains groaned. This was a battle between good and evil. Light and darkness clashed and intertwined at this moment. Wind Spirit Technique. Tree Realm Descent. 10,000 Blades Heavenly Punishment. Crimson Flame burning the heavens. Water Tornado. Thundercloud Calamity Sea. Limitless Sword Formation. After a wave of overwhelming attacks, the desired data was collected. Physical attacks on the body are useless. As long as there is a demonic core and demonic energy, the body can regenerate infinitely. Attack the chest cavity, the space between the eyebrows, or the dantian, the red crystals are the demonic cores. There is another method. Lightning and fire overcome evil spirits. This is the way of heaven. Fire spirit roots, lightning spirit roots, burn them to ashes. Received. Finding the weakness greatly increases attack efficiency. If the previous battlefield still retained 30% technology, now it is an absolute domain dominated by cultivators. It is a clash of laws. Sword cultivators stand in midair, their flying swords transforming into 100 miles of rainbow light. Array cultivators wave their hands to form arrays, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth forming a chessboard. Pill cultivators hold a universe within their sleeves, a single golden pill determining life and death. Body cultivators shatter the void, their physical bodies shaking the heavens. Billions of interstellar beings watch this scene, like ants gazing at mountains, mayflies observing the vast ocean, their hearts and minds shaken. Only one thought crossed their minds. The immortal path is vast and boundless, beyond the reach of the mortal realm. This was the first time the Xianqing sect had directly faced demonic cultivators. Before knowing the enemy's strength, they had to exert all their strength from the outset to seize the initiative and minimize casualties. But it seemed to be going more smoothly than they had anticipated. There were quite a few incompetent demonic cultivators mixed in. The person behind this must not have been training these demonic cultivators for long. It seemed this person found it difficult to trust others. Soon, the battle began to turn one-sided. The demonic guards are about the same as Foundation establishment cultivators? Theoretically, yes. They seem average. It didn't seem as terrifying as they had imagined. Okay. You're more powerful, alright. Liang Wang proudly puffed out her chest. Of course, I already reached Foundation establishment. Can 1 in position. Li 2 arrived. Gen 3, ready. DUI 4. Gen 5. The low-level demonic cultivators were cleared out, and all Foundation establishment disciples at the array points had reached their designated positions. Xiao Xuanzi gave the order. Now! Break it. 10 array points were destroyed simultaneously, the core array eye exploded, and the blood-red sky seemed to be ripped open. With a loud bang, the barrier shattered like glass. Black mist, carrying unknown fear, began to spread outwards. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 476. The moment the Xianqing sect disciples charged into the demonic mist. What's that smell? There seemed to be a rotten, sweet fragrance, and the whispers of loved ones echoed in their ears. The ground before them began to rise and to form. Those at the Foundation establishment stage and above immediately became alert. Be careful, demonic sound soul-seizing. The 40,000 warriors trapped within the formation, their eyes now glazed, their ferocity rising, turned their guns on each other. The most lethal weapon of demonic cultivators is never sharp claws and teeth, but rather the ability to corrode the soul, attacking the mind above all else. Mental manipulation, inciting inner demons, and internal disintegration are their specialties. Moreover, this demonic sound could penetrate the entire battlefield, controlling so many people. This sound cultivator's cultivation is definitely not low. Lin Bing Do Zhijie and Lai Zai Qian. Shuran's hands transformed into afterimages, 9 ancient seals forming a contract in an instant. As the thunderous sound resonated in their dantian, a golden sound barrier swept across the battlefield like ripples, instantly clearing the minds of the disciples, who had been briefly confused. It's a sonic attack. Mind guards mind, sound breaks sound, force breaks skill. Everyone, calming mantra. Lingling, Xian Bing Qingxin Pill. Commander, play the music. Louder. Oh! Ah! Coming right now. DJ. Drop the beat. Congratulations on your fortune. Congratulations on your wonderful performance. The best, please come over, the bad, please go away. Oh. Politeness never hurts. I really never expected that in a cultivator duel, the leader could actually be of help. This is a battle. Wrong channel? What the hell is this? Sorry, can I laugh? Who understands? Humor and merit are fighting. The leader has found his comfort zone. Battlefield DJ. His song selection is also suitable for all ages. This song is practically running into the Xianqing sect's gun barrel. This scene, absurd yet festive, abruptly reversed the grim atmosphere of the battlefield, easing the audience's tense emotions. This is called a sonic counterattack. It doesn't cure the root cause, but it can disrupt the demonic sound attacks. Little Xuanzi, control the formation. Roger. Mysterious water sinking sound formation. Little Xuanzi and Samir quickly set up the formation. Lightning struck wood, a cleansing bronze mirror, formation flags. They drew up the water vapor from the Styx River, causing the sound waves to sink into the formation like mud. Su. Find the person. Roger. The demonic sound travels wherever the wind blows. Finding the source of the sound is the only way to cure it. Soon, he hovered in midair, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Found them. The face before him was completely familiar. Kimura Erashur, the highest-ranking general of Tianyin. A flute touched his lips, and a wisp of dark blue sound waves snaked out like a viper's tongue. The sonic blades flicked like venomous snakes, their passage seemingly swarming into the brain like countless tiny insects crawling through the ear canals. "You're a demon general!" She was Kimura Yoshi's older sister. Seeing her brother's limb severed, her boundless rage transformed into terrifying sonic waves. She was determined to make everyone before her pay a terrible price. The second in command of a nation, to have fallen into the demonic path, how ironic! The final step, brute force overcoming skill, directly addressing the root of the problem. Sound barrier. Echoes in the valley. Howling wind across the heavens. Using violent wind pressure to create high-frequency sonic waves, blocking, rebounding, and even directly dispersing the demonic sonic fluctuations. With multiple methods employed, the demonic sonic was finally brought under control. "Little Schwanzi, there's also an array!" Such powerful control couldn't be achieved by just a single demonic sonic attack. "I never seen this before!" Finally, something outside the textbooks had been revealed. I thought the array master behind her wasn't very capable, but now it seems he's got something special. But Xiao Xuanzi had a way. She pressed 2 fingers of her right hand to her brow, made a hand seal with her left, and opened her eyes again, her pupils gleaming with a bluish-gold light. Heavenly eye opens. Piercing through illusion, locking onto the array, predicting the killing intent. This is an illusion array, a defensive array combined with a killing array. All things return to emptiness tracing the array. Her fingertips trace the trajectory of runes, deducing the location of the array's core in reverse. Disintegration of the body, heavenly rift flowing light. Countless talismans flew out to attack the weak points of the array. Reversal of heaven and earth array crack. She slammed her palms on the ground, spiritual power flooding into the array's core like a tidal wave. With a boom, the array pattern shattered inch by inch like glass, the spiritual light dissipating into starlight. However, the aura of the array cultivator lurking in the shadows was like a venomous snake's tongue, ready to unleash a new array at any moment. Xiao Xuanzi, relying on the faint traces of aura within the array, began to trace the array in reverse. A single spark of inspiration connects the 9 netherworlds, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to find the source. Northwest Qian position, 15 li and 6 zhang away. Found it. The sound attack breaks, the formation dissolves. Shuren quickly forms hand seals, and clouds within 100 li radius gather into a vortex. Wind, come! Pure wind spirit power, like a tide, disperses all the mist. The shrouded battlefield finally reveals its full form. Cannon fire and battle cries intertwine and roar. 40,000 warriors finally awaken from the illusion. The undead legion and the monster horde are devouring the battle lines like a black tide. At the front, Gu Zhanting leads a small number of Xianxing sect disciples in a desperate defense of the last line of defense. Great! Master has arrived. Enemy data summary. Undead Legion X150618, Low-Level Monsters X7021, Monster Puppets X2012, Blood Slaves X509, Monster Guards X102, Monster Generals X3. Shuren stands in the eye of the storm, his robes fluttering in the wind. The scene before them overlapped with their memories. Demonic blood steamed up a foul mist, twisted and howling demons trampled the ground, and the stench of burning flesh filled the air. Shouts of battle, the roar of cannons, and screams of agony mingled together. It was as if they had returned to the heavenly demon battlefield of the cultivation world. The disciples stared at the crimson data on the screen, the air suddenly freezing. Blood slaves equals Qi refining, demon guards equals foundation establishment. What level is the demon general? Don't tell me he's a golden core? About that. There won't be a demon king, will there? The commander, fearing it would affect morale, only quietly told Shuren. It detected a super high-level energy body, possibly a demon emperor. One small realm higher than the sect leader. However, there might still be a chance of victory. Shuren's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Xianxing sect disciples, listen to my command. Cover the interstellar warriors, as they retreat from the ancient battlefield. This is not your war. The warriors were unwilling to retreat, but they knew very well that in front of cultivators, they didn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Staying on the battlefield would only add to the burden on the Xianxing sect. Fu Jiwei slowly relaxed her clenched fist. She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again, her mind clear. All troops, listen to my command. Move to the western Zerg nest. The soldiers' eyes lit up instantly. Yes, they might not be able to shake the demonic cultivators, but at least they could ensure the Xianxing sect had no worries about its rear. 40,000 soldiers began fighting and retreating, their targets being the Zerg and the Tianyin army. Guishu Ground Command Center. This is the Federation 9th Legion Xiaolong ship. This is Commander Lin Ling. Please open jump point 891 and authorize our entry for support. Xiongwu Pass Command Center. General. Opening the borders, allowing Federation troops to enter the Imperial territory for support. Unprecedented? This was undoubtedly the Empire bowing down, but... Chapter 477. The Xianxin sect is fighting on the front lines for all of humanity, for Guishu, and for the Empire, not to mention, with the Tong unification in place, all authority and rules are practically meaningless. The proactive inquiry is merely a matter of politeness and decorum. But in reality, wherever the Federation wants to go, no one can stop them on Proxima Centauri. Guishu Ground Garrison, this is Fu Yuan. Authorize the opening of jump point 891. Allow Federation troops to pass. Roger. At this time, the other battlefields are basically stable and under control. Without further enemy reinforcements, clearing them out is only a matter of time. The Federation and the Xianxin sect have reversed the entire battle situation. Now it's their turn to reinforce the front lines. Not long after. Guishu Ground Command Center. This is the Jotun King's Blade Special Forces. Please open Warp Point 876 and authorize our entry for support. Guishu Ground Command Center. This is the Omega 3rd Legion. Please open Warp Point 1001 and authorize our entry for support. The entire Proxima Centauri has only one goal: to ensure that the Xianxin sect sword will never have to look back in defense. A battle cry tore through the starry sky. Fight for Proxima Centauri. Fight for all humanity. Fight for the Xianxin sect. With the formation broken, the Xianxin sect disciples, in a state of heightened clarity, charged into the eternal graveyard. Shuren stood in midair, his robes fluttering in the gale, like an unyielding battle flag hanging high above the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A clear shout, like the resounding of an ancient bell, echoed across the entire sky with overwhelming majesty. Those who offend my star field shall be annihilated, soul and spirit. This was a formal declaration of war against the demonic cultivators. Xiao Jiu, Uncle Wang, Qian Yu, Yang Cheng, the demonic beasts, and the undying legion are yours. Received. The little fox transformed into a streak of crimson light, weaving through the beast horde. Wherever it passed, low-level magical beasts were torn to shreds by its claws, screams, and blood flying everywhere. With a stomp in midair, the ground collapsed, the magical beasts sinking into the mire, their bones cracking and crumbling, instantly losing their life. It roared to the sky, its 9 fiery tails spreading like a peacock's tail, foxfire scattering, waves of fire engulfing the entire magical beast army. It landed lightly atop the sea of fire and mountain of corpses, its fur spotless, lazily licking its forepaws, and scoffed, inferior creatures, daring to dance before Anin. The puppet army switched spiritual energy, and under the control of Sun Qinyu and Ivan, the resulting steel torrent tore through the demonic beast defenses, demonic blood splattering across the earth. Yang Cheng commanded the beast horde. A great wall of flesh and blood roared and surged forward like a tide, charging forward under the cover of the disciples, trampling low-level demonic beasts into mincemeat. Directorly, Old Wang, Carl, and Lu Rian's Dark Domain Legion relentlessly hurled explosive talismans into the enemy ranks, the explosions continuous, flame shooting into the sky, with the cover of the Xianxin sect disciples, the arena students, and the allied forces from various countries regrouped and began dealing with the outer insectids and the heavenly hidden army. Everyone else, slaughter all the demonic cultivators, leave no one alive. A cold glint flashed in Shuren's eyes. Fu Yuan realized that only now was she truly serious. In the northwest corner of the battlefield, a familiar figure emerged from the smoke. Although he had expected it, the moment Gu Jianshan saw the other person, he was filled with shock and anger. Why did you do this? Before him stood his former right-hand man, the current highest-ranking officer of the 1st Legion. Rueha, this comrade in arms, who had once entrusted his back to him, dealt him a fatal blow in the Battle of Qinghe Plain. At the time, it was merely suspicion, but now, the demonic energy surrounding the other surged. This was definitely not just due to ingesting forbidden demonic medicine. In just one short year, Rueha had completely fallen into the demonic path. He had now become one of the 3 great demon generals of the demonic cultivator army. There's no turning back on this path. His senior sister had said, the path has no inherent good or evil. The human heart distinguishes between good and evil. The law has no inherent black or white. Only obsession reveals the universe. But clearly, Rueha was not Labu. Labu was wholeheartedly good, his body radiating evil, Yet he couldn't bear to abandon even a kitten. His merits protected him, and even the heavenly Tao would help him. Ruea's choice, however, would only lead to utter destruction. How could a prodigy like you understand how difficult it is to climb up from the bottom, step by step? How much blood of family and friends must be stained on your hands? You're from Uji? Heh heh heh. If I were an ordinary person, but it's too late. The people of Uji are raised with a toxic environment from childhood, a harsh survival system eliminating some, talent eliminating others, and infighting eliminating yet another batch. After that great figure appeared, the entire nation descended into madness once more. For over 100 years, they've been preparing for this battle. I don't know what happened to you, but I will never betray those who protect me, or those I protect. The year after Gu Jianshan was born, the Second Insect War broke out. Grandpa Gu sacrificed himself on the battlefield that year. Thanks to the sacrifices and protection of countless predecessors, he was able to grow up safely and enjoy a brief period of peace. The will of his ancestors runs through his bones and blood, growing into a towering tree. When the nation is in peril, every citizen has a duty. As long as he lives, the Federation will forever be under his protection. Then there's nothing more to say. Each serves their own master. A battle is inevitable. Ruea's demonic energy surged, and he charged forward at incredible speed. Demonic energy and spiritual energy collided violently, unleashing a piercing shriek. Even space itself was torn apart by these two diametrically opposed forces. Gu Jianshan's pupils constricted, lightning crackling between his fingers. This was the first time, since he established his foundation, that he had encountered an opponent capable of withstanding the Nine Heavens Thunder's pull. A lightning spiritual root? Lightning magic overcomes evil, such is the law of nature. But Rueha was a whole realm higher than him. Then let's see if the righteous path prevails, or the demonic path prevails. Shuren and Gu Jianshan had seen Rueha during the national competition. At that time, he showed no trace of demonic cultivation. There were only two possibilities. Either he had somehow concealed his demonic energy. The second worst-case scenario. He advanced to the demon general level within the following year. That means the speed of cultivating demonic power is faster than cultivating immortality. This battle must eradicate him completely. If demonic cultivators are allowed to run rampant again, they will become a cataclysmic disaster surpassing even the insected race in less than a year. That's Fujiwara Sawa. He's a demon general? I handle this. Alice rushed to the front line. Besides lightning, fire also counters evil. The raging flames around Alice materialized, her fighting spirit boiling over. The entire Tianyin army has fallen. Dozens of grayish-blue faces appeared and disappeared in the black mist, clearly the commanders of the various Tianyin armies. Seeing several familiar faces, Zhu Lingchuan's eyes widened in horror, his voice trembling. General. That's Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng of the 1st Legion. Chapter 478. Those fallen or missing comrades from various countries, elite warriors, stood here in bizarre poses. Several of them bore clearly visible fatal wounds, yet they could still launch fierce attacks. Gu Cheng, it's me, Zhu Lingchun. Gu Jianshan's eyes were bloodshot. His brother, who had grown up with him, his comrade in arms, who had fought alongside him through life and death. Wake up! Brother! The other's pupils were grayish-white, clearly unfocused. They didn't respond to the cries, their attacks continuing unabated. As if their souls had been ripped from their bodies, only the thought of killing remained in their minds. Shuren recognized it immediately. Only the living can cultivate demonic arts, the dead can only be refined into demonic puppets. The warriors' anger burned like wildfire. They roared, their voices a mixture of rage and sobs. Their eyes were bloodshot, each move imbued with overwhelming rage, their attacks instantly becoming several times more ferocious, yet they hesitated for a moment just before striking. The dead are gone, the living remain. Their sacrifice will become the shield and blade of our warriors. Shuren's gentle words of comfort resonated throughout the battlefield, soothing hearts like gentle rain, yet only strengthening everyone's resolve to fight. Fire spirit roots, lightning spirit roots, go first. The rest of you, attack the demonic cores in the chest and back of the neck. Ah Ting, light spirit roots can purify demonic energy. Roger. Thunder dragon. Blazing flames. Heavenly light purifies the world. Thunder and fire intertwined, forming a dense net of fire, exploding into a rain of flames within the demonic cultivator's formation. Wind blades and water arrows precisely pierced the demonic general's throats, each strike aimed straight for the vitals. The beast horde and puppets' claws tore apart demonic bodies, black blood splattering across the sky. From dawn till dusk, the battlefield was divided into two worlds. On the outer perimeter, It was a battle of technology and spiritual power. Warships, spaceships, defensive matrices, laser weapons, and mechs clashing. The Eternal Graveyard was the battlefield of cultivators, spiritual energy, demonic energy, swordsmanship, magic, and magical beasts. Enemy forces in the ruins of Return Data Summary. Undead Legion X90618, Low-Level Magical Beasts X4021, Magic Puppets X1009, Blood Slaves X238, Magic Guards X62, Magic Generals X3, Zerg X1.72 million. The good news is, the advantage is on our side. The bad news is, the expected final encirclement has not materialized. Wasn't the target 4S? General Fu, is there any unusual activity at Cheongwu Pass? Fu Yuan paused briefly, not understanding why Sharon suddenly asked about Cheongwu Pass. Everything is normal. Something's not right. Sharon had been waiting, and the time was approaching midnight. At the third quarter of midnight, a time of een year, een month, een day, and een hour, the convergence of four een elements. If nothing unexpected happens, the mastermind must have completed all preparations before this point. The right time, the right place, and the right people. The right time is almost here. The ancient battlefield is ominous, and the right place is also there. What remains is the right people. Gu Jianshan and Gu Zhanting have been right under her nose. The attacks surrounding them are fierce, but they don't seem as determined as they appear. It's more like they're stalling for time. Could it be a feint? What if the target isn't three people, or the other side has found a better candidate? Anne's unease rapidly intensifies. Her pupils suddenly contract, her right hand unconsciously gripping Changming tightly, her tone unusually serious and urgent. Each peak, count heads and report disciple status immediately. Peak 1 is all present. Peak 2 is all present. Peak 3. Weapon peak is all present. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a possibility occurred to her. Where's Labu? Master, I'm here. Where's Yuan San? My master isn't here. From the clamor of battle, Shen Wanqing's anxious voice was precisely caught. The sect leader had never searched for anyone so seriously before. Something must have happened. Her divine sense surged, instantly sweeping across the vast battlefield. Yuan San was truly gone. She had been focusing her attention on 4S. At least before this war, the enemy's target was undoubtedly 4S. However, lightning overcomes evil. That alone was enough to eliminate the two of them. Not entirely impossible, but the risk was extremely high. The enemy had found a better target. Dark spiritual root, they had been careless. Sharon became noticeably serious. Qian Yu, Su Su, you two manage the battlefield. A single thread of spiritual connection connects the 9 netherworlds, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to find the source. Each of her direct disciples carried a wisp of her divine sense. She could find them anywhere in the world. Thank goodness, they're all right. Xiao Jiao Chang'ing, let's go. Tong, at the intersection of Can and Jin, at the bottom of Broken Dragon Cliff, you go first. Received. Tong was a special being. As long as Liang Yueying lived, it could be immortal and regenerate infinitely. It's the best intelligence detection system. A flash of light pierced the night sky, and a person, a sword, and a fox vanished from sight in an instant. What's going on? The sect master's expression is very strange. I never seen her so flustered. Judging from this, a disciple of the Xianqing sect has gone missing. It's Yuan San from the Federation. Do you remember? When the Guishi War started, the sect master made Gu Zhanting follow her. Why was Gu Zhanting the only one required to stay by her side among so many disciples? Gu Zhanting is very strong among cultivators. Analyzing the battle situation, 10,482 planets have been invaded, with 5 major battlefields experiencing invasions by Queen Insect motherships. 4 of these are the capitals of major powers. Besides that, there are only Guishu. Yes, Guishu has a staggering 3 Queen Insect motherships. Its military strength is even more terrifying than the other 4 battlefields combined. Why? What in Guishu is worth such a massive attack? Guishu is a mining area with a population of only 14 million and a garrison of over 300,000. Its military strength and resources are not particularly impressive. The only thing I can think of is the international tournament. If this line of thinking is correct, then what in the international tournament could have prompted the enemy to launch a world-destroying war? It's the students. Judging from the sect leader's reaction, I suspect that the enemy's earliest target was 4S. Gu Zhanting. Seconded. Recalling General Fu and General Gu's experiences, one was seriously injured, the other went missing. When General Gu returned, I was thinking, living a good life isn't a crime of treason, so why did he hide in the military academy on that garbage planet for so many years? It's like he was hiding something. Also, there are many missing warriors from various countries among the demonic puppets. The opponent must have been hunting high-level warriors from Proxima Centauri for a long time. The question is, what happens after the hunting? Are they just made into puppets? You've seen it too, the puppets' combat power is inferior to that of demonic cultivators. Everyone was stunned by this speculation. A long silence fell over the live stream, broken only by the deafening roar of artillery fire from the battlefield. In the Imperial Command Center, Fu Yuan finally understood what Shuren had just asked, his personal safety. General? Is that so? Yes. General Gu and I were caught in a pincer attack by both the Zerd and our own forces on the battlefield. But now, their target seems to have shifted. Yuan San. Yuan San, is there anything special about him? Of course he is. Dark spiritual root, known in the cultivation world as innate demonic body. Chapter 479. Shuren moved with incredible speed, arriving at the outer edge of Broken Dragon Cliff in the blink of an eye. A blood moon hung high in the dark sky, like a pale pupil, oozing a thick, eerie dark red. The sky was obscured by thick demonic clouds, and a chilling, foul wind swept in from the ground, carrying what seemed like the whispers of countless dead souls. There weren't many demonic cultivators here, because this time, the blood prison myriad souls array. It's quite well defended. Commander, have they gone in? They arrived. The live stream screen was filled with static, then the signal connected. Deep within the dark cave, the light flickered, and the occasional dripping of water made the atmosphere even more deathly and eerie. A 9-tiered circular altar, constructed of obsidian and human bones, its surface engraved with reversible demonic patterns, each line flowing with dark red blood, writhing like a living thing. Lying atop it lay the missing Yuan San. 13. Shuren's voice was slightly anxious. She needed time to break the formation, but worried it would be too late. The system's tone, however, was unusually calm, even tinged with schadenfreude and speechless sobs. I think you can take your time. As the signal connected, a deep, hoarse voice, thick with a sticky dampness, like a viper's hiss, or like rotting silk rubbing against the eardrums. Don't you want to be the Federation's #1? What is Gu Zhanting? Why should he trample you underfoot? Yuan San, he didn't trample me. We're actually on good terms. Do you hate them? Those who bullied and humiliated you. I can help you. Yuan San, who dares to bully me? My father is the Federation's #1 guardian. My master is the sect master of the Xianqing sect. I myself am the strongest captain in the history of Alliance peace. Are you out of your mind? Master has never truly cared for you. He gave all the high-level secret manuals and techniques to other senior brothers and sisters. Otherwise, with your talent, why are you only at the foundation establishment stage now? Yuan San, Master always teaches according to aptitude. I'm just a dark spiritual root. Why would I steal a fire-type manual? You're crazy. 100 years of cultivation makes you nothing more than an ant, but I can make you ascend to heaven in 1 step. Yuan San, I only been a disciple for a short time. Why don't you just fly to the heavens? The Xianqing sect is quite good. The benefits, growth opportunities, and work environment are all quite good. I don't plan to change jobs. The happiness on Yuan San's face when he said this was so glaring, it stung the demonic cultivator's eyes. Didn't you do any background checks before poaching him? You're just saying things that aren't true. Shouldn't you take a good look at yourself? You're full of demonic energy. You have no credibility whatsoever. Spending too much time with Alice, he picked up that kind of evasive maneuvering. 3 rhetorical questions, utterly devoid of information, yet utterly suffocating. Demonic cultivator, appeal to emotions, reason with the enemy, bewitch the inner demons, and disintegrate from within. Yuan San, optimistic, upright, impervious to reason, flawless from every angle. Shuren, She almost burst out laughing. This person chose the most suitable yet most unsuitable target. Among all the disciples, more or less, there are some psychological weaknesses. Su Xiang, an F-rank disciple, was ridiculed. Gu Jianshan was betrayed. Gu Zhanting lost his family. Shui Lingling's family was seized. Xiao Xuanzi lost the mountain-moving sect. Labu, to survive, feeds on insects. But Yuan San, with a harmonious family, a sunny disposition, a healthy mind, is kind and loving, loves the people, and is a truly good girl of the Federation. She stood there, embodying the most concrete form of hope. If there's any obsession, is it winning first place? It seems she doesn't really need to win. She's the kind of person who cheers for the strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Alice win several times on the field. Her excellence is instinct, not obsession. Even if the war ends one day and her abilities are no longer needed, she can calmly turn around and continue to shine in another way. Yuan San's talent is dark, but her inner world is full of sunshine. Moreover, Yuan Jing came from the Secret Service. Under her father's influence, Yuan San has been extremely familiar with brainwashing and mental manipulation since childhood. It's just chatting. Don't be fooled by her usual aloofness. She's actually very good at chatting. It's really not easy for a demonic cultivator to find a psychological weakness to exploit. Good news, Shuren has the time he needed. Seeing this scene on the screen, everyone gasped. This person's scheme is definitely extraordinary. Fu Yuan finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Sect Master Shi, what exactly is he trying to do? Shuren continued breaking the formation, beginning to explain in detail. He wants to possess another's body. Possession is a forbidden technique used by high-level cultivators to forcibly seize another's body with their primordial spirit, plundering their destiny and prolonging their own existence. He must have come from a time outside of Proxima Centauri 100 years ago. For some reason, I suspect he failed his tribulation, severely damaging his physical body and soul. He needs a new body to continue his life. Is that even possible? Yes, it is. Possession is essentially a struggle against fate. Success means defying destiny, failure means utter annihilation. But the conditions are extremely stringent. This forbidden technique of the heavenly Tao has requirements and difficulty far exceeding those of tribulation. First, the strength of the possessor's soul must be higher than that of the possessed. If he were a normal demonic cultivator, there would be no need for such a long and elaborate plan. There's only one answer. He suffered extremely severe injuries during his tribulation. His physical body was on the verge of destruction, and his soul was damaged. Only in recent years has his condition stabilized, reaching a point where he can possess another body. Secondly, in order to find the best location for possession, Tianyin has been capturing Xianmen Taoists for many years, and finally found Guishu. Duanlong Cliff. The dragon vein is severed, naturally shielding it from heavenly Tao surveillance. The Yin Sha earth veins, ravaged by millennia of war, are covered in bone dust. These earth veins are unreliable. The blood infant pool, human lives become worthless sacrifices. The ancient battlefield fulfills all the conditions for possession, deception, and theft of life. Thirdly, the materials for the ritual are self-evident. Interstellar space itself possesses all the conditions for cultivation, as evidenced by the existence of the Xianqing sect. This is also why, in past wars, the Zerg always prioritized attacking planets rich in spiritual energy. These places are rich in cultivation resources, and fertile ground for nurturing spiritual root cultivators. Finally, there is the choice of physical body. This is the most difficult, and also the most important. It must be compatible with one's own spiritual root. It cannot be incompatible. The primary condition for entering the immortal sect is to have a spiritual root. Like spiritual power, a spiritual root is 1 in 10,000. After starting cultivation, I discovered a pattern. The probability of high-level warriors having spiritual roots is higher. He must have also discovered this, which is why he has been trying for so many years to create conditions through war, secretly taking high-level warriors away from the battlefield. But unfortunately, it's possible that a suitable body wasn't found, or perhaps the possession was successful, but the injuries were too severe, requiring a second possession. Ultimately, he set his sights on 4 S-class warriors: Fu Yuan, Gu Jianshan, and Gu Zhanting. There were already clues during the Third Zerg War. Chapter 480. Spiritual roots aren't completely incompatible. But possession itself is extremely dangerous, undoubtedly a gamble with one's life. Especially when the caster's original body still has hidden dangers, there's no room for error. Junior brother has a heavenly thunder spiritual root, while 18 has a light spiritual root, also known as a Holy Spirit root. Their spiritual energy is extremely young and pure, naturally mutually reinforcing and restraining yin and evil demonic energy. It's like they run right into a trap. These two options have been completely abandoned in this battle. We could only find someone else. As for Yuan San, his dark spiritual root is also known as an innate demonic body. If he cultivates the demonic path, he will truly progress by leaps and bounds. He should be extremely fortunate. Such a rare and exceptional body, 1 in a billion, is within his grasp. So, he shifted his target. Just then, Yuan San successfully established his foundation, but his realm was unstable, presenting a golden opportunity for possession. Finally, there are the conditions for performing the technique. Possession inevitably involves a struggle between the original owners and the outsider's souls. If the original owner's mind is firm and their consciousness clear, their soul will have stronger control over the physical body, making it difficult for the outsider to invade and take their place. Once the possession fails, he will most likely never have a second chance. After a brief pause, Shi-En's tone even carried a hint of pleasure. Unfortunately, Yuan San doesn't seem so easily controlled. All things are created by the mind. All things are created by action. Cultivating immortality or demonic arts is unimportant. What matters is one's character and actions. This is also why she accepted Labu and Yuan San. Of all times, the demonic cultivator chose a child with a divinely chosen physique, but an unwavering Tao heart. Is it luck or misfortune? The other party continued to chatter in Yuan San's ear, the demonic voice piercing his ears. But Yuan San's clear, innocent eyes remained unchanged. No one expected that the demonic cultivator's century-long plan would stumble at this crucial juncture. In the Central Star Command Center, Yuan Jing's heart was pounding in his chest. The crowd listened to Shi-En's boundless praise of Yuan San. They asked suspiciously, "How did you raise this child?" As the first guardian, Yuan Jing didn't actually have much time to spend with Yuan San. The child seemed to have grown up perfectly on his own. "I just nurtured him with care." "Fine. You're the expert, you decide." Yuan Jing was now both happy and worried. "You're quite the guesser, Shi-En." The seductive tone suddenly shifted to a low, enigmatic one. His voice carried the familiarity of a long-awaited reunion. "No way. Actually, she had a premonition. The reason she transmigrated? There was a cause and effect in the darkness. This was very likely an acquaintance." Sure enough, the black figure on the other side of the screen turned around. Beneath his pale skin, dark purple veins were faintly visible, bloodshot cracks bloomed at the corners of his eyes, and a crimson ferocity settled in his dark pupils. The face vaguely bore a familiar outline, yet it seemed twisted from within by some force. His brow bones were higher, the curve of his lips sharpened, and even his eyes held a chilling, violent light. Mo Hongying, the eldest disciple of Yuqiong Jinjuan, the 66th generation sect leader of the Xianqing sect, and also Shi-En's senior uncle. He was once the most talented disciple under his grandmaster, and the strongest contender for the sect leader's position. Shi-En, as a junior, was unaware of what had happened back then. He only knew that during the sect leader selection, all the elders voted for their master, Tai Jinjuan, whose combat strength was slightly inferior to Mo Hongying's at the time. After that, he never appeared again. Until they met again on the demon battlefield, he had already betrayed his sect and become a fallen immortal. "I never expected to see you here, Senior Ant." The word Senior Ant shocked the world. "What's going on? Senior Ant? Isn't sect leader Shi the founder of the Xianqing sect?" "It seems not. She herself said she was the 68th sect leader. Is the mastermind behind this from the Xianqing sect? Isn't the Xianqing sect a sect of immortal cultivators? How come there are demonic cultivators here? My mind is a mess. Something even more shocking than possession has happened. Does Senior Ant know what she's doing?" Her tone remained polite, but the cold glint in her eyes was palpable. She had never spoken to him like this before. The ever-calm and composed Shi-En was now seething with almost tangible rage. Her knuckles clenched so tightly they turned white, and her killing intent surged suddenly. One Mo Hongying, and countless lives were lost across the interstellar space. The cultivation world has existed for thousands of years, the interstellar space for 100. What do you say? Fine, today I, in the name of the 68th sect master of the Xianqing sect, will slay the demon and uphold justice, cleanse the sect. Heh. Let's talk after you get in. Shi-En quickened her pace. She had found the array's core. Meanwhile, in the cave at the bottom of the cliff, Mo Hongying still wore a cold smile, his fingertips unconsciously digging into the cracks in the rock wall. Shi-En had guessed correctly. He had fallen from immortality to demonic possession. To accelerate his cultivation, he personally initiated the blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits, burning down 9 immortal cities, turning millions of lives into nourishment for the blood pool. His shadow was also behind that magnificent war between immortals and demons. Shi-En wanted to ask from the bottom of her heart, why? My innate talent and comprehension surpass all my fellow disciples. Tai is merely a mediocre talent. Why is he the sect leader? Just because he can feign that gentle, kind, and humble demeanor? Why did all the elders choose him? I'm clearly the senior brother. And you? Exceptionally gifted, a divine beast recognizes you as its master, a celestial sword chooses its lord. Why should you alone possess such immense fortune? It turns out that, unbeknownst to Shi-En, this high and mighty senior uncle had been secretly watching her for a very long time. Jealousy, like a leech, spread, penetrating to the bone marrow, triggering a demonic impulse. Until his final tribulation during his cultivation journey, he completely transformed into a fallen immortal. With his path to immortality severed, he was filled with rage and resentment, ultimately venturing into the demonic path. Even the heavenly Tao wouldn't let me go, saying my sins were too great, and the annihilation lightning tribulation relentlessly pursued me. I exhausted all my magical power, sacrificing my 3 souls and 6 spirits, barely managing to get here through a spatial rift. At that time, his physical body was completely burned away, leaving only 1 spirit. Fortunately, he wasn't destined to die. This alternate dimension provided all the conditions for his comeback. However, his injuries were far too severe. In the long years that followed, fueled by a burning resentment, he wandered the stars in spirit form, seeking an opportunity to repair his soul and body. During this time, he discovered Proxima Centauri and the lurking Zerg 10.4 light-years away. He lured the Zerg to Proxima Centauri, catalyzing the war. He then used his divine sense to manipulate the higher-ups of the heavenly concealment, helping him achieve his goals step by step. A century later, his soul barely recovered, and he seized a new body. That body was incredibly inept. Not only was his cultivation slow, but his 5 senses were also severely lacking. His sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch were all intermittent. This is why he only discovered the old acquaintance, Shuren, during the international competition. Chapter 481. With his 5 senses completely sealed, his ability to acquire information and plan strategically became extremely slow. This was also what he envied most about Shuren. Why? Heaven favors you so much, restoring you to the nascent soul stage in less than 2 years, while I took a full 158 years. Shuren, favoritism? She initially thought encountering the god-slaying tribulation was just bad luck. Now, hearing about the other's experience, perhaps it really was. In all things, a slight difference can lead to a huge error. Don't underestimate the merit Shuren gained on the demon battlefield. Even that little bit was enough to protect her from the god-slaying tribulation and the temporal turbulence. The key is that her divine sense was completely undamaged, and heaven even found her a body with the same extraordinary talent. She mastered chi cultivation in just 3 months. Who dare say this isn't favoritism? It's outrageous. Her subsequent merits are also suspicious. They're practically free. The merits she accumulated in these 2 years are more than 500 years' worth in the cultivation world. Thinking about it carefully, the tasks with merits all seem to be related to the Zerg, Tianyin, and Imohunging. Heavenly Tao, something's not right. Could she have been dragged here to clean up Heavenly Tao's mess? Heavenly Tao, no way. But now, with such a huge mess, the culprit is half of the Xianqing sect. Let's split the responsibility. Half clean up the mess, half clean up the sect. No, it should be 1/3. There's also the Interstellar's own human error involved. Recalling her past experiences, she was indeed quite unlucky. From the moment he succumbed to demonic possession, nothing went smoothly for him. Now, the die is cast, and his lifespan is nearing its end. That's why he has no choice but to take this risky gamble at this critical juncture. Everything has a cause and effect. One wrong step leads to another, ultimately, utter ruin, tragic, lamentable, yet unforgivable. The spiritual runes between Shuren's fingers suddenly lit up. The Chunging sword hummed and trembled, and killing intent surged again. Southern bright fire. The outer soul banners blazed with fierce flames. She had found the mother demon's skull at the array's core. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, thunder slays all evil. Break. The demon bone shattered with a deafening roar, blood mist exploded, the array was broken. But this wasn't the end. An array within an array. A ferocious, evil laugh echoed throughout the broken dragon cliff. You definitely never seen this before. Try the illusionary dream immortal slaying array I prepared especially for you. The scene before Shuren suddenly changed. Above the sky, 3 blood moons hung high, their crimson light staining the earth blood red. 3 shadows were projected from beneath her feet in different directions. The familiar bamboo fenced courtyard, wisps of smoke rising from the chimney. It was Qixia Peak. Her junior brother emerged from the kitchen carrying food, his familiar face calling out. Senior sister, you're back. Come eat. Quick, call master and the other senior brothers and sisters. Coming. Save me some roast pork. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, as always. But the moment her junior brother turned away, a sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. Boom! The scene suddenly collapsed. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, raging demonic flames, and the sounds of burning and killing filled the air. Run! Senior sister? Oh no, senior brother is about to self-destruct. Junior sister, from now on you will be the 68th sect master of the Xianxin sect. Memory and reality perfectly overlapped, but the next second. Kill! On the battlefield, demons, magical beasts, cultivators from various sects, and even her master and disciples all turned their weapons and charged at her like madmen. There were no enemies, no friends, no good or evil, only slaughter. Shuren's eyes sharpened, and the Chungying sword was drawn with a clang. Wherever the sword light struck, enemies scattered. But each time an enemy was shattered, their corpses came back to life. The consumption of spiritual energy was real, but the enemies were endless. The illusionary dream immortal slaughtering formation. A bewildering formation combined with a killing formation. Mo Hongying hadn't expected to deceive her with illusions. The mindset of a tribulation transcending stage cultivator, the will of the Xianxin sect master, how could mere illusion shake them? Illusions were merely a smoke screen, a delaying tactic. The key to this formation was slaughter. Every counterattack, every drop of her spiritual energy was charging the formation. Breaking the formation? No, she was only hastening her own death. The more she fought, the stronger the formation grew, until her spiritual energy was exhausted, and her soul was annihilated. But Shuren's hundreds of years of cultivation hadn't been wasted. In interstellar civilizations, she had witnessed the resonance of spiritual energy and quantum entanglement. On the Zerg battlefield, she comprehended the primordial laws of the undifferentiated chaos. In the shattered space-time, she touched upon even more primordial yet more powerful laws. She understood. And she became stronger. There was a dimensional gap in their mental states and understanding. The illusory dream immortal slaughtering array was nothing more than a cage woven in a three-dimensional world by a demonic cultivator trapped in jealousy and obsession. Since the array relies on absorbing her spiritual energy to maintain itself, then she would cease her attack. Spiritual energy, here you go. Her spiritual energy surged wildly, her divine sense pouring out like a vast galaxy, as she found the path for the flow of spiritual energy. Of all illusions, only one is true. For the array to function, it needed an anchor point. Mo Hongying could not be fabricated out of thin air. It had to rely on a foundation of reality. Found it, at the edge of the battlefield, where blood mist surged, the 8 characters on the stone tablet, beneath the 9 netherworlds, all demons returned to their origin, were already fated, yet remained unaffected by the demonic mist. The boundary marker of the demon battlefield. This was the core of the formation. The sword's edge pointed directly at that broken boundary marker. Heaven and earth reversed. Yin and yang reversed. The spiritual energy, originally being frantically devoured by the formation, surged back like a raging tide, flowing against the formation's patterns back into her body. Spiritual energy returned to its source. She pointed her sword to the sky, her eyes exploding with lightning. 9 heavens divine thunder, heed my command. Break. Boom. A blinding bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, precisely hitting the broken boundary marker. Inside the cave, Mo Hongying was already tired of trying to reason with him. Yuan San hadn't listened to a word, and his eyes were becoming increasingly clear and lucid. Although it was a bit risky, he was running out of time. So, the heart-burning pill amplified emotional fluctuations, and the mind-eroding powder materialized subconscious fears. He stuffed the pill into Yuan San's mouth. The poison gnawed at Yuan San's heart, and her eyes began to glaze over. A mournful flute melody rose, the 9 netherworld heart-questioning melody, which vibrated at a specific frequency in a cultivator's dantian, inducing and amplifying painful memories. The sound bewitched her mind, and her expression gradually twisted in agony. No one is invincible. Since the past couldn't trigger her inner demons, she would use the unknown fear. Yuan Sen feared the death brought by war. The system was frantic, continuously playing deafening music, trying to interrupt Mo Hongying's rhythm. 13. Wake up! Don't sleep. It's all fake. It's all fake. But it could only interfere with sound, unable to invade her consciousness. The final layer, the realm arises from the heart. Illusion array. Water moon mirror heaven. Yuan San's pupils suddenly dilated, her whole body tensed to the point of convulsion, and a hellish scene appeared in her mind. The blood mist hadn't dissipated, and the setting sun seemed to weep. Warships and mech wreckage lay scattered by the roadside, broken swords embedded in the scorched earth, ruins and corpses strewn everywhere. There were no cries of agony, no wails of despair, only this land steeped in death. She stood alone in the center of the battlefield, a blood-stained dog tag at her feet. Master! Father! Senior brother! Alice! Where are you? In this world, only she remained. Chapter 482. Boundless death and loneliness surged in like a tide, threatening to suffocate her. She began to scream and shout at the top of her lungs. Then, an endless horde of insects engulfed the world like a tidal wave. Beyond her consciousness, the person on the altar had completely black pupils, blood seeping from their 7 orifices, dark patterns flowing beneath their skin, and their body trembling rhythmically. Yuan San's psychological defenses began to crumble, black demonic energy sprouting and spreading from his heart. "It's done!" The ghostly voice turned joyful. The crowd in front of the screen was speechless with horror, inwardly screaming, "No! Sect Master, hurry! The time is up!" The Qian position is soul-nourishing wood, used to stabilize the caster's primordial spirit. The Kuan position. Yuan San's birth date and time are engraved on a tortoise shell, establishing a causal chain between the possessor and the physical body. The Zhen position. 9 netherworld spring water, which can weaken the physical body and consciousness. The goo worms in the Sun position can serve as a transit point for the primordial spirit. 158 years. I waited for this day for 158 years. Perhaps, from the very first day he stepped into the immortal realm, he had been waiting for this day. A congenital demonic body, 1 in billions. Even the cultivation world may not possess such a perfect physique. Once the possession is successful, Demon Lord? Demon Emperor? Even the legendary formless heavenly demon is only a matter of time. After success, the demon realm, the immortal realm, the interstellar realm, and the 3,000 worlds will all grovel at his feet. Ha ha! A wild laugh shook the surroundings, demonic energy surged, and the heavens and earth changed color. Mo Honging's eyes were tightly closed, a blood-red vertical line appeared between his brows, and his lips twitched slightly, as he struggled to suppress the excitement in his blood. Hands formed a seal, fingertips swirling with black and red malevolent energy, sleeves fluttering without wind, the black demonic energy almost materializing. 9 revolutions of the underworld, an aperture opened. The soul lamp guided the way. Talismans, demonic bones, and an infant corpse rose into the air, forming a net of demonic power that enveloped the two. A black vortex gathered at the center of the altar, seemingly about to devour everything. At this moment, Yuan San's pupils constricted, a gurgling sound emanating from his throat, his limbs as if bound by invisible chains, unable to move. His natal soul imprint appeared on his chest, flashing with pale golden soul light, drifting towards the caster like wisps of silk. Entering the second step, soul locking. Using your birth date as a boat, my essence and blood as an oar. A drop of black blood shot from his fingertip towards Yuan San's brow. The array patterns on the ground lit up one by one, blood-red runes moving and spreading like living snakes, dyeing the area within several feet crimson. Mo Honging's shadow gradually detached from his body, transforming into a blurry humanoid figure that crawled towards its target. Everyone's hearts trembled violently, a chill exploding within them. Damn it! Is it too late? Suddenly. Mo Honging's body trembled violently, as if struck by a heavy blow to the chest, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Backlash. The originally flowing array pattern suddenly twisted, the blood-red runes shattering inch by inch. The array materials floating in the air, the soul-guiding lamp, the talisman banner, the tortoise shell, etc., all lost their spiritual light, crashing to the ground with a crackling sound. Ah! He staggered and knelt down, his 5 fingers digging deeply into the ground, but he couldn't stop the violent backlash. His meridians were in disarray, demonic energy surged back, and his divine sense felt as if it were being pierced by thousands of steel needles. The spellcasting was forcibly interrupted. How could this be? He recovered for a long time. His bloody gaze was fixed on the person on the altar in the center of the array. What happened? What happened? What happened? It's interrupted. The sect leader hasn't arrived yet. Did Yuan San do something? Is something wrong? Everyone's hearts were in their throats, yet they were also relieved that this sudden turn of events had become a turning point in their otherwise hopeless situation. At this moment, in the Central Star Command Center, Yuan Jing, extremely worried, suddenly asked, "That tortoise shell is an important tool for casting spells, right?" "Yes." "Is my daughter's birthday written on it?" He wasn't sure. He had only learned some basic knowledge about immortal sects after Yuan San joined the Xianqing sect. The book 100,000 Whys, Cultivation Edition compiled by Tong said that one's birth date and time are the key to a cultivator's fate. Where did he get my daughter's birth date and time? It should be in the official database on the StarNet. Although the detailed information is confidential, there's nothing that can stop a demonic cultivator from finding out what they want. That makes sense. She was born right around the time of the Interstellar Alliance conference. I was so busy with the marshal that I barely had time to breathe, and I managed to squeeze in the registration whenever I could. The date is correct, but the time was just something I made up. Ah! A sudden thought struck him. Everyone turned to look at the marshal. Song asked, how could this blame be placed on me? Then he thought, this isn't a blame, it's a lucky accident. In other words, nobody knew Yuan Sen's birth date and time. Such a crucial formation, if something goes wrong, it definitely fail, right? A brilliant mistake. Everyone almost burst into applause. The demonic cultivator's century-long plan was actually ruined by you, kid. It's all thanks to you, protecting the marshal and guarding Proxima Centauri. No need for forced praise, the crisis isn't over yet. Is there another way to find out the real birth date and time? Yes. He has. Reverse reincarnation technique. No one can stop me. His mistake was temporarily changing bodies. He didn't have time to confirm the information. I got it! This reverse reincarnation technique, tracing the origins of life, can borrow 100 years of lifespan to obtain the target's birth date and time. The arrow is on the bowstring. He can afford any price. Success or death. He can only go all the way. Let's try again. 9 revolutions in the underworld, aperture opens. Using your birth date as a boat, and my essence as an oar. Yuan Sen's consciousness seemed to be pulled by 2 forces. One side tried to drag her into the abyss, greedily devouring everything about her. And on the other side, her remaining will clung desperately to the last vestige of clarity in her mind. Get out. The 2 souls tore at each other frantically within the cramped body, the pain like 1,000 ants gnawing at their hearts. Don't even think about it. She roared in her sea of consciousness, her soul unleashing astonishing power. A burst of excruciating pain erupted, and both souls simultaneously let out silent screams. How could this be? Mo Honging was stunned. The opponent was devouring him in reverse. A monstrous black tide suddenly surged within Yuan San's sea of consciousness. It tightly bound the intruder, beginning to frantically devour his soul power. Impossible. She had only just reached the foundation establishment stage. 3 major realms lower than him. The difference in level was insurmountable. Why? Could it be because of her innate demonic body? The formation had progressed to this point, and could no longer be stopped. Since you want to eat, I let you eat your fill. Mo Honging made a desperate gamble, releasing a massive amount of soul power into the opponent's sea of consciousness, attempting to burst her divine consciousness space. 9 soul-devouring nails, stained with her life essence blood, were driven into the opponent's 9 vital acupoints. After a scream, Yuan San's soul trembled violently, and his consciousness began to dissipate again. Now! In the sky, a blood-red moon and thunderclouds blotted out the sun. A roar pierced the clouds, causing the entire world to tremble. His arms were outstretched, his black robes fluttering wildly in the wind. His face was twisted and sinister, his eyes burning with a near-mad, crimson light. Ha ha ha! With your divine soul, I sacrifice myself to the great Tao. Mo Honging used all his remaining strength to shout out his final words. Occupying the nest, defying fate. Chapter 483. The moment the final incantation exploded, the entire grand formation roared to life. Countless lines of blood erupted from the earth's veins, Mo Honging's divine sense, like a sharp knife, slowly dissecting Yuan San's last line of defense. A ferocious laugh resonated with the thunder, echoing through the heavens and earth for a long time. Like a gambler who, after betting all their chips, finally sees the dice roll the desired number, experiences that trembling, ecstatic joy. Ah! No! What do we do? Hold on. Yuan San. Sect Master. Has the Sect Master arrived? Although the interstellar beings didn't know the level of power the demonic cultivators would gain after possession, they had poured so much effort into creating such a grand scheme. The events that had almost leveled the entire Proxima Centauri might just be the prelude to hell. The commander was frantic. The energy readings at the bottom of the cliff had already exceeded the limit. It was utterly helpless. Damn it! For the first time, it hated itself so much for being just an invisible spirit, unable to launch any substantial attack. It could only play Star's song and the Federation War song over and over again, trying to awaken Yuan San's last shred of resistance. But things had progressed to this point. Scratching the surface was no longer effective. Boss! Boss, have you arrived? It's extremely urgent. 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 On the other end, there was no sound. At the bottom of Broken Dragon Cliff, only the mournful sound of the wind, the ferocious laughter, and the painful roars. This scene was truly hell. Suddenly, Clang! A green sword shadow, like the dawn breaking, slashed down from beyond the heavens. Slicing through the thick demonic energy, it pierced the soul imprint in Mo Honging's chest like silver lightning. The sword, carrying a fierce gale, pinned the soul-nourishing wood to the rock wall. Instantly, hundreds of distorted human faces appeared on the surface of the black wood, emitting silent screams. Boom! Golden lightning erupted from the sword, and the soul-nourishing wood exploded in a blinding flash. Chang'ing let out a clear chant, piercing through the black mist and returning to Shuren's palm. Southern bright fire, burn away all calamities. Hurry! Crimson fire shot from his fingertips, swelling into a raging dragon of flames. The swarm of goo worms crackled and popped in the fire, instantly turning to ashes. My goo worms! Mo Honging roared, lunging forward, but the sword flashed again. Crack! The 1,000-year-old tortoiseshell shattered in response. Sizzle! The soul-guiding lamp instantly lost its light. Sizzle! All the talisman banners were severed in half. Countless wronged souls broke free of the array's restraints and fled, the blood-red array patterns rapidly dimming. The array! It's broken. We made it! On the other side of the multi-camera setup, in the suffocating air, astonishing light erupted in people's eyes. Ah! We made it! The sect master has arrived. Shuren has finally arrived. The illusionary dream immortal slaughtering array is broken. Mo Honging's face contorted, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Ah! He staggered back several steps, the soul seal on his chest cracking open with a crack, golden soul light leaking from the fissures. The demonic energy surrounding him became chaotic, sometimes expanding, sometimes contracting. Half of his face aged and withered visibly, his eye sockets sunken, his life force rapidly draining away. His chest heaved constantly, as if something was rampaging through his body. His meridians were shattered. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the demonic core in his dantian, and what overflowed from his 7 orifices was no longer black blood, but shattered soul light burning with black flames. The heaven-defying formation required a huge price. The ultimate backlash has arrived. At this moment, Yuan San on the altar had already fainted. Still alive! Xiaojiu, take Yuan San away. A fiery red figure rushed forward, transforming into the appearance of a little girl. She stuffed a handful of pills into Yuan San's mouth, then carried him away and disappeared into the cave. Thank God, we made it. We finally made it. Great. Yuan San is alright. I thought we were really doomed. Was that little girl a nine-tailed fox? She didn't even retract her tail, it really is. The divine beast has taken human form. Across the starfield, some knelt in prayer, some embraced and wept, and some roared at the starry sky. In the face of despair, hope was rekindled. I don't believe it. I didn't lose. Mo Honging's eyes were bloodshot, his pupils surging with overwhelming resentment. The path of cultivation is inherently a struggle against fate. Why does heaven favor others so exclusively? Why can't he seize this sliver of divine opportunity? Boom! Dark purple demonic patterns appeared between his brows, and a blood-red vortex formed within 3 zhang of his body, instantly freezing the ground. The vortex grew larger and larger, absorbing all the surrounding demonic energy. This final blow will either shatter the heavenly Tao, or return to the 9 netherworlds. The 9 netherworlds are the guide, the yellow springs the bridge. Hands form seals, and a hexagonal demonic array appears on the ground. 10,000 demons weep blood, submitting to me as their master. A crimson pillar of light rises from the demonic array, beginning to draw upon the essence of all demonic cultivators within its range. Scattered souls as fuel, burning spirits as lamps. Throughout the ruins of return, black blood spills from the 7 orifices of the demonic cultivators and puppets, their cultivation transforming into streams of light that fly towards the bottom of the broken dragon cliff. The Undying Legion, demonic beasts, blood slaves, Kimura, Fujiwara Sawa, Rueha, the enemy instantly loses all its fighting power. The battlefield fell silent instantly, leaving only a pile of mangled corpses. Eternal night of return to nothingness, illuminate my demonic path. Demonic power nourished his shattered body, gradually restoring it to its pre-backlash state. At his dantian, the cracks in his demonic core slowly healed, bursting forth with a dazzling crimson light. A third blood-red vertical pupil split open on his forehead, its pupil reflecting mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Every strand of hair transformed into a living demonic serpent, hissing and spewing ghostly venomous flames. His spine pierced through his flesh, sprouting 7 bone spurs covered in demonic runes. His cultivation level continued to rise, eventually surpassing Shuren by 3 major realms. Demon Emperor. Demon Lord. True demon. Heavenly demon. Heavenly rank demonic art. 10,000 demons returned to ruins. Shuren had only heard of it, but this was the first time he had seen it. All the demonic power of the eternal graveyard became his nourishment. Ha ha ha! I must admit, you are indeed very knowledgeable. However, that's all you get. His demonic power materialized into black lightning, and even a wisp of its aftershock caused mountains within 100 miles to collapse simultaneously. He looked down at Shuren, his voice echoing ninefold. Now, it's my turn to deliver a dimensional attack. The ancient battlefield instantly fell into an eerie silence. 1 second, the battle raged fiercely. The next second, tens of thousands of enemy demonic cultivators suddenly froze, collapsing to the ground as if they had lost all power. Immediately afterward, a fiery red streak of light flew in from afar, its voice filled with tension and urgency. Lingling. Lingling. Here. Check on Yuan San. Lingling looked at Yuan San, covered in blood, slumped on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Her divine sense swept over him, and her heart sank to the bottom. His meridians were severed, his sea of consciousness was cracked, and his dantian was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Hemostatic pills, calming pills, soul-nourishing pills, spirit-purifying pills. He's taken them all. His body, meridians, and soul are all damaged. But thankfully, his life has been saved. Xiaojiu, assist me, infuse spiritual energy into his head. Stabilize his body first. Okay. Chapter 484. A torrent of spiritual energy poured in like seawater, and the bleeding from the cracked wounds all over his body began to stop. Wanqing, purify the demonic energy. Received. The highest good is like water, cleansing the soul without blemish. Shin Wanqing quickly formed hand seals. A curtain of azure water enveloped Yuan San, continuously washing away the black filth within his body. Little Xuanzi, stabilize your spirit, soul-locking array. Coming. Heavenly pivot stabilizes the soul, jade light locks the soul. Her slender hand drew talismans in the air, 7 jade nails precisely driven into Yuan San's 7 vital acupoints. The soul light finally stopped dissipating and began to gather. And the soul-nourishing wood. The soul-nourishing wood is with Zeus. I go to Cheongwu Pass and bring him here. Samir immediately activated the array, a flash of light, and his figure vanished from the battlefield. Will Master be alright? Shin Wanqing looked at Lingling with sorrowful eyes. It will be alright. It will definitely be alright. It's possible the primordial spirit is damaged, causing a significant drop in cultivation level, but it's also possible to go to the other extreme. Crisis, but within crisis lies opportunity. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. At Cheongwu Pass, Fu Yuan heard Shui Lingling's arrangements. Zeus, you need to go to Guishu. Legions 37, 89, and 106, you hold the first line of defense. Received. The demonic army has vanished, reducing Guishu's entire force by at least 90%. Now, only the remnants of the insected race need to be dealt with. This should have been a cause for celebration, but a sudden change occurred in the direction of Duanlum Cliff. Demonic energy surged into the sky, the clouds transformed into a boiling sea of demons, and rocks within 100 miles crumbled, vegetation withered. Raging lightning snakes writhed wildly within it, yet they could not cleave through this overwhelming demonic barrier. The shockwave materialized, pounding into everyone's chests like a hammer blow. Blood boiled, souls trembled, spiritual energy stagnated. The scene before them seemed otherworldly. Everyone recalled the ancient proverb, the righteous are 1 foot high, the demons are 10 feet high. They didn't know the other's cultivation level, but the overwhelming pressure was almost suffocating. Even the swords in their hands trembled slightly. Foundation establishment and above, follow me to the rescue. At Sun Qianyu's command, several people, riding flying swords, transformed into streaks of light and disappeared before their eyes. Gu Jianshan, Sun Qianyu, Su Xiong, Siren, Alice, Liang Yueing, Tony, Gu Zhanting, and Lab all appeared. Now it seemed that Foundation establishment cultivators on the battlefield were the right choice. On Broken Dragon Cliff, demonic clouds pressed down. A nascent soul grand perfection cultivator plus 8 Foundation establishment cultivators. Their opponent was a heavenly demon. Mo Hongying stood in midair, his figure twisted beyond recognition. A primal fear surged in the hearts of all living beings. It was an instinctive tremor etched deep within their bloodlines, a fear of a being of a higher power. Master, what's the situation on the other side? The heavenly demon is 3 major realms higher than me. After a brief silence. Do you have a chance? Yes, Shuren said confidently. Fear is a biological instinct, but courage is humanity's hymn. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with thorns. For thousands of years, countless cultivators have shed their blood on the demonic land. Countless heroic souls have slumbered forever on the battlefield, yet their hearts set on the Tao have never been extinguished. This time will be no different. Of course, willpower is one thing. This temporary heavenly demon is not invincible. Good. A surging fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. As long as their master commands a battle, their swords will never cease. You actually caught up with me? Your luck is as good as ever. Mo Honging grinned maliciously, his body convulsing violently, the flesh on his back tearing like rags. Crack! 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 7 grotesque bone spurs burst forth from his body in succession. He gripped the last, still dripping bone spur, and with a sudden pull. Sizzle! Accompanied by a teeth-grinding tearing sound, a bone sword covered in eerie demonic runes was forcibly pulled out. Demonic bones forged into a sword. I am now a heavenly demon, 3 major realms higher than you. After I kill you all, I pick you off one by one. Interstellar space, this is truly delicious. A congenital demonic body, unseen, even in the cultivation world, I actually found it here. Yuan San, is it? So this is where fate's gift awaited. After today, everything will be reversed. Defense? A black shadow flashed past, and before anyone could parry, the protective aura and defensive talisman shattered like paper. The crowd was sent flying like kites with broken strings, crashing into the rock wall and leaving spiderweb-like cracks. Just one move. Their internal organs trembled violently, and a mouthful of blood gushed from their chests. Is this the difference in levels? Too fast. Absolutely too fast. Xiaojiu. He's back. In the entire Proxima Centauri system, only Xiaojiu could keep up with his speed. So what if it's a divine beast? The demonic energy and the wire collided with a deafening roar. Amidst the flying sand and stones, Xiaojiu unleashed its full power for the first time. Boom! In its human form, it transformed into a streak of crimson light. 9 blazing fox tails bloomed like fiery red lotuses, each sway unleashing a scorching heatwave. Clang! 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 Red and black figures clashed wildly, claw shadows and demonic swords colliding to create blinding sparks. In just 3 breaths, the two sides had exchanged over 100 blows. Where the foxfire passed, demonic energy was scorched. And each strike from the heavenly demon caused the ground within a 10-foot radius to collapse several feet. Lil Nine hadn't lost, but it hadn't won either. It could clearly feel the immense pressure. It couldn't hold out for long. And then, time is running out. Okay. The heavenly demon's body and soul were almost indestructible before these rookies, but Mo Honging was different. His wounds penetrated to his very bones and soul. He wouldn't have risked such a desperate act of possession without proper preparation. His demonic body wasn't cultivated step by step, but temporarily acquired by devouring countless demons. This body is like a tomb trapping tens of thousands of wronged souls. Both soul and body are extremely unstable. All demons have returned to nothingness. Just imagine, wouldn't countless demons crammed into one body harbor resentment? Wouldn't their anger be boundless? There are also many warriors from the Zerg battlefield inside. This is an ultimate hidden danger. Since that's the case, then let's fight fire with fire. The demonic cultivator's specialty, psychological warfare. At this moment, Lingling urgently stabilized Yuan San's condition and handed her over to Shen Wanqing and Zeus. Lingling, Xiao Xuanzi, and the remaining disciples were all in position. Now, it's time for the sect war. Xiao Yu and Shishi rushed forward, cooperating with Xiao Jiu to restrain Mo Honging, creating an opportunity for Shuren's plan. Step 1. Sound attack to disrupt souls. Speaking of sound attacks, the Xianqing sect happens to have one. Lu Ruyan, she shouted, Alice, Lingling, Yueying, Labu, Louis, Toledo. Bone flute, Kongho, heart-devouring bell, war drum, Suona. This lineup is the Xianqing Orchestra, originally formed for a performance at the annual party. But Liang Weiing, Alice, and Louis, who loved singing and performing, became attached to Lu Ruyan. In the process, they incidentally learned some sound attack techniques. What a coincidence! This was exactly what they had rehearsed. Chapter 485. 7 people lined up according to the Big Dipper constellation, with the lead musician standing at the Tianshu position. 9 Netherworld's Weeping Souls. The 9 Netherworld's Weeping Souls melody was originally a farewell song played at funerals to soothe the souls of the deceased. But its wonder lies in the fact that if the score is played backwards, it achieves the opposite effect, awakening the memories of the dead and triggering a soul-stirring upheaval. The sound of the Swana soared into the sky, and heaven and earth wept together. The ghostly notes crawled into Imo Hung-ying's ear canals, like reptiles, vibrating within his mind and countless souls within his body. On the live stream screen, watching Lewis completely unleash himself, playing the Swana as if oblivious to the world, the audience was starting to lose their composure. Gently plucking, slowly twisting, stroking, and picking, playing all kinds of instruments. This is a life or death battle. You really shouldn't laugh. Yes, it will reduce your merit. Can I laugh? I can't hold it in anymore. If we lose, we all die together. There won't be many chances to laugh. If we win, we should be even happier. Laugh. Ha ha. I laughed so hard I had diarrhea. Electronic wooden fish. Knock knock knock. Swana. Swana. A soul instrument. Even in the battle against demonic cultivators, the Swana has a place. I accidentally stumbled into a funeral. Lewis plays a tune. A funeral. So Tony said the Xianqing sect also accepts weddings and funerals. Host, really? It's a long story. I decided. I take out a loan to hire them for my wedding. Will they play the Swana? I can't take it. The Xianqing sect is really too much. Idle, right? Idle my foot. His image has long since collapsed. And Labu, with his looks, wouldn't he be more suited to folk music, rock, or heavy metal? They obviously rehearsed. They have a bit of a folk orchestra feel. Why rehearse this? For the company's annual party? Young hero, you have a very vivid imagination. Commander, young hero, you guessed right. 7 sound waves intertwined and swirled, the dull knife beginning to cut flesh. At first, Imo Hung-ying only felt a tingling sensation in his soul, as if thousands of needles were slowly piercing his consciousness. As the music intensified, the needles seemed to ignite like wildfire, searing his mind and causing a trembling, restless energy within his body. But he was, after all, a heavenly demon. His speed, strength, and magical effectiveness were all at their peak. The bone sword in his hand tore through the night, demonic energy coiling like venomous snakes. Each strike sent blood and flesh flying. In the blink of an eye, his disciples and beasts were covered in blood. The black demonic energy continued to corrode the fresh wounds, sending piercing pain through them. Bang! The crimson fox claws collided violently with the stark white bone sword. Clang! Sparks flew, and shockwaves exploded. Blood splattered between Xiao Jiu's fingers, while the bone sword only cracked a few times. That wasn't even a weapon, but an extension of his bones. The heavenly demon bone sword. Its greatest strength lay in the power of its very form. The heavenly demon's body is born for battle. The shadow didn't retreat, but instead used the force to surge forward. His demonic eyes blazed with an eerie light, the sword trailing a jet-black fiery tail, a hoarse, low incantation escaping his throat. Burning, heaven, slash! The next second, the world plunged into darkness. The bone sword, wreathed in abyssal demonic energy, pierced through one of the tails, like a venomous dragon in a fraction of a second. Immediately afterward, he channeled his demonic power, transforming it into countless black snakes that poured into the wound. Boom! In an instant, the wound exploded, a bloody mess. Awooh! A mournful fox howl tore through the clouds, and beasts within 100 miles trembled on the ground simultaneously. Little Nine struggled in agony, 2 colors of flame tearing at its fiery tail, until finally the red was completely devoured by the black. The solidified tail gradually faded into a phantom, eventually dissipating into wisps of green smoke. Little Nine. Sure-An's eyes widened in fury. Imo Hung-ying had destroyed one of Little Nine's tails. It's all right. It's just a tail. Little Nine trembled in pain, yet managed to force a grimace. Sure-An's hand hovered in midair, his fingertips trembling, his heart aching beyond measure. But the current situation demanded immediate action against the heavenly demon. His snow-white Taoist robe ripped through the blood-red battlefield, and before the opponent could retract his sword, he slashed at the black figure. This sword strike. A sure kill. The tip of the sword was only 3 inches from Imo Hung-ying's throat. Heh. A cold laugh rang out as the black figure defied all logic, dodging the fatal blow. Clang. Cheng-ying and the demon sword collided with a deafening roar. The space at the point of impact instantly distorted, the burst of air eroding the ground with spiderweb-like cracks, and the sword energy leveled a distant mountain peak. Then, crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the bone sword crumbled into pieces, finally shattering into dust. Great! The attack worked. Finally! The bone sword is broken. Only a divine sword can cut through a bone sword? The audience's taut nerves finally relaxed for a moment, but the next second they plummeted to the bottom again. It's certainly not bad. But, as he spoke, he drew a second bone sword from his back. I have 7 bone swords like this. Bad news, incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. Good news, Chang'ing can destroy a bone sword. Boss, I'm not sure if it's just my imagination, but after drawing the sword, the magic power of the main body seems to be decreasing. Try it and you see. The bone sword contains immense magic power, and that magic power comes from the main body. Got it. This must be what interstellar people call the law of conservation of energy. Interstellar, ? Shuren, trust science. The enemy's combat power is overwhelming. We need to create the conditions. So, from this moment on, the mission changed to disciples and star beasts would feign attacks to distract and assist Shuren and Chang'ing in attacking the bone sword. Listen. 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 This battle was relentless. Only the relentless attacks of the Xianqing sect and the crisp sound of bone swords shattering echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The Xianqing sect had almost exhausted their elixirs and talismans, fighting a bloody battle from dusk till dawn. Finally, the last bone sword was severed. Visibly, the magic power was greatly reduced. Mo Hongying's attack speed and power could no longer be overwhelming. Worse still, the myriad souls within his body seemed to be in turmoil. Countless distorted faces writhed beneath his skin, tearing at his soul and flesh, pushing horrifying bulges out of his skin. The time has come, Shuren shouted. Commander, call out your real names. Gu Cheng, former captain of the 3rd Elite Squad of the 1st Legion of the Federation, of the Gu family bloodline, sacrificed his life in the Qinghe Plain battlefield in Star Calendar 417 to buy the last 2 hours for the evacuation of civilians. Natalia Charlotte, the Silver Alliance's female war goddess, disappeared in Tianyuan City, the capital of the Silver Alliance Republic, in Star Calendar 396. Lu Qinzhou, former commander-in-chief of the Cheongwu Pass garrison, assisted in the evacuation of civilians in Star Calendar 417, trapped in Cheongwu Pass during its occupation, and later disappeared. Yi Hongmian, approximately. The captain of the medical team of the King of Dun, died in battle on the front lines at Korea in Star Calendar 396. The commander's voice shattered the universe, as if the entire nebula 1598 light-years from Proxima Centauri resonated with it, as each name echoed through the heavens. Surviving comrades wept, distant relatives grieved, and the lovers of the deceased quietly added gray hairs to their once black hairs. Did you hear that? Wake up! Think of your loved ones, your friends, the land and people you protected. Brave men. Until your last second before death, you fought for Proxima Centauri. Chapter 486. The group played and sang all night, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. Their lips were numb, their fingers and mouths were bleeding. They dared not stop. The music continued, the martial arts continued. In this life, Louis never wanted to touch the Swana again. He would go back and write his resignation application. Music was not for him. Thankfully, finally, there was movement. Gu Cheng. In the turbulent sea of souls, a broken spirit seemed to hear that familiar call, and the faintly visible soul suddenly froze. The Qinghe plane you protected with your life has been liberated. Remember our 1st Legion's mech pilot lab? He's still alive. Your mother is now the mother of all of us. Your daughter went to military school. She said this time it's her turn to protect everyone. Starlight, like tears, seemed to seep from the cracks in the remnant soul. Look closely at the land beneath your feet, and the endless sky. You protected them all with your blood and life. More souls began to slow their tearing movements, as if awakening long-forgotten memories, quietly listening to this cry that pierced through time. So now, I need you to do one last thing. Hold your guns one more time, not as prisoners. As heroic spirits of Proxima Centauri, awaken. Roar. Break free from your shackles. Gu Jianshan's hoarse roar pierced the sky. Mo Hongying's pupils suddenly contracted. He finally understood what these ants wanted to do. Boom. The remnant soul erupted with dazzling golden light, igniting the entire sea of souls. One by one, the souls ceased their agitation, falling silent. Then, simultaneously, they looked up. What burned in their eyes was not the fire of hatred, but something more intense than hatred, more ferocious than despair. Hope. A single spark can start a prairie fire. A devastating backlash surged forth like a tidal wave. The excruciating pain seeped into his very bones. Mo Hongying's left hand uncontrollably gripped his throat, black blood seeping from between his fingers. The myriad souls struggled, biting, desperately trying to break free. His meridians bulged, revealing countless faces of vengeful spirits. The vortex of demonic energy in his dantian ceased its rotation. His skin began to crack, countless beams of soul light bursting forth from the fissures. It wasn't that he was devouring the dead had willingly turned his demonic body into their final battlefield. Shuren gasped for breath. The time had come. Shishi, I need a drop of vermilion bird essence blood. Screech. Shishi flapped its wings and took flight, the phantom of the vermilion bird appearing and disappearing, its golden eyes shining like torches. Its crimson tail feathers carved a scorching trail through the clouds. Riding the wind. Diving down. Head bowed. The tip of its beak lightly pecked at the third feather on its left wing. A drop of crimson gold blood rolled down the feather tip and fell into Shuren's palm. Little Xuanzi, dragon bone nails. Gu Jianshan, Sun Qianyu, Su Xiang, Siren, Tony, Gu Zhanting, Yang Cheng, and Little Xuanzi, 9 people, 9 palace positions, 9 dragon bone nails. 1 nail suppresses the soul. Swoosh! The first dragon bone nail, crackling with lightning and fire, pierced the Baihui acupoint of the heavenly demon. Ah! A roar from hell echoed across the battlefield. 2 nails locked the meridians. The 2 nails sealed the left and right Jianjing acupoints, and the flow of demonic energy began to reverse. 3 nails break through the acupoints. This nail went straight into the dantian, and the ground within 100 miles exploded with magma-like cracks. The last bone sword in his hand turned to dust and instantly dissipated in the storm. With all 9 nails in place, the demonic body was nailed into a cross shape and suspended in midair, surrounded by 9 chains of law. The demonic energy and soul power within his body began to escape wildly from the gaps. Using the flames as a catalyst, true blood to suppress the demon. A crimson array symbol drawn with the essence of the vermilion bird flew from his fingertips, heavily pressing down on Mo Hunging's dantian. 9 Hell's demon sealing array. From the direction of the 9 palaces, everyone continuously channeled their spiritual power, firmly trapping Mo Hunging within the array. Don't you understand yet? Where did you lose? Shuren's tone was unprecedentedly calm, like the composure after seeing through the mortal world, the clarity after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, and the enlightenment after transcending life and death. Behind me, there will never be just one person who sees the recluse wandering alone, a solitary shadow of a wild goose. In the darkness, did the name Honging already foreshadow his end? In these 158 years, if he hadn't chosen to fight alone, hadn't treated these demonic cultivators as mere tools, he might have already won. Instead, now, with countless souls devouring his master, and no one to protect him. But behind Shuren stood the entire galaxy. There was the 18th Military Academy, the Xianxing sect, the Federation, and the entire Proxima Centauri. There were disciples, classmates, teachers, friends, elders, common people, and even sects far away in the cultivation world. The Guardian Sword is never solitary. She stood in midair, her robes fluttering in the gale, divine light descending. Heaven and earth fell silent, time froze. Her voice was soft, as if it came from eternity. Everyone, lend me your swords. Before the words had even finished, Zhu Rong, Feng Lian, Jingwei, Pangu, Shihe, the trainees and instructors outside the ancient battlefield, the troops stationed in Guishu City, the lightsabers in the hands of the space fleet. The broken swords left behind on the battlefield by the fallen awakened from the long river of history. Grass, trees, sand, and stones all transformed into sword intent, starlight condensed into invisible blades. As if sensing the call of heaven and earth, an uncontrollable humming and trembling arose. 9 heavens and 10 earths, all with sharp edges. Hear my command? Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the entire ruins of return trembled and roared. The sword's cry shattered the clouds of the 9 heavens. Countless weapons broke free of their restraints, soaring into the sky, drawing streaks of light that tore through the heavens, all flying in the same direction. Boom! Above the eternal graveyard, thousands of sword beams intertwined to form a sword array that blotted out the sun. At the very center, a 3-foot-long green peak transformed into a giant sword spanning the heavens and earth. At the heart of the array was Chang'ing. Thousands of blades, silently suspended in midair, pointed at Mo Hunging, trapped within the array. The entire plane waited, awaiting that resounding final cry. All realms returned to blade. Silence shattered, and all things resounded anew. All the hovering swords suddenly erupted, transforming into a metallic rainstorm that pierced through time and space. As the first sword pierced through, Mo Hunging's pupils contracted sharply. From the pierced shoulder, demonic energy and soul power surged forth like a flood. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. At this moment, he was truly undergoing 1,000 cuts. His skin was scorched by golden light, his bones shattered layer by layer, his demonic runes crumbled inch by inch, his internal organs were frantically torn apart, and his heart was gripped by countless transparent hands. His soul was undergoing a cycle of disintegration and reconstruction every second. Heavenly demon. True demon. Demon lord. Demon emperor. Demon king. His cultivation level visibly plummeted. 10,000 souls fled. His demonic power was exhausted, leaving only a broken and withered demonic body. Time was infinitely extended at this moment. Chang'e descended from the center of the formation, slowly advancing with boundless divine might. 10,000 bolts of purple lightning exploded from the heavens, converging on the sword's edge like rivers flowing into the sea. Divine firmament annihilation. Wherever the sword light passed, all cause and effect were severed. Before the sword even touched him, the demonic energy was purified layer by layer. The sword pierced the demonic body, like a slow, agonizing torture. Ah! After a roar, Imo Hongyin could no longer utter a single syllable. Hundreds upon hundreds of silver-purple beams of light erupted from his flesh, cleaving him open from the inside. Boom! A deafening roar shook the universe, resonating with heaven and earth. The demonic body, enveloped in lightning, began to dissolve layer by layer at a visible speed. The demonic energy that had lingered for millennia transformed into tiny specks of light, dissipating into the air without leaving a trace. Only the echoing boom remained, followed by an almost frozen stillness. It's over. It's finally over. Xianqing's sect has won. Proxima Centauri has won. Humanity has won. This cycle of cause and effect, which began 158 years ago, and can even be traced back thousands of years, has come to an end. The demonic energy receded like a tide, sunlight bathed the earth, and the last wisp of gloom dissipated with the wind. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, holy light rained down from the sky, falling on the scorched battlefield and illuminating faces etched with exhaustion and joy. The next second, the peace was abruptly shattered. A howling wind swept in, the clouds turned into inky black, and purple-gold lightning tore through the sky like giant pythons, the thunder shaking the very earth. Everyone, leave the ancient battlefield and retreat to Guishu City. Shuren's voice, filled with anticipation and jubilation, pierced through the nebula. Master? The tribulation of nascent soul. She stood in the center of the ravaged battlefield, a sense of relief washing over her. Hearing the commotion and thunderous roar behind her, a knowing smile slowly curved her lips. With a light touch of her toes, she rose on her sword, facing the swirling lightning and holy light, towards the ultimate test of heaven, a gift of destiny. She resolutely flew forth. Through the clouds beyond clouds, there are still mountains beyond mountains. The path of cultivation is endless, yet, why must one reach the other shore to attain enlightenment? Wherever this body goes, it is a lotus platform. Chapter 487 Extra Chapter. Project Fireseed. Evan was a member of the Omega Heavy Industries Republic's Fireseed project, and the captain of the flagship, the Eternal Day Watch. From the moment she joined the project at 18, it was endless training and preparation. Waiting for this day that would never come. Preparing for a plan that would never be launched. Of course, she didn't want this day to come. Because once Project Fireseed was launched, it meant humanity faced a crisis of civilizational extinction and had to abandon the entire planet Proxima Centauri. Until December 7th, Star Calendar 425, Proxima Centauri suffered the most severe insectoid invasion in its history. 7 Overlord motherships descended, and 137 nations launched Project Fireseed. The Eternal Day Watch left its homeland, the swarms of insectoids, and the endless gunfire behind, resolutely sailing into deep space. The cabins were deathly silent. No one knew what awaited in the depths of space. They only knew that everything behind them, family, friends, and compatriots were gone forever. Filled with despair and hope, the spaceship traveled through space for 12 days. The communication channels of home fell silent. This silence would last forever. Suddenly, a crackling signal crackled. For a moment, Evan thought she was hallucinating. Or perhaps an unknown civilization lurked in the darkness of space. Until that excited and familiar voice roared in. Eternal Day Watcher, this is Sky City Ground Command Center. Mission terminated. Return to home port immediately. Respond upon receipt. Inside the cabin, everyone froze for a moment. They all thought they would never hear that familiar signal again. Evan rushed forward, grabbed the communicator, and eagerly confirmed. This is the Eternal Day Watch. This is Captain Ewan. Has the Fireseed project been aborted? A suppressed sob came from the other end of the communication, followed by an explosive cry. The war is over. We won. The heroes returned home and Mohanging vanished into thin air. The threat of demonic cultivators on the battlefield had completely disappeared. The ancient battlefield howled in the wind and sand, as if even the heavens themselves were weeping for the departed souls. Shattered golden soul light floated in the sky, like billions of lamps about to go out. Those were the remnants of heroes' souls. Shuran's thin lips parted slightly. Like smoke, the 9 netherworlds weep for their souls. The melody of the Xianqing orchestra echoed through the heavens and earth once more, this time, a farewell to the heroes who had wandered for too long. They had wandered between heaven and earth for too long. It was time for them to return home. The music began, and heaven and earth mourned together. Shuran's spiritual energy swirled throughout his body, his hands forming a seal. The sky is the coffin, the earth the spirit carriage, the sun and moon guide the banners, all souls return home. A gentle rain fell, the raindrops carrying soft light that seeped into the remnant soul. No longer the pale, distorted puppet, the face gradually solidified. A smile graced the brow, tenderness shimmered in the corners of the eyes. It was still that familiar person, still that familiar appearance, as if never gone. Salute. On the ancient battlefield, everyone laid down their armor and weapons. The mech warrior removed his helmet, the commander lowered his sidearm, and solemnly saluted the sky filled with the glow of souls. Goodbye, Gu Chung. Let's be brothers again in the next life. Commander Liu, may you rest in peace. Teacher Yi, you will always be the person I admire most. Comrades, may your journey home be smooth. Proxima Centauri will forever remember your heroic souls. Thank you for everything you have done for this starry sky. Shuran looked up at the sky and murmured softly. You take good care of them, right? A thunderclap boomed in the cloudless sky, like a tacit response. Shuran's lips curved slightly, raindrops brushing against the corners of his smiling eyes. Clearing the insectids, the return to the ruins chapter Yi Yao felt herself in a state of chaos. Her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, the pain penetrating to her very bones. She tried with all her might, but couldn't utter a sound. Until consciousness gradually returned, the surroundings were noisy and chaotic. Boom, boom, boom. That was the sound of artillery fire. Yes. War. The insectids. She was the deputy captain of the garrison in the return to the ruins, severely wounded in battle against the insectids before the emergence of the Xianqing sect. Afterwards, she was buried in the ruins. The weight on her body was removed, and she was lifted up by a pair of strong hands. She could feel that the body was slender yet strong, and there was a strong medicinal fragrance on it. Hemostatic pills. A light, melodious female voice sounded in her dazed state. A bitter pill was stuffed into her mouth. Then, a warm, comforting sensation slowly spread throughout her body. She could even hear the sound of her flesh growing. The pain subsided, and her senses became increasingly clear. Finally, she opened her eyes. Am I in heaven? The girl before her, no, a fairy, was unrealistically beautiful, seemingly surrounded by a shimmering white halo. Behind her, a level 1 star beast. A giant white serpent. Her warrior instincts kicked in, and she immediately jumped up, ready to activate her mecha and fight. Calm down. Calm down. Li Hanxiao beside her grabbed her arm. It's alright. It's alright. They're from the Federation. No, they're from the Xianqing sect. Yu Yao gasped for breath, looking at her body. She remembered that before she fainted, the insected claws had pierced her chest. Yes, the marks on her combat suit were still there, and the piercing pain of the corrosive liquid tearing through her flesh. Healed. Completely healed. Not even a scar remained. Looking up again, the scene before her was utterly bizarre. Someone soared into the air, a single iron sword sweeping away the insectids. Yes, sweeping away, not like several people ganging up on one and barely managing to take it down. Star beasts flew in the sky, charging at the front lines, assisting the warriors in killing the enemy. Seeing that she was all right, the girl immediately moved among her wounded comrades. And this area was firmly guarded by the beast horde, the insectids unable to advance an inch. The Zerg were suppressed. No, they were utterly crushed. She remembered that before she fainted, Guishi was already on the verge of collapse. Captain, am I dead? No, we're about to win. It was the Federation's cultivators who saved everyone. Cultivators. She stood there, stunned, unable to utter a word for a long time. Only Li Hongxia's excited and thrilled voice rang in her ears. I'm going to help. Chapter 488 Extra Chapter. Cleansing the Zerg, Qiongwu passed Chapter Shan, the 17th leader, self-proclaimed, of Cosa Nostra, the Empire's largest underground organization. Once, He was a powerful figure in Cheongwu Pass, able to command respect simply by giving his name, in his own opinion. Until that mission, he was ordered to kidnap a hostage as usual. The man was named Tony. The Federation's most mysterious purifying liquid originated from him. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't defeat a local snake. However, this saying isn't always true. The worst part is, you can fall into the same trap twice. Luckily, he ran fast, otherwise there would have been a third time. Until the war broke out, he realized who he had messed with. The entire Cosa Nostra was bloodthirsty on the battlefield. Even gangsters have their code of honor. They knew that when the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. Faced with a common enemy of humanity, no one can remain unscathed. At this moment, Sean's mech was shattered, and he was severely injured. But as long as he had a breath left, he would fight to the very last moment. This was his home. Zerg, get out! The man descended from the sky, and with a single, effortless punch, sent the Zerg queen flying. Sean? The one who led me in a double cross? Sean's eyes widened. The hero from Proxima Centauri actually remembered him. You remember me? Teacher Tony? No, Hero Tony. Still no, Sword Immortal Tony? As he spoke, Tony casually blasted away countless engineers. He had actually offended a cultivation sect. Whether it was luck or misfortune was unknown. But he was very clear-headed. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. His legs buckled, and he knelt down with a thud. Having wandered half my life, I never met a worthy master. Today, I met you, sir, and I'm willing to serve you like a dog. Tony, ? Are we fighting the Zerg? What am I doing here? The War of the Return of All Stars on December 1st, Star Calendar 425, this grand event, eagerly anticipated by all, began. No one could have imagined that it would be the prelude to a human catastrophe. On December 4th, the heavenly hidden army swept in, and rebellions broke out in the Empire and the Federation. On December 5th, the ultimate nightmare descended. The Zerg tore through dimensions, flooding into Proxima Centauri like a torrent. On the same day, 265 nations signed the Interstellar Joint Defense Agreement, and the Federation began supporting various battlefields. In a moment of crisis, starships from 265 nations converged, signing the Interstellar Joint Defense Agreement, and the Federation began supporting various battlefields. That eerie white mass held the first line of defense for humanity. On December 7th, despair reached its peak. Cheongwu Pass activated the Final Impact Protocol, and General Fu Yuan led 2,817 ships to ram into the Queen Worm mothership. On the same day, a ray of hope pierced the darkness. The Xianxin sect arrived, traversing the Sea of Stars. On December 8th, 7 Queen Worm motherships disintegrated. Demonic cultivators joined the battle. On December 9th, the mastermind behind the scenes finally revealed itself. Body. But in the end, what stood firm was humanity's perseverance and courage. The Xianxin sect won. Humanity won. On December 11th, heavenly lightning descended, and the sect master underwent tribulation. On that day, in the neighboring star field, all beings looked up, witnessing the arrival of a god. December 21st, a day worth commemorating. This unprecedented catastrophe, a calamity combining human disaster, insect plague, demonic chaos, and the destruction of civilization, finally came to an end. Under the guidance of the Xianxin sect, 10,482 fallen planets saw the light of day again, and the scourge of the insected race was completely eradicated. This event is historically known as the War of the Return of 10,000 Stars. Nagus, the kitchen god on the Star Network, Song Ruotang's account has nearly reached 300 billion followers. She is no longer a food blogger or chef in the traditional sense, but a combat hero. Behind her is the Xianxin sect, which led humanity through darkness. Thank you, hero, for leading us forward. Long live the Xianxin sect. Indeed, those who love to eat are kind. Those who love to laugh are incredibly lucky. I've been a fan of the kitchen god since I was little, and now it seems the fairy deserves it. As everyone knows, the cooks are the most mysterious force on the battlefield. About the cook's journey to proving his swordsmanship on the battlefield. Reborn as a cook, slaughtering all on the Zerg battlefield. On behalf of the millions of people of Cheongwu Pass, I thank the Immortal for his selfless rescue. Thank you. Plus reward 2,000. Not much money, just a small token. 10,000 reward. 11,500 reward. Just like the dream in the hearts of countless people, if every person on Proxima Centauri gave me $1, that would be 1.2 trillion. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The account owner is still cleaning up the Zerg, but the rewards have already broken through the sky. The financial problems of the Xianxin sect are broken. 124 in Star Calendar 417, the Third Zerg War. The number 128 was engraved in the hearts of everyone on Proxima Centauri. Half a year later, Cheongwu Pass returned, and 128 became 127. 7 years later, Selene, Qinghe Plain, and Elbows were liberated, and 127 became 124. January 3rd, Star Calendar 426, the first new year after the war had just passed, and the celebratory fireworks had not yet faded. Xianxing sect, leading the Proxima Centauri Allied forces, rushed to the 124 occupied zones. The first plan of the new year. In the nebula 1589 light-years away, there would be no more room for a single Zerg. We're entering the occupied zones. Yes, yes. The Allied forces only had 12 ships, but the soldiers felt no fear, only excitement and anticipation. I never thought that one day I would actually liberate the occupied zones with my own hands. Yes, yes, we finally waited for this. Imperial 17th, 35th, and 68th Legions, this is Fuyuan. Deactivate the defense lock on jump point 38. The Allied fleet is about to enter Yonlu City. Yonlu City, the Empire's fourth largest planet, is estimated to have over 3 million Zerg on its surface, the largest Zerg population of all the occupied zones. The fleet passed through the jump point, broke through the atmosphere, and landed outside the main city. Sure-An's lips curled into a smile. The first one's the right one, there are survivors. In dungeon number 1, west of the main city, the leader was Yi Qiao, the former captain of the Deep Space Special Forces. For the past 8 years, they had fought desperately, hiding and fleeing, finally managing to survive until now. Supplies were running low, and they were exhausted. They didn't know how much longer they could hold out. But she couldn't fall. The burden of 7 dungeons and 50,000 people rested on her shoulders. Until, boom! Sir! 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 The sentry's voice carried years of suppressed excitement, his eyes gleaming brightly. Sir, there's a warship. There's an explosion. Someone's come to rescue us. It wasn't the roar of cannons, nor the thunder of battle, but a deafening roar of hope. Chapter 489 Extra Chapter. Yonlu City, the roar of battle echoed, smoke obscuring the sun. Great. We're saved. Wah! Cries suppressed for 8 years erupted in the 7 underground cities, a boiling cheer breaking out in the dark shelters. Such a huge explosion, the army must be here. Finally, this day has come. Yi Qiao's heart was filled with fervor. For 7 years, they had been hiding like rats underground, and now the flame of hope had finally pierced through the gloom. 2 problems. The army doesn't know we're here. Also, with such strong artillery fire, we need to avoid friendly fire. So, the most urgent thing is to contact the army. At this moment, the battlefield DJ came on again. Today is a good day. All your wishes will come true. Tomorrow is a good day. Open your door, and welcome the spring breeze. The Allied forces were stunned by this strange noise. It has to be the Xianxing sect, huh? They even dared to play music to lure people into their territory in the occupied zone. Yi Qiao hadn't even had time to devise a strategy, or find a way to contact the army. A strange yet lively voice pierced through the layers of ground. Hello? Hello? Open sesame. This is the Proxima Centauri Joint Team. Are you there? Are you there? In the small dark room on the 7th floor, the sentinel looked out the window at the girl riding a flying sword, her big, bright eyes fixed on him. Hello, survivor, I am Alice Yang, the peak master of the Sword Peak 3 Peaks of the Xianxing sect of the Federation, with a Heavenly Fire spiritual root, Foundation Establishment Level 7. The others, got it? They had to announce all the freshly acquired titles. The sentinel didn't have time to think about how the other party found him, how they could stand in midair, or how the Federation people appeared in the occupied territory of the Empire. Only one thing remained in his mind. Yonlu was saved. 8 years later, 50,000 people saw the light of day again, basking in the long-awaited sunshine, breathing in the smoke-filled air, and enjoying the rainbow after the storm. Everything before them felt like a lifetime ago. Amidst the backdrop of mech warfare, flying swords, star beasts, alien plants, magic. Team Leader Yi, has technology outside advanced this much? Proxima Centauri doesn't use mech for warfare anymore? Liberation Day Empire, Yonlu City, 3.21 million enemies killed, 52,000 survivors. Empire, Cross Star Sea, 1.28 million enemies killed, 3,561 survivors. Empire Yondu, 2.37 million enemies killed, 0 survivors. Federation, Garrison Fortress, 890,000 enemies killed, 0 survivors. Jordan, Iron Monument Plain, 680,000 enemies killed, 58,000 survivors. Decentralized Alliance, K1678, 320,000 enemies killed, 67 survivors. On March 1st, 426 of the star calendar, the sun shone brightly on the earth. As the final cannon shot fell at Jinyuan Pass, the last fallen territory, 1.2 trillion people witnessed this historic moment. 124 lighthouses were lit. In the nebula 1589 light-years from Proxima Centauri, not a single Zerg remained. The Zerg War officially became history on this day. Liberation Day for 265 countries. Universal celebration. A week-long holiday. Tianyin Dynasty 265 countries, over 700 ships, besieged the city. This was an attitude. This was revenge. This was also judgment. Most of Tianyin's forces were committed to the battlefield. The capital city was now practically on the verge of collapse. However, the demonic power sacrificed the entire capital. The once prosperous capital of Tianyin was now a ghost town, with almost 1 in 10 ordinary citizens remaining. Silence reigned in the hearts of the Allied forces. War has never had a winner. The struggle for heaven is an illusion, its true nature revealed in oblivion. The ruins of the city are bathed in the setting sun. A single leaf heralds autumn. The heavens have vanished, their glory fading into oblivion. This once mighty fourth largest interstellar power, with 23.7 billion people and 135 planets, has vanished into the sea of stars. The profound vault of righteous law, the purification of the Tao, the star network is always bustling. Look what I found. The profound vault of righteous law, the purification of the Tao? Don't tell me this is the official website of the Xianqing sect? Not only is there an official website, but there's also customer service. Looking at that message, everyone fell silent again. Seeking immortality, pointing the sword to the heavens. Join my sect, shatter the mortal realm, and achieve the supreme immortal path. Welcome, fellow Taoist. I'm customer service Xiao Lu, feel free to leave me a message. How long has this website been up? It's been almost 2 years since I registered. They never intended to hide it, just revealing it little by little. We were slow to react again. Who would have thought the answer would be so explosive? With so many people in your federation, couldn't you have checked? Their answer has been online for 2 years. Federation members. Okay, it's my fault. Who would have thought that a cultivation sect would so brazenly post their information online? Join my sect? They're recruiting? The Xianqing sect is recruiting. Although there were no detailed recruitment announcements or requirements, scrolling down, the 4 large characters talent recruitment were reflected in everyone's eyes. This thought was like a spark, igniting a raging fire in everyone's hearts. Something came up. I have to go. I'll be right back. Urgent. I'm logging off. Millions of messages flooded the official website, the general store, and the Disciple Starnet accounts. Peak Master, look at me. I have extraordinary bones and innate talent, a cultivation prodigy unlike any other. Sect Master, My mom says I've been smart since I was little. This is my resume. I can do everything from sweeping and cleaning the sect to massaging shoulders and legs and guarding the house. I studied postpartum care of sows, so I definitely have a place on Beast Peak. Wait, does the Xianqing sect recruit foreigners? Does Zeus count as a foreigner? Yes. Charge. Rise and fall, the torrent of time washes over, and the glory and disgrace of aristocratic families are like duckweed on the waves, rising and falling in an instant. As the old saying goes, choice is more fatal than effort. The Lu family of Central Star, a first-class aristocratic family in the Federation, is a force to be reckoned with in the military and a powerful force in the business world. With numerous offspring, talent, effort, cunning, and ruthlessness are all indispensable. This is the ironclad rule of the Lu family and all the other aristocratic families. Therefore, when Lu Ruyan was severely injured by her own sister's scheme during the Third Insected War and abandoned by her family, none of the Lu family members, including her father, objected. The Lu family is not lacking in geniuses. Lu Ruyan left the family and founded the Dark Domain. In over a decade, it developed into a powerful force comparable to the Lu family. Did Lu's father and the current family head, Lu Lingyi, ever regret it? Yes, but the feeling was never as profound, as heart-wrenching as it is now. In the bunker, the Lu family members stared intently at the person in the camera's view. Xianqing sect. Sound cultivator. External Affairs Hall, guest elder. Every word felt like a needle piercing their hearts. The camera panned briefly, showing that familiar figure charging through the insect swarm, the sound blades and sword beams creating a symphony of slaughter. The belated regret, like a leech, slowly gnawed at their souls. They missed not only an heir to protect the family's glory, but also an opportunity to soar to new heights at a turning point in history. Chapter 490 Extra Chapter. Star 9527 is located in the radiation shadow region at the edge of the rust belt of the Proxima Centauri arm. In the early days of interstellar life, this was a desolate wasteland, ravaged by radiation, a jungle where the strong preyed on the weak, forged by the law of the jungle. The harsh environment and scarce resources kept civilization in a vacuum for a full 200 years. In Star Calendar 328, it was incorporated into the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Federation, designated as a low-ranking star 9527. The Federation's star emblem pierced the eternal night, spaceports rose from the ground, and cities spread like rust spots. Civilization and order began to take shape. In Star Calendar 401, star 9527 welcomed a new administrator, Lu Ran. She introduced many aristocratic families' terminal businesses, including the garbage mountain of the Su family from the central star. This provided a means of survival for the impoverished people. In Star Calendar 407, the Federation government launched the 10,000 Stars Sharpening Project to cope with the increasingly severe insected crisis. Thus, Star 9527 gained its own military academy, the 18th Military Academy. In Star Calendar 422, a new student named Guhan enrolled at the 18th Military Academy. In Star Calendar 424, a spaceship departing from the central star was attacked by space pirates while passing the border of the 7-star region. After the explosion, retired mecha pilot Wang Ji and his adopted son Sun Xianyu rescued a survivor while scavenging for trash. The survivor's surname was Shi, given Naaman, and Daoist name Ning. The story begins here. March 1st, Star Calendar 426, was also the first unified liberation day for all of Proxima Centauri. The federal government announced that Star 9527 was officially renamed the Xianqing Interstellar Cultivation Special Zone, 9527, I'm the real boss. Carry me! Immigration wave with the crisis resolved, only one question remained for the people of Proxima Centauri. What will happen next? Where will the clash of civilizations lead the future of the entire interstellar space? Some are still hesitant and observing, while others have already taken action. Starport 9527 saw 52 times its historical peak in arrivals that day. After more than a decade of continuous population decline, this is the first time immigration applications have poured in like snowflakes. Investments and property purchase intentions received within a month have already exceeded the total during Lu Ran's administration. First-class families, powerful forces, and large organizations are flocking in. The price of a single apartment in the special zone even exceeds that of a small subsidiary planet. Fortunately, Lu Ran's current status has made her the 14th person outside the 13 powers of the Federation. She can loudly say no to all forces. Lu Ran, a cowardly way of saying no. Her reason is impeccable. The special zone is under the dual jurisdiction of the sect and the Federation, requiring approval from the Xianqing sect's Internal Affairs Hall. Internal Affairs Hall. Hall Master Siren. Sid, I need your help with something. Siren, don't even think about corrupting our leaders, I'm in charge of the Discipline Hall too. Ming Ming, one of the 58,000 survivors of the Jotun Iron Plains. Also a member of the Jotun Royal Army's Special Forces. She would never forget that day, that figure descending from the sky, saving her from death and despair. She saw the interstellar heroes riding on flying swords for the first time. After liberation, Ming Ming awoke from the clash of civilizations, and after retiring, she came to this unfamiliar planet, the Federation. The hatch opened, and abundant spiritual energy rushed in. In the distance, lush greenery covered the mountains and plains. Those weren't exotic plants, but natural plants, no. They were spiritual plants. This was the legendary where there are immortals. There is spirit, ethereal and otherworldly. The city was overcrowded. The road stretching for hundreds of kilometers from the edge of the garbage mountain to the city was lined with tents. Officials avoided the area, leaving people like headless flies, so they had to ask locals for directions. You won't find it. Nobody, but members of the Xianqing sect can find it. I can only tell you it's in the garbage mountain, but I lived here my whole life. If I move back, I won't be able to find it again. That's a celestial sect. Celestials have many ways to hide. Just wait, the Xianqing sect is recruiting. Sooner or later, we hear from them. I'm a foreigner. Ming Ming felt a little uneasy, wondering if he still had a chance. Foreigners? That shouldn't be a problem, right? From what I know of the sect master, it's not important. Our Federation probably doesn't care about that. Do you know if the radiation-free vegetable production base is still hiring? Sigh. Forget about it. So many survivors in the occupied territories are lining up to come, not only for free but also with a salary. You can't get in. Let me point you out a few paths, 5 ways to get into the Xianxing sect. Upon hearing this, a group of people swarmed over. 1. Meet someone when they were young. You have to do this early. It's all about fate, no chance. 2. Make achievements in the military. Didn't the sect master say that high-ranking warriors have a higher probability of awakening spiritual roots? It'd make the immortals notice you. 3. Join the Research Institute. Our base is jointly managed by the Spirit Plant Hall and the Research Institute. 4. Guest Elder Lu from the External Affairs Hall. She's the founder of the Dark Domain. The last one, wait for the official or Xianxing sect announcement. Various rumors circulated. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the official announcement finally arrived. Xianxing. Joint Declaration of Civilization on July 1st. Star Calendar 426. The entire Star Network broadcast the Declaration of Civilizational Coexistence delivered by Federation Marshal Songwon. Over 1 trillion viewers watched this speech, representing the transition between history and the future. Since the Battle of Wanqing-Guiyuan, we have come to a profound understanding. Starship orbits forge the material frontier, flying swords and flowing light guard the dimensional defenses. These are the 2 wings for the survival of civilization. From this day forward, both sides will adopt following the way of nature, maintaining technological order, as their charter to jointly build a spiritual science symbiotic entity. The highest authorities of 265 countries stared intently at the screen, analyzing and recording word by word. A dual-track governance system. Psionic and technological development in tandem. Energy extraction, resource allocation, technology sharing, military cooperation, talent exchange. This doesn't seem like something we only just begun planning. Clearly, it must have been deployed since the liberation of Selene. And checks and balances? Checks and balances on whom? Who can check and balance the sect leader? The legendary Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao, I'm watching you. Good news. The Xianxing sect doesn't want power. The Federation is also very restrained. In the current situation, if the Federation or the Xianxing sect wanted to rule the interstellar space, it would be a piece of cake, requiring no effort at all. But, considering the Xianxing sect's past practices. Shuren, I told you long ago, I'm not here to destroy this family, but to join it. She's a genius at cultivation, but completely clueless about management. If she could manage, she wouldn't be so poor. Songwon, a federation, managing it is driving me bald, and they call themselves interstellar overlords. I rather retire and guard the gates of the Xianxing sect. From this day forward, the Ark of Civilization will be built by all of humanity. This is the way of survival, and the beginning of reverence. The entire theme is simple. The Xianxing sect and the Federation will not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, will not arbitrarily expand their territory or implement hegemony. Interstellar technology remains the cornerstone of development, and the cultivation civilization will not reject anyone. From this day forward, a new era officially begins. Chapter 491 Extra Chapter. Xianxing Sect Recruitment Order. The Xianxing Sect is open to all, seeking talented individuals. The Xianxing Sect has stood for 10,000 years, upholding the righteous laws of Xuanqiong and adhering to the principle of pure mind and enlightenment. Now, to glorify the immortal sect, it hereby issues a recruitment order to cultivators from all corners of the world. Recruitment positions outer disciple, several, requirements, upright character, free from evil karma, able to endure hardship and willing to start from basic cultivation, no restrictions on spiritual roots or nationality. Responsibilities: assisting with daily sect affairs, spiritual plant cultivation, alchemy room support, book organization, product sales, accounting, logistics, etc. Inner disciple, limited to 300, apply early. Requirements: those with spiritual roots must pass the path of inquiry and sect assessments, written test and trial. Benefits: receive personal instruction from the Peak Master. Personal disciple requirements: heavenly spiritual root or rare spiritual root, opportunity is predetermined. Benefits: receive personal instruction from the Sect Master. 2. Recruitment process. Application: from now until September 1st, you can register through the official website. Preliminary screening, online AI merit scanner. Written examination, theoretical examination portal open on StarNet from September 1st to 7th. Spirit testing. Spirit testing channels open in 10 federal cities from September 8th to 14th. Path of Inquiry, Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. Sect Trials, Combat and Mech Battles. 3. Sect Benefits. Cultivation Resources. The first 3 floors of the Scripture Pavilion are open. Each disciple can receive 1 bottle each of hemostatic pill, spirit purifying liquid, and tranquilizing pill per month. Dwelling Allocation. Direct disciples are allocated 5-story detached houses with courtyards. Inner disciples are allocated 3-story townhouses. Outer disciples are allocated 3-bedroom, 1 living room house, bedroom, independent cultivation room, reception room. Salary. Basic 10,000 star coins/month, plus 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Gold. Special positions increase management performance, sales commission. Merit Exchange. Complete tasks to exchange for magic weapons/cultivation techniques, reference materials. 10 Rules of the Immortal Sect, 100,000 Wise. Cultivation Edition, Basic Knowledge of Cultivation. Xianxin Sect Internal Affairs Hall announces. Heavenly Tao as Witness, the Starry Sea as Witness. Note: evil cultivators, demonic cultivators, monster cultivators, and ghost cultivators need to report in advance. Recruitment effect. The moment the recruitment announcement was released, the peak traffic of the Star Network overwhelmed 1137 relay stations. The Xianxin Sect's official website went black for a time, and the queue number exceeded 9 digits. It was only by the intervention of the high-dimensional civilization that the situation was stabilized. Commander, Basic Operations Q. No nationality restrictions. I already said, our Federation and Xianxin Sect are very generous, and after this battle, we're all family. No spiritual root restrictions, so that means ordinary people are fine too. I'm going for it. Upright character, no evil deeds. Can I have a minor criminal record? You hit the nail on the head. You know Tony from the External Affairs Hall, right? Yes, why? He was a space pirate. Really? Really, he was an S rank before cultivating immortality, and because of that, he couldn't get into military school, so he became a freelance mercenary in the dark domain. Also, when liberating the occupied territories, Sean, who was with him, was originally a member of the largest gang in the Empire, Cosa Nostra. This organization isn't exactly benevolent, but many died fighting the Zerg on the Cheongwu Pass battlefield. So, I understand that if someone hasn't committed murder or arson, and has reformed and accumulated merit, they should be able to pass. It's not just about the records. Unfortunately, 300 people are not enough to go around among 1.2 trillion people in the entire interstellar space. Personal disciples require top-tier talent, and also a lot of luck. The 14 personal disciples are now all renowned figures in the interstellar space. Just think about the value of that. Cultivation is a master-disciple system. The master teaches them step by step. If expansion is too rapid, it's impossible to manage everyone. Yes, it's good enough that they can even hold open recruitment, otherwise the Federation wouldn't have enough spots to go around. Right. Maybe they recruit once a year from now on. If it doesn't work this time, they try again next time. Look at the benefits. It's insane! They give out purifying spirit pills by the bottle, 10,000 star coins, on par with the military. They even give out housing. This cultivation is like finding a job. I thought I have to pay out of pocket. Look at the StarNet rewards, they don't need your pittance. And this, 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. If I remember correctly, cultivators have very long lifespans. How do they pay for pension insurance? Pay until 60, and live to 600? Federation, that's it. Ha. The Federation is getting so fed up with this. After all this talk, didn't you see the important part? There's a written exam. Heaven is against me. My path to immortality is over. Look at that pile of books at the end. Exam setter, Liang Wang, Tong, Xiao Huayuan. Liang Wang, he. I'm not saying anything more, I'm going to study. Goodbye, let's see who's the best in the exam. Cultivating immortality is mostly about fate, but there are just too many people. Let's filter some out with exam-oriented education first. After all, luck is also part of fate. Imperial Cheongwu Pass, military headquarters. General, shouldn't we send more people over? Nonsense, hurry up. Let this year's top 100 candidates and military elites learn first. Wait, shouldn't we organize a crash course? General, can we still find Tong? He wrote that book, 100,000 Wise, Cultivation Edition. Could we ask him to tutor us? The high-ranking officials started chattering, thinking of various strategies to pass the written exam. General? Fu Yuan didn't say a word, because he had just received an enticing offer. Pre-exam open class from interstellar knowledge to attempts at cultivation, the leap was too great, and there was a huge demand for tutoring. On July 1st, the Internal Affairs Hall and the Scripture Pavilion simply held an open class on the basics of cultivation knowledge. This should be the most watched learning live stream in history. Dantian, spiritual platform, divine sense, spiritual energy, spiritual root. Over 1 trillion people were immersed in a vast and unfamiliar vocabulary. What is this? What is this again? Is this even possible? Is this scientific? This is truly eye-opening. Hello everyone, I am Tong. That lively, chubby white ball of fluff, pretentiously wearing a pair of holographic gold-rimmed glasses. Perfectly fitting its role today, it's going to talk about morality and ethics. Today, we will discuss the 10 rules of the immortal sect together. First, what is a cultivator? What is the purpose of cultivating immortality? Is there an end to cultivating immortality? Have you all thought about this? The mysteries of the Tao begin with contemplation. Okay, let's find a student to share their thoughts. Tong, serious face. Overwhelming aura. Sudden silence. Death stare. Chapter 492 Extra Chapter. Damn. Roll call, everyone, eyes darting around, shifting their gaze. This is really a class. I should have just listened to the recording. Okay, please, Fong Xiangpi from the Federation, answer this. Fong Xiangpi, stunned face. Can I say my internet was lagging? Socially dead in front of 1.2 trillion people. I should have changed my name. From another perspective, this lesson is actually a mental cultivator's guide to avoiding a crash. Helping everyone identify the major pitfalls on the path of cultivation in advance. Teaching everyone how to walk steadily on the path of cultivation, stay away from inner demons, not only to go long, but also to go steadily and far. 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an ant hole. Let's start with a negative example, the fresh and hot Mo Hunging. As one of the most talented and accomplished disciples of the Xianqing sect, how did he go from petty jealousy to falling into demonic ways, and causing a cataclysmic disaster? One must have reverence for the laws of heaven and earth, and for mortals. Indiscriminate killing is a grave taboo of the immortal sects. During tribulation, others undergo tempering and testing, you are subject to extermination and annihilation. The 10 rules of the immortal sect are the high-voltage lines for cultivators. Hello everyone, I am Liang Wing, the instructor of the basics of cultivation knowledge. I am in charge of the Scripture Pavilion, and I lead the organization of all the examinations of the Xianqing sect. Of course, I set the exam too. Hiss. The wicked Liang Wing is online. Shut your mouths. Look at the teacher. Attention. This is a test point. A must-know question. Come on. Underline this sentence. Mark the key points 3 times. Easy points, students. Don't look down. The answer isn't in the book. Look at me. Question bank? Not currently. Everyone is on the same starting line. Learn as much as you can. If you can't do it this year, you can try again next year. Even if you can't become a cultivator, every profession is wonderful. Effort is right, but being too attached can easily breed resentment. Everyone, you don't seem qualified to say that. The scroll is smoking. The 3-day enlightenment made the interstellar people realize, on the path of cultivation, power is easy to obtain, but the Tao heart is difficult to cultivate. Qi refining is easy, foundation building is not difficult either. What's difficult is, when wielding the power to destroy stars, still bowing down to a speck of dust. 10 cities spiritual root test on September 8th, star calendar 426, after a massive registration of 1 trillion people, online preliminary screening, and written examinations, the top 50,000 people entered the spiritual root test. Central Star, Pluto, Xianqing Interstellar Special Zone, Nagas. 10 cities open for spiritual root testing. In the central square of Central Star, people from all countries gathered, a sea of people. Those who passed the first 3 tests, including military academy students, active duty soldiers, and heroes from the occupied territories, accounted for 70%. Can you see? Don't push. Don't push. Holy crap. What's wrong? What's wrong? Holy crap. The Federation General is testing our spiritual roots. The Peak Master is sent to test our spiritual roots? My life is worth living. Nega's testing point. Ah! The kitchen god. How dare you? That's my cafeteria manager. Negos is a food capital. If I can get into the Xianqing sect, my first choice is the cafeteria. Ha ha ha. Don't laugh. You saw how they fought at Cheongwu Pass. Even the gatekeeper of the Xianqing sect said is stronger than everyone here. Cici, De Huang, Gigi, Huzai, Xiao Xiao, Xiaoyu, that's for sure. Song asks, ? Fu Jiwei, Nandong Ling, Mo Sang, and others arrived at the Xianqing Special Zone testing point. 68 of the Empire's top 100 passed the previous tests. This is the farthest and most remote testing point, but also the most popular. The only reason is, this is the birthplace of the immortal sects. That's Lox from the Exiles? Nick and Shira from Jotun. Greetings, everyone from the Empire. Adwit? You're better? Compared to his sickly, pale appearance during the competition, he was now energetic, in good spirits, and had a rosy complexion. Thanks to Susu, no, the Peak Master gave me 2 pills. He even called her Peak Master now. The bonds forged on the battlefield are truly different. The Empire headquarters analyzed that the fate of immortality that the Xianqing sect spoke of was simply acquaintance. Wait, uncle, what are you doing here? Fu Jiwei looked at Fu Yuan, whose eyes were darting around. Those around noticed the newcomer and immediately fell silent. Holy crap! It's General Fu Yuan. The 2 interstellar heroes have come to the cultivation zone too? Is the Imperial General joining a sect? Wait, can he even come? The Xianqing sect is now practically on par with the Federation, but in terms of stance, the sect leader's attitude is that the sect still belongs to the Federation. The identity of an Imperial General is far too sensitive. Amidst the questioning gazes of the crowd, he walked straight to the plaza platform. Fu Yuan, guest elder of the Xianqing sect's External Affairs Hall, I will be in charge of this round of testing. Silence fell over the scene. Fu Jiwei, you have an internal referral quota? Others, the Xianqing sect really has no taboos. Thus, the Xianqing sect has secured the 2 highest representatives of combat power and authority in the post-interstellar era. Sect prodigies, we have 3 heavenly spiritual roots in this year's cohort. Oh wow! Who is it? Who is it? Remember Lox from the Exile Kingdom? Heavenly Gold Spiritual Root. A college student from the village. Emperor Fu Jiwei. Heavenly Water Spiritual Root. Not surprising at all. Did you know she got first place in the written exam? Everyone started from the same point. Indeed, excellent people are excellent no matter where they are. And there's another one. The leader of the survivors of the Jotun Iron Plains Monument, Ming Ming, Heavenly Thunder Spiritual Root. There's no way to be jealous of this. 8 years. She saved 58,000 people. This must mean she has accumulated immeasurable merit. It proves the old saying, good fortune is yet to come. First encounter with Xianqing. The selection method for the outer sect is merit plus a written exam, while the inner sect has an additional factor, spiritual root. Ultimately, 5,000 people advance to the next round, and their destination will be the sect's location. Is this the former Garbage Mountain? As far as the eye can see, there are layers upon layers of green in varying shades. The vegetation grew wildly. Life burst forth. A refreshing air swept over us, cleansing and purifying our bodies and souls. Without a doubt, no other planet on Proxima Centauri possessed such an environment. This was the power of abundant spiritual energy. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass. Buzz! A short, sharp roar echoed. Batu? The herd had tried to lighten their pace, but they still couldn't control the tremors caused by their migration. You're all here? Moving? Buzz? Batu nodded obediently. Shall we go to the mountain gate? Buzz? Chapter 493 Extra Chapter. Behind Batu, deep in the jungle, heads began to emerge. Atop a giant tree, a dragonkuan gently preened its feathers with its hard beak, its golden eyes blazing. That's Jotun's dragonkuan. Many had only seen it on live streams. Standing before it, the overwhelming pressure of a super-level star beast almost solidified the air. This was the Xianqing sect's star beast army. No, they were spirit beasts now. Looking further ahead, the Garbage Mountain had completely transformed. It didn't look like interstellar space anymore. It looked more like an ancient secret realm. Batu, swishing his nose, eagerly led the crowd forward. As they walked, the crowd gradually sensed something was wrong. The scenery hadn't changed, but their steps began to wander in circles. Is this where we are? There's nothing here. How do we get in? Is there a door? Everyone turned to look at the Imperial General leading the group. Fu Yuan, I just arrived and went to have my spiritual roots tested. This is my first time here too. With a whoosh, Siren, riding on Shiha, arrived through the air. It must be this. It must be the illusion array mentioned in the book. The sect has been hidden. Siren's eyes narrowed, her fingers forming a hand seal, and she shouted, Illusion dissipates, true form manifests. Illusion array, dispel. Xianqing decree, all laws return to their origin. Sect's grand array, open. Command. At the entrance of the mountain gate, defenses paused. In an instant, white mist surged, gathering like waves, then exploded and vanished without a trace. The illusion was broken. All 3 layers of defense were opened. Wow! The Xianqing sect's mountain gate finally appeared. Amidst the clouds and mist, 11 spiritual peaks stood majestically, cranes circled, and rays of light shone everywhere. Above the highest peaks, the Interstellar blue flag and the Federation's 7-star flag fluttered in the wind. At the foot of the mountain, endless waves of green wheat stretched as far as the eye could see. Each ear of wheat shimmered with a faint spiritual light. A gentle breeze would scatter tiny, shimmering fragments of light, like a cascading galaxy. This was paradise on Earth. This is the Xianqing sect. Many people, even in their old age, still remember this day, this scene. Huh? Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. Am I seeing things? That's the visitor center? And there are snack shops, souvenir shops, and hair salons. 1 second, paradise on Earth. The next, a tourist attraction. Alright, back to the familiar Xianqing sect. Xuanqing's 3,000 paths. The first gate to entry. The path of inquiry, open. The siren's voice echoed through the mountains, like the tolling of bells. Everyone, the first trial begins. The 17 disciples of Xianqing Mo sang, You're going to Weapon Peak, right? Yeah, what about you? Haven't decided yet, but most likely Sword Peak. Sword Peak has 5 peaks. Peak Master Su Xiang, Peak Master Gu Jianshan, Peak Master Alice, Peak Master Gu Zhanting, and Peak Master Tony. Fu Jiwei recalled the figure bathed in holy light, who descended from the sky on the battlefield, saving her from danger several times. She go to Peak Master 4. Ming Ming shared the same thought. General Gu brought the Iron Origin Steel a last hope. He still possessed the Thunder Spirit root. If she had a choice, she wanted to go to Peak Master 2. Nangong Ling was an intelligence expert, possessing a lot of information. Xianqing sect has 16 departments: Pill Peak, Weapon Peak, Array Peak, Spirit Plant Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Dark Hall, Internal Affairs Hall, External Affairs Hall, Scripture Pavilion, Finance Department, Dining Hall, and the 5 peaks of Sword Peak. I suggest everyone understand what each department does before choosing, and then consider your own strengths. After all, it's a lifelong decision. I have some inside information. Upon hearing it was inside information, a group of people buzzed and gathered around. The person in charge of Spirit Plant Peak is the adoptive father of the sect leader, and the Peak Master of Weapon Peak. Peak 1 and Peak 3 are at odds. This is probably known throughout the entire interstellar space. On the surface, the Peak Master of Spirit Beast Peak is Yang Chung, but the one you can't mess with is that person. Got it. The head of the Dark Hall is injured and probably won't have time to train new disciples this year. The implication is, be careful, but many people who were saved by Yuan San are determined to join the Dark Hall. She will get better someday. The Internal Affairs Hall. A very core department. There's speculation that the next generation of power in the Federation will be born here, but what? The Hall Master is a siren. What about the siren? A former teammate from the 15th Military Academy remained silent. King of Scrolls. Just a reminder, the Internal Affairs Hall's disciple assessment uses a weekly test system. Are they crazy? There's one more. Which one? Tell me quickly, I need to avoid this. The Scripture Pavilion. Ms. Liang. Hey, you guys took the written test too, how was it? Others. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Fu Jiwei. With some effort, it's not bad. If you don't want to be so tired, woofing is a good place, but you need to pay a small price. Tony. Hey, want to get a membership card? If you want to go into management, the External Affairs Hall has 2 paths. One route is a trade route, the other connects with the government. Now that General Fu is here, there will likely be international affairs involved in the future. The requirements for disciples' cultivation levels in the Foreign Affairs Hall aren't that high. The same goes for the Dining Hall, Finance Department, and Martial Arts Hall. These departments can be considered for those without spiritual roots. However, we shouldn't worry about those with heavenly spiritual roots. They most likely be personally taught by the sect leader. Sure enough, including Fu Jiwei, Ming Ming, and Locke, there were a total of 17 personally taught disciples. Later generations of cultivators no longer referred to them by their names, but respectfully called them the 17 disciples of Xianqing. Chapter 494 Extra Chapter. Let technology learn to cultivate immortality. Wait, what about the military academy competition? Theoretically speaking, General Gu's participation is a foul by the Federation. Then you go and say it? Is life even going to end? Quite tacitly, no one mentioned the results of the international competition again. Then the question arises. What about the next one? Silence, another long silence. Will there still be a competition? All the good talents have been snatched up by the Xianqing sect. Not entirely. Fu Yuan spoke up. He had already discussed this matter with the sect leader. Spiritual root awakening is rare, and it doesn't completely overlap with children of high-level spiritual power. Cultivation cannot completely replace interstellar technology, and the Xianqing sect cannot recruit all the talents in the world. Spiritual energy and technology must complement each other. Then let technology learn to cultivate. 100 years later, a large number of 5S, 6S, 8S half-immortal battle bodies emerged in interstellar space, becoming the military's ultimate weapon. Have the people eaten yet? How's Chifeng doing? Not bad. Yoden's equipment is being updated. A large batch of mechs has been ordered, and they're busy with that. Mo Sang had dark circles under his eyes, but the excitement and satisfaction in his eyes couldn't be hidden. What about Peak 4? They have a mission to go out next week. Fu Jiwei was quite happy. Having just reached the second level of Qi refining, she could already go on a mission with the Peak Master. What kind of mission? A mission for someone who's only just joined? Is the sect leader going? No need to trouble her. It's a guard mission, but most likely it's about fighting space pirates. Fighting space pirates? As long as we spread the word that the Xianqing sect has accepted the mission, who would dare to cause trouble? That's true. The current rules in the underworld are to avoid anything related to the Xianqing sect. Even the space pirates would slip him things. Does the sect leader give lessons to his personal disciples? Yes, once a week, but I get so nervous every time I see Master. Shuren wasn't a strict teacher, but his aura. Don't take your blessings for granted, or I take your place. The sect leader will have open classes every month from now on. Everyone can attend. Oh ho! But bad news, there will be unified exams starting next month. Even after cultivating immortality, we can't escape the nightmare of exams. Weekly exams in the Internal Affairs Hall and the Scripture Pavilion. A moment of silence for my brothers and sisters. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Dinner's ready. Don't know what to eat today. The green beans are ripe. Hey! Can't you change it up? I want to eat stewed potatoes with meat. I want to eat braised eggplant and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. You're being picky. Why don't you ask if the people have eaten yet? The group paused, then exchanged glances, all seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. How could they possibly live such a good life? Ha ha ha. The people are indeed enjoying the good food. Just between you and me, Chef Song will be cooking special meals for us this weekend. Ms. Lian will be making shaved ice. How did you know? Hee hee hee, it's specially for the 3 Peak Masters. Wow, old Fu, you're like a local. How do you know everything? Of course, she is Fu Jiwei. Her excellence is evident in every aspect. What class is this afternoon? Talisman class. There's a saying in the Xianqing sect, when there's no real danger, the Array Peak Master is the greatest danger. Apply a few more defensive talismans. Yes, yes. The people are eating. The Xianqing sect has returned, the wood spirit root has advanced, and the number of new disciples is constantly increasing. Not only that, the Agricultural Academy has developed a method based on spiritual energy cultivation that can stabilize production. The daily output of radiation-free vegetables is approaching 1 million tons. More than 800 new vegetable markets have opened in over 180 countries on Proxima Centauri. The price remains the same. Don't push, don't push. We get it every day. Our Cheongwu Pass gets 1,000 tons every day. If you can't buy it today, there will be more tomorrow, and it will only increase. Just one thing, don't scalp. They're selling it at this price, so everyone can have a taste. Don't be an enemy of the people. Will there be even more in the future? More? Of course. Our Imperial Research Institute has already set off. I heard that in the Xianqing Special Zone, besides sex, spiritual plants will become the primary industry. And that's not all. It's said that Omega has found another planet very suitable for cultivation, and soon there will be a third agricultural planet. The Spiritual Plant Hall's goal is to let everyone in the entire interstellar space eat radiation-free vegetables. Hearing this, everyone felt a surge of pride. Aunt Huang, why aren't you buying anything? I completely forgot. Your daughter joined the Xianqing sect. Hee hee, she's in the spirit plant hall, sending me loads of stuff every day. Others, old woman, she's just showing off. And Huang, my daughter is amazing. Supporting household expenses, holy crap. The Array Peak Master? The Silver Alliance Republic invited the Array Peak Master to the capital, Tianyuan City, to set up a defensive array. The Silver Alliance originally wanted to invite Samir, but instead, one of the 17 disciples of Xianqing. Zhu and Lingzi, regret? Hatred? They should have insisted on sending a private military spaceship to pick them up. No, this isn't just about picking them up. It's escalated to top-level diplomatic affairs. Teacher Xiao Xuanzi. This. The person in charge of receiving them was Minister of Equipment, Gregor, who greeted Xiao Xuanzi while having someone report. Report to the Marshal immediately. They say the arrival is the Peak Master, and the entire Array Peak. The Peak Master's rank is equivalent to a general in a country. His position, as Minister of Equipment, is insignificant. The Xianqing sect doesn't care, but the Silver Alliance cannot be impolite. Xiao Xuanzi was originally just bringing his disciples out for practical experience. More importantly, her wealth palace, after the war, went from being depleted by the fall of stars to a state of yin and yang imbalance. A qualitative leap has been made, but more effort is needed. The Array Peak can't always rely on the sect's aid. Those who need to work still have to do their jobs. As for pricing, it can't be too high. Too much of a good thing is bad, and extremes lead to the opposite. Only a steady, long-term approach is possible. Therefore, the Silver Alliance invited the entire Array Peak of the Xianqing sect to provide defensive arrays at 80,000 each. Minister, let's increase the price. Gregor was speechless. He wanted to increase it, but no wonder he wanted to raise the price. His asking price wasn't 80,000, it was 80 million. Wow, the haggling scene was incredible. He kept raising the price, and the other party kept lowering it. The roles were reversed. In the end, Shinfen gritted his teeth and accepted an extra 30,000. 50,000 became 80,000, the other party said. Wealth is like a galaxy. A single sip is never enough, but a full scoop will drown you. He couldn't understand, but he couldn't persuade him otherwise. He could only try to find more customers. That won't do. At least the travel expenses have to be reimbursed. Chapter 495 Extra Chapter. Later that day, the news broke. The master of the Xianqing sect's Array Peak makes his first visit to the Silver Alliance, jointly launching the Spiritual Energy and Quantum Defense Matrix Cooperation Plan. Interstellar News. Silver Alliance Marshal meets with the master of the Xianqing sect's Array Peak. Silver Alliance Council unanimously approves, awarding the master of the Array Peak the title of Silver Alliance Lifetime Honorary Ambassador. Exclusive. The master of the Array Peak refuses exorbitant compensation. The way of arrays should benefit all living beings. The day after the visit, ancient array patterns appear on the Silver Alliance's capital star. Official response. Holographic image. The master of the Xianqing sect's Array Peak bestows blessings upon all realms. 3,000 peace talismans benefiting Silver Alliance citizens. Queuing for 3 days and 3 nights. Silver Alliance citizens frantically scramble for Array Peak peace talismans. Scalpers drive prices up to millions of star coins. When Shuren saw the headlines, he was speechless. Xiao Xuanzi seemed to have said he'd taken on a job. 80,000 for one array. He also sells some talismans to supplement his income. Star, who's that? A new disciple joined the sect? Who? That little girl who followed Tongha Zeus. A little girl? The only little girl in the Xianqing sect, it seems to be that master. But the one before us, so lovely and innocent looking, didn't have that terrifying aura at all. Huh? I know. Who? It is indeed a new disciple. It's the Starnet. Which Starnet? Which other Starnet? It's that Starnet. Impossible. The Starnet has become a spirit? Even Zeus can become a spirit. What do you think? The Starnet represents the embodiment of the highest interstellar technology and computing power, the only local AI of this era stronger than Zeus. Star, remember this. Whatever I say, you must remember it. Yes. Image and text input complete. The little girl nodded obediently. This is just idle talk. Listen for now. Not only listen, but also understand it. The Xianqing sect doesn't tolerate idlers. We 3 are like office software. We need to do more work and generate value. Otherwise, we easily be eliminated, understand? Understood. Brother Tonzi, aren't we spirit beasts? Zeus can calculate and fight, he has wisdom and combat power. He shouldn't be pure AI, right? We are all, so the sect master, the Scripture Pavilion, Beast Peak, and the Internal Affairs Hall are all our superiors. Brother Tongzi will teach you something practical. In the workplace, if you have 2 superiors, that's complex mode. 3, it's difficult mode. 4, it's hell mode. So, I give you this information first. This is my treasured secret manual. Learn it first. The AI looked at the incoming documents. The 72 transformations of the workplace, managing upwards. The 7 laws of workplace power. Nonviolent communication. The political art of the office. The secretary's handbook. Courtesy of the world. After much deliberation, the 3 AIs decided to launch another business line. The Xianqing sect doesn't support idle AIs. We must demonstrate our value. I considered it. Although the pay isn't much, the visibility is extremely high, and it's easy to trend on social media. If the sect master sees it, he prays us to death. System, wonderful, wonderful. However, it can't be too frequent. If we're running around the entire intergalactic world, hosting events every day, it'd lower our status, and our superiors might mistakenly think our main job isn't demanding enough. Yes, yes. We need to consider fairness, not just money. If only the highest bidder wins, the immortal energy won't be as abundant. That makes sense. So my strategy is to hold a lottery every month. Consider it Xianqing sect's way of giving back to the general public. Brother Tongzi is so far-sighted. Brother Tongzi is amazing. He's thought of everything. Tongzi, what nonsense are you teaching again? Don't corrupt your younger siblings. Liang Yueying's roar echoed throughout the mountain. Oh no, run! A week later, Xianqing sect's ceremony reservation platform went online. Does this mean that in the future, for my weddings, funerals, and baby's 1-month celebration, I might be able to invite a celestial being to officiate? That's so down to earth. That's the idea, but right now it should be the supreme being, Zeus, and the stars. Who are the stars? Random draw? Cost 888? 888 is a steal, a sure thing, but it can get the supreme being, the hero of all mankind, to attend your wedding or funeral. Worth it. Go for it. Already registered. 300 billion people online, no chance. Consider it a wishing well. Ah! I won. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. Where are you from? Give me your address. I give you 8888, sell me your spot. I offer 88,888. Even if it's true, I still be happy for you. Angry.jpg. Dear friends and relatives, distinguished guests, good afternoon. I am your host today. Oh. Xianqing sect. Xianqing sect. Xianqing sect. Uncle. Keep it low-key. I'm not the main character today. 100 years of life's trials and tribulations. 100 years of youthful glory. Let me welcome today's birthday star, Ms. Zhao Tsuehua. The old lady's eyes shone with bright tears. The biggest surprise today wasn't that she could live to 100, but that the hero who helped her reach 100 had come to host her birthday banquet. Wishing you longevity and happiness as enduring as the heavens, celebrating your birthday. May you have many more birthdays like this one. Congratulations, congratulations. Cultural dissemination. The earth-shattering battle of the return of 10,000 stars to origin gave birth to the Xianqing sect. But Siren positioned the sect as originating from the masses and returning to the masses. Therefore, it couldn't be aloof, it had to be down to earth. This is also why he supported unifying weddings and funerals. In that case, it's necessary to let the public better understand the Xianqing sect. Visiting and receiving visitors, cultural tourism can be developed. Let's start with the governments of various countries. Interstellar news. The Imperial military will lead a delegation to visit the Xianqing sect today, jointly ushering in a new era of strategic cooperation in psionic technology. In December of Star Calendar 426, a military and government delegation led by Imperial Marshal Augustus landed in the Xianqing Special Zone. Greetings, Marshal. Greetings, generals. I am your guide for today. This is the mountain gate of the Xianqing sect. The founding of the Xianqing sect can be traced back tens of thousands of years. Its founder, the elder Wu Ya, once said, the Xuanqiong stars fall, reaching the heavens in a covenant, the Qingke clouds open, revealing the heart of the Tao. Chapter 496 Extra Chapter. Huh? Marshaled someone? The Imperial High Command was still immersed in the magnificent atmosphere of the mountain gate, when they noticed an old man leisurely dozing off in the guard post below, petting a large yellow dog. Upon hearing this, the old man stretched, stood up, and rubbed his eyes. August? What are you doing here, O Marshal? That little guard post is clearly for gatekeeping. Oh, this is my new job. I continue to contribute to the sect after retirement. Okay. August's mind raced. Can I come along? Come on, come on. I give you a tour. This is a specialty store. Leaders, you can take some with you when you need them. 50% off everything, free shipping to your door. Potions, elixirs, vegetables, talismans, new energy mechs. You call this a specialty? 50% off. So cheap, and 50% off. Can I take it all? Yes, but not much stock. Can I pre-order? I sent you the product list. If you need it, we can schedule a custom order, but the quantity is uncertain. Understood. This is the disciple dormitory area. August looked at the misty, fairyland-like landscape before him, feeling a pang of sadness. This is my Kangland residence. August, I need to get Fu Yuan to get to know me a bit better. He wants to come too. Xianxin Forum Body Cultivation Submission. Which alchemist is so lacking in virtue that they replace my big pill with an appetizer powder? I'm on a weight loss program. Weight loss program. Weight loss program. Ah. Don't let me find you at the next sect market. Ha ha ha. I'm eating so well. Is there a food street at the cafeteria on weekend nights? OP. Yes. Beast Tamer Submission. Aya. I only been out for a day, and some old fox has seduced my cub. She's barely an adult and already pregnant. My cub is fair-skinned and beautiful. Doesn't she even take a piss and look in the mirror? Does she even deserve him? Who did this? This old man's sky has fallen. Is there any justice? Is there any law? At Beast Peak Yang Chung, this disciple begs Peak Master to uphold justice. Find that lecherous scoundrel. Punish him severely. Yang Chung, after investigation, it's confirmed to be a free love affair. Beast Peak will not interfere. OP. Nine-tailed fox, this disciple begs Grandma Nine to uphold justice. Nine-tailed fox. That's my eldest disciple. OP. Let's wish this newlywed couple all the best. May their destiny be intertwined. And may they reach the same destination on the Great Tao. Sword Cultivator Submission. How do you overcome your fear of heights and fly on your swords? I desperately need a guide. Me too. Fly with your eyes covered. OP. What if I crash into a building because I can't find my way? Get a quantum navigation system installed by the Peak Master. OP. Thank you so much. Anonymous. My Peak Master's relative is always following me around, so I don't have time to slack off anymore. The new disciple is the Peak Master's cousin, and as the senior disciple, Master made him her follow me. But actually, I spend half my time slacking off, secretly reading cultivation novels hidden in my manual, quietly browsing the Star Network, or fishing and sleeping by Falling Star Lake. Life was peaceful and carefree. Now she follows me around like a little tail every day. It's cute, and they look at me with adoring starry eyes, but I'm so tired. The workload is too heavy. I'm sick. Please, everyone, how can I slack off while maintaining my idol image? You're practically giving me your ID number. You chose the wrong major. If you want to slack off, you should go to the 5th peak, the cafeteria, or the Spirit Plant Peak. He can't change his major. The Peak Masters are grooming him as their successor. OP. So tired. You're deliberately being a Versailles, aren't you? OP. Don't talk nonsense. Anonymous. How to avoid becoming a furnace for water spirit roots? Shenwanqing. Please DM me. Sword Cultivator Submission. Can't the heartless path have relationships? Do you really have to kill your spouse to prove your path during Ascension? System. What kind of nonsense are you learning? Please uninstall the novel app and submit a 2,000-word self-criticism report to me today. Weapon Cultivator Submission. Before going into seclusion, I crafted a puppet to replace me, and my beloved junior sister fell for it. What? How can I win her back? System. DM me. I have a guide. Sound Editing Submission. My favorite instrument is the drums, but it doesn't fit the sex band style, so I was rejected. What? The sex mainstream music is folk and classical. I hope to incorporate more musical styles. OP. Hee. I formed a rock band with teacher Labu, Lewis, and Alice. Those who like it can come to the Martial Arts Hall for a performance this weekend. Array Editing Submission. This post excludes Zuelingzi and Samir. A poor kid joined the Array Peak, but you know what I mean. I heard the Array Peak was losing money, but I never imagined it would be this bad. After Samir joined the sect, his family's wealth shrank rapidly. They were supposedly the richest person on Pluto 2 years ago, but now they've fallen to 28th. And me, I could still support myself, but now my clothes are patched up. 2 days ago, a talisman exploded, and my house was gone. All the supplies I saved up for half a year are gone. Does anyone in the Array Peak have any ideas? No way, I tried everything. I'm so poor even rats would shake their heads, go to the finance department, be on good terms with them, and open an account in their name. You could also try the cafeteria, they're good for attracting wealth. I got a blessed lucky cat from the sect leader. A last resort, the sect leader himself isn't doing much better. This shouldn't be happening. Array Peak has improved a lot in the last 2 years. Samir, Salong, and the merit from the myriad stars returning to Origin have made it less dangerous than before. Perhaps you have some issues yourself. Didn't you have your destiny chart checked by your master before joining Array Peak? OP, yes, I did. My master said I hit rock bottom, and it shouldn't get any worse. Forget it, just let it go. The canteen has relief meals for impoverished cultivators and those from the Array Peak. At least you won't starve. The Peak Master said things will get much better once you reach the Golden Core stage and go independent. Strongly suggest checking your team's wealth palace before going on a mission. Alchemy Cultivator Submission. I refined some incredibly white and soft biga pills, and I'm addicted to them. What should I do? You're a food cultivator, right? Authentic steamed buns with firm, white flour. So perfect. Song Ruotang. I see you have extraordinary talent and unique bones. A once-in-a-millennium food cultivator sacred body. Would you like to come to the canteen and take a look? Sword Cultivator Submission. So the rumor that sword cultivators are poor is just a myth. I'm fortunate enough to have entered Sword Peak, but everyone seems quite wealthy. Did I get the wrong information? Theoretically, it's correct. But behind Peak 1 is the Sioux family of the Federation. Peak 2 and Peak 4 are the Gu family. Peak 5 is responsible for the sect's largest sales channel. Peak 3 is the sect leader, and the darling of the Battle Hall and Dark Hall. What do you think? The poorest peak in the Xianqing sect is Array Peak. There's no way around it. They lose as much as they earn. God only leaves them a little bit for food. Such a huge minefield. Why didn't anyone help them avoid it when choosing their major? It was avoided. The Peak Master personally helped them avoid it. But they don't believe in bad luck. Sword Cultivator Submission at 7:05 a.m. on December 18th. Who shouted 10,000 swords returned to the sect on Peak 1? You took my sword. Can you give it back? I just bought it last month. The materials cost me 3 million star coins. Aslan. Sorry, it's with me. If you can't find your sword, please come to Peak 1 to claim it. Chapter 497 Extra Chapter. Sword Cultivator Submission midterm exams are coming up. Do any senior brothers and sisters have a question bank? Me too +1. Xiao Huayuan. Study hard, it won't be a problem. So far, only one person in the Xianqing sect has failed. Who? Which hero? Li Yuanbua. Commander, delete this entry. Sword Cultivator Submission. How do you guys maintain your balance while flying on your swords? I keep falling off. I failed my flying test 3 times already. Please give me a guide. Unstable core. I suggest weightlifting. Horse stance. Not enough training. Come to Weapon Peak and swing a sledgehammer with me. I guarantee you pass in 3 months. Come to 5 Peaks 2. We have introductory body cultivation classes that focus on core training. Add more protein powder to your body tempering pills. Lewis, dancing helps too. Let's hip hop together. Sword Cultivator Submission help. My natal spirit sword is acting up and ignoring me. What should I do? Waiting online. It's urgent. Since getting it, I've been incredibly happy. I get plenty of good food and drink, and lots of spirit stones. Half my salary goes towards buying sword nourishing ointment and sword soul crystals. I spend at least an hour every day polishing and maintaining it, but it's been so cold to me lately, completely ignoring me. Does anyone know why? Some swords are just fussy, you can't spoil them. A good beating will fix it. No, I did that last time, and they complained to the Weapon Peak. I got a scolding from Ivan. I have experience. Did I forget to wash my shoes before stepping on it to send it soaring into the sky? Ouch. I stepped in dog poop last time, and it ignored me for a month afterward. How could that be? The poster said he takes care of himself every day. Did you have your eye on a richer senior brother or sister? Could you use your knife to open packages because you couldn't find it? My situation is like this. I fell in love with the cafeteria knife, but I didn't agree. We eloped and got caught. I also want to ask what to do. A sword too big to keep. From another perspective, a kitchen knife is at least something for everyday use. That kitchen knife is 56. Bigger than my mom. Greasy all over. Reeking of malaria. Older, more considerate. Would it hurt if I slashed you? Demon Cultivator Submission. Anonymous. Disclaimer. I am an Omega warrior captured by Tianyin in Star Calendar 396, and I passed both online and offline merit tests. My mind is clear, I am free of debt, and I have some meager merit. But after the myriad stars return to Origin, Although I was fortunate enough to be accepted by the sect, I felt extremely inferior. I chose the most remote dormitory, only daring to deal with sect affairs, but afraid to cultivate seriously, fearing discrimination and attacks. What path should I take in the future? There really are demonic cultivators. Cultivating immortality or demonic cultivation is just a difference in the source of power. As long as you uphold the righteous path, you are all members of the sect. Those at the same level might not be able to tell, but those a level higher can see it at a glance. They already know, this is just indifference. Just focus on your cultivation. Teacher Labu is an evil cultivator, but he was personally protected by the Heavenly Tao during his foundation establishment. Even the Heavenly Tao recognizes him. Who dares to object? The Dark Hall Master, with an innate demonic body, is known to all. I be the first to object to anyone who dares to say a bad word about her. By the way, has Teacher Yuan-san woken up yet? I just visited him last week. Not yet, but the sect master said he'd be soon. Great. Sword cultivator submission. While on a mission on an unnamed planet, I picked up an unknown little beast. What is it? How do I raise it? Shuren, Qilin crystal beast, come find me. Captured a sect leader. Sword cultivator submission. Can a certain music cultivator please stop practicing at midnight? Today it's the Swana, tomorrow the electric guitar, the day after the Halusi, or at least check the time. Can't you work 9 to 5? Even calming pills can't stop the cacophony. Sorry, I'm a sword cultivator, and I want to switch to music cultivation, but I have to practice swordsmanship during the day, so I can only play instruments and sing at night. Forced love won't be sweet, so you should stick to swordsmanship. What? Do I really not have this talent? Why don't you go find Lewis from the next peak and see if you can learn some rap? Weapon cultivator submission. Can we please prohibit sword cultivators from giving their swords weird names? Wang Kai, Laifu, Songbyo, Zhang Difu, Wang Suilian, cultivation version. Swords can't have the same name. What are we supposed to do? Pure-hearted cockroach, fiery hot, a spear covered in shit, whoever gets stabbed dies, fate. A water gun filled with urine, whoever gets sprayed screams. Shit poured over your head, and you still want to stir it up. Sigh. Are you three in the same ward? The smell is a bit strong. You heard me, you won't get away with it. Square dance leader. Fairy of Yaochi, cold and aloof immortal lord, little girl, don't even think about escaping. Murung, god slayer, dream of 900 million girls, iron pillar. Marilyn, blood enchantress, and Talia, Hathaway, ice and snow sorrowful dream kite. OP, try reciting one during the battle. Sun Qianyu, from this day forward, please refer to the Xianqing Weapon Codex. Sword Naming Management Standard 3.0 for naming your spirit swords. Food submission. Kitchen chef on the cafeteria. Photographer on weekends. Chef Chang's side photography business is now open. Photographing people, spirit pets, and your destined spirit sword. Weekend shoots. These are my works. Brothers and sisters who want their portraits taken can contact me. So ethereal, absolutely stunning. So cool. Can you add special effects if you can't fly a sword during the chi refining stage? OP, I have homemade flying sword mechs. You can't tell the difference when wearing a long robe. Do you have any clothes? Can you sell them? OP, yes, I sell them. I made my own ancient style scholar outfit. What about headwear? OP, I also have this. Yes, custom orders accepted. How much is a set of photos? OP, 288 star coins per set, 20 retouched photos. 588 for fieldwork within the special zone. Videos 888, pre-order, I want one too. Body cultivator submission, Tony cannot see, fellow body cultivators. Did you get a membership card when you entered the sect? What do you think? Not just body cultivators, sword cultivators have also been fooled. Not just you guys. Last time the Empire's guests came, a few officers tried it out and left with black faces. Technique is fine, but aesthetics are simply a cosmic black hole. Just entered the sect. It's been a month already. I'm too scared to go out. Does Danfeng have any hair growth pills? I have a wig and a hat. Do you want them? Another senior brother gave them to me. Yes, I do. But could you bring them to me? I can't go out right now. I want one too. Can you share one with me? Look at this. Can I call the police now? You can try contacting the discipline hall to see if there are any channels for redress. 5 Peaks are great in every way. The master is great. They don't cheat, and they make a lot of money. But this one thing. Can you secretly report them and get the master to shut them down? No, that's his only hobby. He never really wanted to take on apprentices. He was just indulging in this little hobby. Look at Sean, the only gold card customer at the hair salon. He gets a haircut every month, and even if it's awful, he prays it to the skies. Look at his ambition, respect. Sword Cultivator Submission. Su Xiong, Alice cannot see, a disciple from Peak 1 clarifies. The Peak Master's grudges should not be brought up to the disciples. We had no choice. I'm from Peak 3, same here. If a fight breaks out, please understand. At worst, I'd let you fight back next time. Handshake, peace, love you, kiss. Chapter 498 Extra Chapter. Plant Cultivation Submission. The medicinal field is not a lawless zone. Which by ***** picked the plants from Plot D1 in District 18. My cold-resistant, drought-resistant, high-yield, sweet Tianyuan fruit. It was all plucked after I came back from the group meeting. How many times has this happened? Tell me how many times this has happened. Can't you have some decency? If I fail my course, I hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Did a pill cultivator do this? Or a food cultivator? I strongly suggest installing surveillance. I had the same thing happen to me last time, and later found out it was a beast peak. It could also be a spirit plant. You can ask Teacher Siren Xiang. Pill Cultivation Submission who? Which by **** is refining pills in my. There's corn and sweet potato in the stove. No wonder it smelled so good the longer it was cooked. I got distracted and the stove exploded. Can't you guys go find a food cultivator if you're craving something? The cafeteria is just a few steps away. Sounds delicious. Wouldn't popcorn made in a pill refining stove be better for your health? Is this the legendary health food? That's so healthy. Can we try roast duck, hot pot, snail rice noodles? Song Ruotang. OP, do you want to cultivate the food path as well? OP, angry. Sword Cultivator Submission seeking a Taoist partner to explore the Great Tao together. 26-year-old Sword Cultivator, Qi Refining Level 7, Dual Golden and Fire Spiritual Roots, male, 179 centimeters. Stable bloodline, open-minded parents, modest wealth, not a heartless cultivator. All 4 limbs are intact, can breathe independently, runs home when it rains, goes online to watch gossip, can use the toilet independently, doesn't eat much, doesn't shed much. Looking for a loving home to adopt me. Let's live off our parents together. I mean, let's embark on the journey of parenthood together. Requirements, alive, female, and doesn't mind my appearance. Waiting online, it's urgent. Special zone pickup only, live animals sold, no returns or exchanges. Is it sterilized? Family members, don't be fooled, no returns or exchanges. Yes, there's no such thing as a 179 sword cultivator in this world. I messaged them privately, and they were surprisingly nice. They told me to look in the mirror and see what kind of toad I am. OP, heaven, judge the good from the bad. Beast Tamer Submission, Shurin and Nine-Tailed Fox are not visible, having just entered the sect. I, who love fluffy things, finally obtained my own beast pet, a level 2-star tiger, named Mini. We worked together seamlessly, and enjoyed a sweet and fulfilling time. But recently, while cleaning the animal enclosure, I couldn't resist my wicked hand and touched Teacher Lab's soft, cuddly tiger cubs. That touch, and I lost myself, went mad, and forgot everything else. I'm sorry, Teacher Lab. I admit it, I'm guilty. But I only made a mistake that all beast tamers make, so, every day I would find an excuse to go to the animal enclosure alone. Not only were there tiger cubs, but also other star tigers, star wolves, star pigs, all the spirit beasts were. I petted it all. I even secretly stroked Rhino's tail in the chaos. Sorry, Peak Master Yang. Lately, it's gotten so bad that I've been sneaking out of the sect to find wild star beasts on the outskirts. Has anyone ever petted 9th Grandma painlessly? Looking for a guide. What should I do? Anyone else have the same problem? This is so awful. Sigh. As beast tamers, sharing our affections is our destiny. You can only try to keep it a secret from your partner. OP, I always use a cleaning spell to remove any traces and scent before going home. Didn't it suspect anything? OP, I've been getting colder lately, it might have noticed. The new high-grade beast food from the cafeteria, I take it back and try to appease it. Maybe I can keep it a secret for a while. Or maybe I should try to train it to be like the Peak Master, ruling over all beasts. Then I could legitimately have a harem. No, don't be fooled by everyone's laughter at Yang Cheng's puppet emperor persona. It's not something he trained. It's probably a congenital bloodline issue. Yes, only he and the entire sect can do it. Cafe Beast Food Flavor Vote 5 new flavors of beast food have been developed, nutritious, high quality, and inexpensive. Please try them and vote. Those who participate in the vote will receive 5 bags of beast food. Who wants to try it? How do star beasts vote? Meow meow meow. Number 3. Woof woof. Number 2. A woo woo. Number 5. Hiss. Number 1. I'm so shallow. Dan Peek urgent notice the star beast in the golden alchemy furnace in pill room number 4 has lost its aphrodisiac. Please return the item to its original location by 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. This is of great importance. Please do not delay. What if I accidentally took it with breakfast, before or after a meal? Taking it before a meal is bad for your stomach. Ruan Shu Shu. Question mark. Please go to Danfeng for medical treatment immediately. Never mind, just report the address. Sword Cultivator submission. Does the Wuqing Dao really have graduates? Can we ship them? Your question is beyond the scope. Dan Cultivator submission. Which outfit would be most eye-catching for the sect competition? 1. Ancient Style Fairy. 2. Cute Lolita. 3. Cool Special Forces. 4. Old Farmer. 5. Imperial Bodyguard with Sword. Internal Affairs Hall solemn announcement: from this day forward, it is strictly forbidden for any disciple to create fan fiction containing explicit content based on sect characters, sect leader, peak master, divine beast, etc. Violators will be severely punished with a 3-month salary deduction upon verification, without exception. Is it the book master? What did you add to the spirit wine? It's so hot. I guess it's sect master. Feel it, my Dao heart is in chaos. These 2 books are really too much. Give me an address, and I personally go and condemn them. The Iceberg Master Has Fallen in Love is also good. I recommend my own book, Substitute Furnace. After running away with the baby, the immortal venerable went mad. Hiss. Thanks for the gifts, ladies. Me. My Destiny Phoenix always wants to mark me. Too obvious. I know who you're writing about without even looking. The comment section is too much. Where is your morality? Where are the sect rules? Where is the link? A 3-month salary deduction is serious. I changed my name. So you didn't even change your name. Change the name. Stitch in the personality traits, the character foundation, but the plot can't be the same. Is it okay if it's non-explicit? I wrote something clean. Who reads clean stuff? Spirit Plant Area Patrol Mission Dispatch: from this day forward, Spirit Plant Peak will be fully responsible for the daily patrol work of the 5 major planting areas: Xianxin Special Zone, Omega K22, Imperial Yonglu City, etc. Disciples of this peak must participate. See the internal duty roster for specific rotation arrangements. We sincerely invite fellow disciples of the water, and wood elements from all peaks to join us. Assisting in patrols will earn extra academic credits. Chapter 499 Extra Chapter. Sword Cultivator Submission Emergency SOS from the back mountain of Spirit Plant Peak. Which fellow disciple set up this maze around my herb field? I've been trapped for 3 hours, and have absolutely no way out. Communication is also disrupted near the 3rd herb garden on the back mountain of Spirit Plant Peak. Waiting online. Urgent. Samir. Sorry. Coming right away. Sword Cultivator Submission. I thought choosing a dormitory on the edge would bring some peace and quiet, but who knew that the Formation Peak and Pill Peak were right next door? Formation Peak explodes its talismans. Pill Peak explodes its furnace. Formation Peak explodes. Pill Peak explodes. Pill Peak explodes again. I can't sleep at all. Fellow disciples of both peaks, do you really not need to sleep? Even the tranquilizing pill can't withstand physical exorcism. Save the child. It's hard to say who's worse off. Only Formation Peak exploded before. How come Pill Peak is exploding too? A new disciple is inexperienced. Siren. As the sect expands, the number of disciples increases. To optimize cultivation resources and rationally coordinate the sect's layout, Danfeng and Jinfeng will officially launch their relocation plan next month, moving to new plots 21 and 22. OP, thank goodness. Beast Peak recruitment announcement: spring brings the revival of all things. Autumn brings abundant harvests. Currently, Beast Peak has officially entered the critical period of star beast birthing. To ensure the safety of all star beast mothers and their offspring, starting today, all members of Beast Peak are on duty, canceling all leave, and fully devoting themselves to protection and care. We sincerely invite disciples from all peaks to recruit volunteers to assist in postpartum care. Participants will receive generous extra credit rewards. Serving the new mother? Dan cultivators who love beasts, please apply. Can those without spiritual roots apply? Strict order from the Internal Affairs Hall regarding the regulation of heavenly tribulation induction and lightning tempering. Body cultivators are prohibited from borrowing others' lightning tribulation for tempering. Lightning spirit root cultivators are prohibited from using public power equipment, orbital solar power stations, radioactive isotope thermoelectric generators, expandable space-based energy networks, etc., for tempering. Violations will result in a 1-year salary deduction and a demerit. Sect Grand Competition. Teachers and disciples of the Xianqing sect, representatives from various countries, and viewers on the StarNet, hello everyone. Welcome to the second Xianqing sect Grand Competition. Please welcome the disciples of this competition to the stage. First to appear is Peak 1 of Sword Peak. They soared through the air on their swords, their blood boiling with passion, marching towards us in perfect unison. Congratulations, Peak Master Su, on achieving the Golden Core stage. You taken another giant step towards ascension. Next, let me solemnly introduce the judges of this competition. Sect Master of the Xianqing sect. True Person Yi Ning. Federal Marshal Songwen. Imperial Marshal August. The agenda for this grand competition is as follows. First match, Team Collaboration Battle. Second match, Individual Arena Battle. Third match, Professional Skill Battle, Specialized Assessment of Pill Refining, Weaponry, Talismans, and Arrays. Cranes carrying flags swept across the sea of clouds, 10,000 swords resounded, shaking the heavens. The prodigies from each peak arrived bathed in light, their spells as dazzling as a galaxy, drawing gasps of amazement from the audience. A tense week has passed. Please welcome our award presenter. Sect Master Yi Ning of the Xianqing sect. First place in Alchemy. Wan Shu Shu. First place in Weaponry. Ivan. First place in Formation. Samir. First place in Talisman Technique. Locke. The winner of this year's sect competition team battle is the second peak of Sword Peak. Please welcome disciple representative Zhu Lingshun to the stage to receive the award. Except for the fifth peak, they're all battle maniacs. What a pity, a battle between 3 peaks. It's a win for the second peak. A win? You actually used the word win to describe General Gu. Pa. Slip of the tongue. If the peak master were to participate, the first peak couldn't possibly lose in pure combat. That's not necessarily true. Team battles aren't one-on-one duels. It's a free-for-all, with strategies and tactics, alliances and betrayals. The winner isn't necessarily the strongest. That's true. Individual battle champion. Dark Hall, Shenhuan Qing. Wow. A superior grade spiritual root, standing out among all disciples. Dust. That's amazing. Theory, techniques, and swordsmanship are all top-notch. Has the Hall Master woken up? No, that's the important thing. The Hall Master has been seriously injured and unconscious for almost 2 years. Senior Sister Shen has single-handedly shouldered the pressure, managing the Dark Hall impeccably, keeping an eye on her junior brothers and sisters, and ensuring her own cultivation hasn't fallen behind. Such character and ability are truly admirable. Golden patterns flowed on the prodigy ranking, named Shining Like Stars, demonstrating the grandeur of the Xianqing sect and guiding the future of the interstellar world. Just as the poem says, sword reflects the frost, jade reflects the face, a blue phoenix spreads its wings and breaks through the cloud peaks. A single test of skill at the gathering of heroes, daring to laugh at the uncharted territories of Ling Xiao? Radiation Sickness Zeroing Plan in June of Star Calendar 424, Master Yi Ning revolutionized the formula for the Purifying Spirit Pill in an introduction to alchemy, and the first bottle of Purifying Spirit Liquid was produced in the laboratory of the 18th Military Academy in the Xianqing Special Zone, formerly Star 9527. In July, Peak Master Xue Lingling of Danfeng completed the second improvement and large-scale trial production of the potion. When the potion first appeared on the Star Network, its effects shocked the world. The radiation index of the first user dropped by a staggering 5 points. This tiny number, like the first ray of dawn piercing the eternal night, completely shattered the historical ironclad rule that purifying agents could only suppress, not reverse, the accumulation of radiation. In July, the purifying elixir entered the Dark Domain auction house, attracting the attention of various forces. In November, through the Su family, this elixir of hope successfully entered the federal military, igniting a spark of life for countless severely radiation-stricken soldiers struggling on the brink of death. Between Star Calendar 424 and 426, the average monthly shipment of purifying elixir remained stable at around 3,000. On December 7th, Star Calendar 425, the War of the Return of 10,000 Stars broke out, and the Xianqing sect emerged. Later historians generally regard this day as a dividing line, believing it marks the beginning of a new era in interstellar pharmacology, where the mainstream shifted from pure potion refining techniques to a coexistence and flourishing of potion extraction and traditional alchemy. In June of Star Calendar 427, coinciding with the 3rd anniversary of the first purifying elixir, the United Government and the Xianqing sect jointly announced the Starfield Radiation Zeroing Plan, vowing to completely cure all radiation sickness patients on Proxima Centauri within 5 years. In January of star calendar 431, with the New Year's celebration fireworks still lingering in the sky, the last registered radiation sickness patient's clinical indicators completely returned to normal, and he walked out of the hospital healthy. From then on, radiation sickness, which had ravaged for centuries and claimed countless lives, was officially ended and vanished into the dustbin of history. But humanity's progress has never ceased. The Xianqing sect and the United Government turned their attention to purifying the planet itself. The goal was to create countless green planets as pure and vibrant as the Xianqing Special Zone. In March of the same year, the resolution on the comprehensive launch of the Starfield Ecological Reconstruction Plan, carrying the vision of the entire civilization, was officially promulgated, historically known as the Declaration of the Pure Land. Chapter 500 Extra Chapter Joint Announcement of the Federal Supreme Command. The vote counting process for the federal election in star calendar 442 has been completed today. The Supreme Command has simultaneously certified the new leadership. The following is a summary of key information. Federal Grand Marshal Siren Ottman. Federal Armed Forces Commander-in-Chief Gu Zhanting. Federal Military Staff Chief of Staff Yuan San. The new government will be sworn in on October 1st, star calendar 442. Interstellar Federation Supreme Command Unified Certification. September 1st, star calendar 442. Human Expeditionary Force in July of star calendar 445. Scientists successfully reverse-engineered the secrets of wormhole travel, achieving a historic breakthrough in warp drive technology. Interstellar technology and cultivation formations have been perfectly integrated, forging an unprecedented interstellar teleportation array, truly realizing the instantaneous deployment of Legion-level forces across light years. Based on the complete maturity of this technology, a vast interstellar expedition has finally begun. Under the leadership of Marshal Siren and the new federal government, tens of thousands of disciples of the Xianqing sect, along with over 10 million troops and tens of thousands of ships from the federal government, mobilized en masse. The Human Expeditionary Force marched towards the Zerg planet 102,000 light-years away. The flames of vengeance burned every inch of the Tamit's territory. Countless planets were covered in starship fire, the land stained with Zerg blood, and Queen Zerg motherships fell continuously from the heavens. Their roars and cries became the final lament of this civilization. Until the last Zerg hive was purified, the Tamit vanished from interstellar civilization. This battle was not only a revenge, but also a solemn declaration from human civilization to the vast universe. Those who invade our territory, though far away, will be punished. Breaking through illusions to become a supreme being, the demons descend upon the world. 100 tribulations have passed since the year Renwu. 12,000 autumns have passed. My lord, what is this? The canon of 10,000 demons? Before those three appeared, Li Jiuyuan had already firmly held the position of ruler of the demon realm for over 1,000 years. He recruited soldiers and horses, accumulating power, all for the day he would conquer the mortal world and invade the cultivation world. Who could have imagined that a demonic cultivator, an evil cultivator, and a legitimate cultivator, the combination was so bizarre it was beyond words. In a few moves, the demon lord was reduced to a lackey. He kicked the massive iron gate. His opponent was a half-step demon god, 2 whole realms higher than him. The right protector stared at the scroll in his hand. We demon cultivators should use our demonic bodies to prove the righteous path, and our cunning arts to uphold heavenly principles? Why does that sound like something those righteous people would say? It doesn't sound like it at all. That cultivator was using the Xianqing sect's water-based techniques. Unfortunately, he, the dignified demon lord, was completely helpless. He tried to resist, but was beaten 9 times in 3 days. If word got out, what would become of the demon lord's reputation? Lord, this is too strange. How could the Xianqing sect have demon cultivators and evil cultivators? What are they doing in the demon realm? With such strength, why didn't they conquer the demon realm sooner? Li Jiuyuan fell silent. He wanted to know too. Yuan San, I came to join this family, not to break it up. Star calendar 431, the warm breeze of early spring swept across Proxima Centauri. During the return of all stars to the origin, the Tao source was completely destroyed, and Yuan San, who had been asleep for 4 years, finally awoke. The news stirred the stars, and countless lives spread the word, a mixture of laughter and tears. Heavens will ultimately reward the Savior. You are the most resolute child I have ever seen. Your destiny will surely come. Just as Shuren said, after awakening, her immortal power dissipated, her demonic power soared, and her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, without any further obstacles. In star calendar 442, she, with the body of a demonic cultivator, wielded the third greatest power in the Federation. During her 50-year reign, trade flourished, interstellar peace prevailed, society progressed, and she decisively annihilated the culprits of a century-long war, the Tamid insected race. After her master ascended, Yuan San, a half-step demon god, became the strongest cultivator in the interstellar realm. Having achieved perfect merit, she no longer feared the laws of heaven and earth and possessed the power to traverse time and space. So, she did the same thing as her master, bringing peace to another dimension. The void ripped apart, and demons descended upon the world. Peace isn't only achieved through war. First step, take down the highest leadership of the demon realm. Completed. Second step, rebuild order. In progress. 1. Establish new rules for the demonic path, defining the boundaries between good and evil. The 10,000 Demons canon clearly defines what is permissible and what is not, abolishes 7 categories of evil arts, establishes the Demon Law Department to punish evil, reward good, and protect the righteous. 2. Promote commerce through the demonic veins, bringing prosperity to all industries. The demon realm is not warlike, but poverty breeds chaos. When granaries are full, people know etiquette. The first thing to do is revitalize the economy. Relying on those few demons won't work. We need to adopt a more scientific approach to development, unleash a powerful summoning spell, call the sect. Focus on the economy. Sirens, Lingling, Old Wang, Tony, Jiwei. Gentlemen, how about learning about the Demon Realm Talent Recruitment Plan? 3. Open the righteous path of demonic cultivation, and impart alternative cultivation methods. The root cause of the turmoil and frequent wars in the demon realm lies in the extreme scarcity of cultivation resources. Promoting a multi-source cultivation system encompassing demonic energy, spiritual energy, and evil energy can greatly alleviate the current situation. You just gave it to me like that? Li Jiuyuan looked at the pile of Taoist scriptures in his hand, lost in thought. His own cultivation methods were all imprinted on his soul, passed down orally. He would never write them down and let anyone read them. Cultivation methods were the foundation of the demonic cultivators' monopolistic class, their control over life and death. Give it away so easily? Try it. This cultivation is fast and has no side effects. Promoting cultivation methods that don't harm life, holding regular ceremonies, and having the venerable master personally explain how to cultivate demonically efficiently without killing. Most importantly, letting demonic cultivators know that by not doing evil and accumulating merit, they can significantly increase their survival rate during tribulations. 4. Strengthening demonic cultivation culture. Curing the root cause starts with curing the heart. Third brother, many demons are illiterate. Their cultural level is too low. Little 14. Difficult, too difficult. Find someone. Liang Wayne, do you need me for targeted poverty alleviation? Commander, I'm best at literacy work. 20 years later, even barren land can sprout blooming flowers. In the distant immortal realm, within the misty mountain gate. Master, things have been strange in the demon realm lately. What is it? This is Bloodmelt City, the outermost city of the demon realm. How should I put it? The atmosphere is a bit eerie. How so? I can't explain it. You have to see for yourselves. He took out a recording stone. Food Street? 3-day tour of the demon realm? Demon Lord's Autumn OTD? Demon Sect Grand Competition? Puppet Pets? Recruitment announcement from the Demon Cultivation Academy. Become a more efficient, stronger, and more sustainable demon? You can choose a major, demonic path, evil path, monster path, even immortal path. Blood Fusion City Election. Campaign slogan. Let every demon have enough to eat. Look at this. Everyone in the demon realm gets a copy. The core principles of the new order of the demon realm. The demonic heart strives for strength. The demonic realm prospers together. Embrace change. Contracts are ironclad laws. Order is freedom. Merit can transcend tribulations. Demonic honor is heavier than mountains. Under these principles, all demons can compete, gamble, and fight, but they cannot cross the line. Those who cross the line become enemies of the demon realm, and the Demon Law Division will hunt them down to the ends of the stars. Chapter 501 Extra Chapter. The Demon Law Division? The demon realm still has laws? Yes, they wear uniforms, react quickly, don't discriminate against outsiders, are fair and polite, like a replica of the Discipline Hall. Outsiders. The Demon Law Division. We have performance targets. The disciples looked like they just eaten shit. Sect Master, could it be some kind of conspiracy to make the immortal realm lower its guard? To be honest, it doesn't seem like it. The changes are too drastic. I talked to some low-level demon cultivators. He said that in the 20 years since the new demon lord took office, life has gotten better and better. They're well fed and clothed, with no worries. No one mentions attacking the human world or the cultivation world anymore. They're all focused on making money to buy houses, sending their children to demon cultivation academies, or getting them into the system to contribute to the construction of the demon realm. Evil becomes righteous, righteous becomes evil. The black demonic energy grows redder the more you look at it. The new demon lord? Their minds were a complete mess. Suddenly, the sect's protective array blazed with golden light, and alarms blared throughout the mountain gate. Sect Master! Sect Master! A demonic cultivator has stormed the sect gates. In the sky, a black figure, radiating demonic energy, stood suspended in midair. The opponent had tried his best to suppress it, but that overwhelming monstrous aura. Are you the new demon lord? The sect master's heart skipped a beat. It's over. He couldn't see through the cultivation level. Above the heavenly demon realm, this battle would be extremely dangerous. The tens of thousands of Xianxing sect disciples seemed to sense something. Their swords clashed, their armor gleamed, and they prepared to fight. Then, the opponent leaped down from the sky, his body flashing with golden light. He knelt on both knees, with utmost reverence, and solemnly bowed. Disciple Yuan San, a disciple of the 68th sect master of Xianxing sect, true person Yi Ning Shuren, has come to pay homage to the sect today. I humbly request permission to enter and pay homage to the ancestors on behalf of my master, and respectfully listen to their sacred teachings. Chronicles of the Xianxing sect name, Shuren. Daoist title, Yi Ning Shuren. Identity, 68th sect master of the Xianxing sect. Natal spirit sword, divine sword Chungying. Natal spirit beast, nine-tailed divine beast. History. In the year of Guiwei in the immortal calendar, Zhong Yunchen, later the 67th sect master, Tai Jinjuan, a disciple of the Xianxing sect, brought back a baby girl surnamed Shi from the battlefield and named her An. This name represented a simple and beautiful wish amidst the chaos of the world, a peaceful and smooth life. In the year of Yiwei in the immortal calendar, the girl was 12 years old, and was found to possess a rare chaotic spiritual root. Under the protection of the sect, she grew up healthily, and quickly distinguished herself among the countless geniuses of the cultivation world. In the year of Guimao in the immortal calendar, the war between immortals and demons raged, leaving only 1/10 of the sect alive. The war eventually subsided briefly, neither side won nor lost. In the same year, Shuren became the 68th sect master of the Xianxing sect. To protect her sect, and all living beings, she accelerated her cultivation pace. In the year of Renwu in the celestial calendar, Shuren encountered a rare god-destroying lightning tribulation during her ascension. The cultivation world generally believed she had vanished into nothingness. In the spring of star calendar 424, Shuren awoke in the garbage mountain of star 9527. In May of star calendar 424, Proxima Centauri welcomed a cultivator. In December of star calendar 426, the War of the Return of All Stars took place, ushering in the era of cultivation for the interstellar world. In star calendar 521, Shuren passed the position of sect leader to her first disciple, Sun Xinyu, and began a long 10-year seclusion. In star calendar 531, the sky of the Xianxing special zone suddenly shattered, and divine lightning from the 9 heavens thundered across the world. All spirits bowed in reverence. Vast golden clouds of merit filled the sky, illuminating the entire cosmos. The sect leader attained enlightenment in a single day, breaking through the void and ascending to immortality. This interstellar cultivation legend spanning a century thus came to a perfect end. In 2058 AD, 6 years after the apocalypse, amidst the ruins of Yundu, Huagua. Post-ascension sequel. I'm going to find senior sister. I trust you with the sect. Junior uncle. Senior uncle. We meet again. In this life, to encounter Bai Sheng's salvation, to witness interstellar peace, to embark on the path of immortality, it was all worth it. A relieved smile touched his lips as he turned to face the heavenly tribulation. After Gu Jianshan's ascension, the first peak and the third peak ceased their century-long, elementary-level quantum entanglement. I must find Master first. This time, I'm the senior sister. Alice, I refine. I refine. I crush you. Just wait, I be your senior brother no matter where you are. Maybe this time, I can even become the senior brother. Ha ha ha. Su Xiang, I endure. I endure. I wear you down. Apocalypse instant. The girl grabbed her hand and ran frantically. Finally, the two escaped the horde of zombies and hid in a nearby shopping mall. Why are you all alone in Cloud City? Did you get left behind by your team? The young girl looked her up and down. Clean, fair-skinned, with chubby cheeks, she must have been well cared for. Long hair cascading down her shoulders, a floor-length dress. Was she dressed like that so zombies wouldn't be able to catch her? Who does ancient-style cosplay in the apocalypse? Slender and petite, no biceps. Assessment complete. This rich young lady has been abandoned because she's powerless. Or perhaps her guardian is gone, leaving her to forage alone. So pitiful. Eat this. The young girl pulled a bag of bread from her backpack and shoved it into her arms. Less than a year past its expiration date, still within its best before period. There's nobody in the city anymore. Supplies are scarce. Even survivor teams don't come here to scavenge anymore. The girl chattered on, occasionally glancing around for approaching danger, her hands never ceasing their frantic digging. That practiced way of doing things awakened a much older memory for Shuren. Keep an eye out for me. If we run into another horde of zombies, we're done for. My powers just awakened. I can't fight them with you. By the way, my name is Linyu. I live in Survivor Base 1. What's yours? My name is Shuren. Before him lay a world of deathly silence and desolation. The earth was ravaged, endless stretches of reinforced concrete ruins, abandoned vehicles rusted and half buried in sand on the dilapidated streets, like cold tombstones. Life was scarce, even the distant trees were withered and twisted. And faintly visible, a thin layer of demonic energy. Thunder tribulation, new dimension, demonic energy scavenging. Heavenly Tao, any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Shuren was so shocked and speechless that he remained in a daze for a long time. Could a mature and composed sect leader swear? It's just a tribulation. What's with all this? A deafening roar echoed through the sky, and beams of golden light descended, striking his spiritual platform. His soul was nourished once more. Heavenly Tao, merit +1. +1. +1. Just a business trip. The last one. Shuren, how many more messes do you have to clean up? Heavenly Tao, what? Xianqing sect, wow. That's terrifying. She just ascended, right? Who ascends several levels without doing anything? Human immortal. Earth immortal. Heavenly immortal. Holy crap. Did this person save the whole world? Others take tens of thousands of years to reach the true immortal realm, but she was practically fed by the heavenly Tao. The key is there wasn't the slightest hindrance. What happened to the supposed near-death experience? Why do your tribulations and mine seem different? I admit I'm jealous. Is she the daughter of the heavenly Tao? You know what? Golden light protecting her. A sky full of rosy clouds. It's really possible. The heavenly Tao, working for me won't be for nothing. With the Immortal Realm Assembly approaching, the Immortal Spirit sect is likely to firmly hold on to first place again. Not necessarily. The last Immortal Realm Top 100 list also produced quite a few promising talents. Have you heard of the Xianqing sect? A small sect with only a few people, established for less than 100 years, yet they made the list for the first time. Wow! With resources and techniques in the Immortal Realm so monopolized, how can a humble family produce such outstanding individuals? That's why they're so impressive. Was it someone from a powerful family sent down to the Immortal Realm to gain prestige? No, I heard the sect leader's surname is Shong, and he ascended from a small world under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Realm. The disciples on the list seem to be from, yes, Proxima Centauri. Where is that? I never heard of it before. Fellow Immortal, if I may ask, are you referring to the Xianqing sect? Mountains and seas will eventually meet again. Storms and rains will eventually converge. The end.